The sudden global disaster killed 80% of the population in just a few days, and most of the remaining survivors turned into zombies. I was just an ordinary senior high school student, following the rules in my ordinary life every day. However, that day I accidentally obtained a mysterious system while I was in a coma. It informed me that I had been selected to awaken the SSS-Level lightning power. When I killed a zombie for the first time, I felt a crazy increase in strength. I quickly realized that killing not only allowed me to survive in this chaotic world, but also made me stronger. So, while other survivors were still shivering in the corner, waiting for rescue, I started hunting down the zombies. However, as my superpowers grew stronger, I gradually became aware of something strange. I actually had more than one superpower. My name is Wang Hao, and I'm an ordinary senior high school student. That day I stayed in the dormitory to rest because I had a cold, but was awakened by a scream. At first, I thought it was just an accident, but then roars, crashes, and explosions followed one after another, as if the whole world suddenly fell into madness. I was born with a strange disease that prevents me from feeling fear or other emotions, so I was able to remain calm when I looked out the window and saw the hellish scene outside. On the streets, my former classmates and teachers were now chasing people like zombies. I instantly realized that the world had completely changed. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in my mind. You have awakened S-level superpowers. Lightning? At the same time, a system about monsters and superpowers suddenly appeared in my memory. I have never realized so clearly that I am no longer ordinary. I opened the monster encyclopedia in the system, and what came into view were various monster avatars, and the avatar of the first zombie was the only color image. The illustration shows that the zombie's weakness is in the head. Killing zombies can gain evolution points, which can be used to improve my abilities. Then, I looked up the description of the lightning power. Lightning, violent and overbearing, can easily penetrate any defense and can even threaten beings more powerful than me. Thinking that I could rely on this power to survive in this troubled world, I couldn't help but clench my fists. Lightning leaped between my fingers, as if they had become a part of my body. However, reality does not allow me to have too much fantasy. Suddenly, a violent cough interrupted my thoughts. The system warned me that due to my awakened superpowers, the cold virus was mutating in my body, and if I didn't take a large amount of antiviral drugs as soon as possible, my life might be in danger. Thinking that the infirmary might have the medicine I urgently needed, I decided to take the risk and get it after the chaos outside had calmed down a little. In the following days, I tried to stay calm in the dormitory and stored the only food and water I had. After a day and a half of waiting, the noise outside finally died down a bit. I decided to take action and start by eliminating the zombies in the dormitory building. When I faced the first zombie, I swung the lightning blade without hesitation, instantly splitting half of its head in half. The system prompted me to obtain the first evolution point and unlock the reward of sensory enhancement. My perception ability has become sharper, which makes me more confident. Afterwards, I successfully dealt with the other two zombies in the dormitory building. It was much easier than I thought. When I knocked down the last zombie, I heard 4 roars. I knew that more zombies were attracted. I quickly pressed my foot against the door, leaving just enough space for one person to pass through. Then I raised my right hand, which was flashing with lightning, and waited quietly. The first zombie rushed in, its eyes full of desire for flesh and blood, but it had no chance to get close to me. I raised my knife and the lightning blade split its head in half like cutting tofu, and the thick brain matter spilled all over the ground. Then, the second zombie followed and knocked the fallen body away, but the same fate awaited it. Halua, save Grandpa, I chanted in my heart. Lightning struck again, and half of the second zombie's head flew out. There weren't many people in this dormitory building, and there were also a limited number of zombies. I used the door as a cover and killed the zombies that tried to enter one by one. The system kept prompting me to obtain evolution points. Half an hour later, the corridor finally became quiet. I was already sweating profusely, but the 52 evolution points in my hand gave me a sense of accomplishment. Even so, my condition was not good. My cold was getting worse, my head was heavy, and my breathing became rapid. I knew I had to go to the infirmary as soon as possible, otherwise this illness might really kill me. I moved carefully along the wall, avoiding any zombies that might be lurking. As I walked to the dormitory lobby, I killed a few zombies and collected some food along the way. Just as I was about to rush out the door, I heard hurried footsteps behind me. I turned around immediately, ready to kill, but when I saw it was the dormitory manager, I stopped. How can you talk to your elders like that? The dormitory manager grabbed me and started to lecture me. But I noticed the wound on his waist and immediately understood something. If you are scratched by a zombie, you will also become a zombie. I told him calmly, but he obviously didn't believe me and dragged me to register my information. I was about to break free when I suddenly heard the sound of running outside. Seeing the emergency, I shook off his hand and ran into the dormitory management office. Not long after, several zombies pounced on the dormitory manager. He struggled desperately, but was eventually torn into pieces in a pool of blood. The zombies in the hall rushed in like crazy, and I knew I had to act decisively, otherwise I would be the next to fall. But at this time, my physical condition was already extremely bad. My consciousness was gradually becoming blurred, and the cold virus was madly eroding my brain. Just when I was feeling desperate, there was a loud noise suddenly coming from outside, shaking the whole building. The zombies were attracted by the explosion, and most of them rushed out of the hall. I seized the opportunity and quickly dealt with the few zombies that stayed behind. However, when I finally pushed open the door of the infirmary, I found that there was nothing inside. There was nothing in the cabinets or the warehouse, not even a bandage left. Disappointment struck me, and my eyes went dark. I fell heavily to the ground, feeling helpless and aggrieved. Am I really going to die here? Just as I was about to lose consciousness, I suddenly felt a sharp pain on my face. Someone was poking me. Someone? There is always a way out. I used all my strength to open my eyes and saw a stranger trying to pull the backpack off my back. When he opened the bag and found the food inside, he laughed in surprise. "Ha ha, now I'm rich. Thank you for the rations, brother. You can take the bag, but there is a white and black pill inside. Can you feed it to me?" I almost gritted my teeth and finished the sentence with difficulty. I felt like I might faint at any time. At this moment, I was already using the last bit of my willpower to support myself. The man sneered, "You're almost dead, and you're still thinking about taking medicine?" He zipped up his backpack, obviously not caring about what I said. He seemed to think he had picked up a big fish and continued proudly, "Do you know how precious medicine is now? They were all snatched away by those people in class 2 and 3 of senior high school. If I catch a cold in the future, this medicine can still save my life. So just accept your bad luck. Bye." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and ran away. I understand why he took the food and water, but for me, that pill was a matter of life and death, and he chose indifference and selfishness without hesitation. People's hearts are unpredictable, and people still have to rely on themselves. I sighed in my heart. This was the first time I really experienced the indifference of human nature. But it didn't matter at this time, because I felt that I really couldn't hold on any longer. Just as I was about to lose consciousness, I heard a low roar. Through my blurred vision, I saw a zombie with a broken leg staggering towards me, making excited noises. Its claws stretched out towards me, as if it smelled the delicious food that was about to be caught. No, I can't die. I promised to be a support for my mother. I can't fall down like this. Suddenly, a strong desire to survive burst out from the depths of my heart. I suddenly opened my eyes, raised my hand that was flashing with lightning, and chopped it down hard on the zombie's head. The zombie's head was split in two, and black and red blood splattered everywhere. I gasped, and the system's prompt sounded. Evolution point +1. Your evolution points have accumulated to 100. SSS-Level superpower. Lightning level has been promoted from 0 to level 1. As my level increased, my genetic strength also increased. The system prompted that my life-threatening condition had been resolved, but I still needed to take a large amount of antiviral drugs as soon as possible. Congratulations to the host for escaping the near-death state, unlocking the achievement, Iron Will, and obtaining rewards. Enhanced self-healing ability, ignoring infection. Congratulations to the host for killing 100 monsters, unlocking the achievement, 100 killers, and receiving the reward, physical enhancement. As a blessing in disguise, I accidentally unlocked 2 achievements. In particular, ignore infection meant I no longer had to worry about being infected by zombies. Standing in front of the window, looking at myself in the glass, I found that my height had grown from 173 centimeters to 182 centimeters, and my body had become much stronger. The outline of my abdominal muscles was clearly visible, and I clenched my fists and felt the surging power in my body. Now, even without relying on superpowers, I can deal with zombies with my strength alone. I felt extremely confident and decided to settle the score with the person who took my backpack, but the first priority now was to find medicine to cure my cold. I came to the door of Class 3 of Grade 12. With a flash of lightning in my right hand, I easily opened the lock, pushed the door open, and walked in. The 6 boys and 2 girls in the classroom were shocked when they saw me. The girls shrank into a corner, while the boys picked up iron bars and stared at me nervously. "Is he a human?" someone whispered. "Of course it is, otherwise they would have pounced on us long ago," another person replied. I ignored them and walked straight to the medicine box and put the medicines inside into my backpack. Li Bin, a strong boy, was obviously dissatisfied. He came over with an iron rod and said viciously, "Who are you? Who allowed you to take these medicines? Don't bother me if you want to live," I said coldly, raising my hand. The lightning in my hand instantly made Li Bin's pupils shrink, and he took a few steps back in fear. Others were also stunned. "Why is there electricity on his hands?" someone asked in horror. I put on my backpack and prepared to leave. Just as I walked to the door, 2 zombies suddenly rushed out from the side, their claws almost brushing my cheek. I didn't stop. My right hand was like a knife, and I easily killed them. Several people gasped, and their faces turned pale when they saw me killing zombies casually. Especially Li Bin. He stood there holding the iron rod and dared not move, obviously frightened by me. I randomly found a classroom, locked the door, and began to unpack the medicines, stuffing them into my mouth one by one like candy beans. Although cold medicine is not specifically designed to treat mutated viruses, I know this may be my only chance. I must hold on, for my mother and for myself. The whole world is seeking shelter, and my mother should be no exception. I took out my phone and said to myself, when she is safe, she will probably send me a message. Chapter 4. After taking the medicine, Wang Hao slept soundly for a whole day. After waking up, he obviously felt much better, and the crisis of catching a cold seemed to have passed. Wang Hao walked to the corridor, poked his head out and looked down at the first floor, and found that there were about 30 or 40 zombies downstairs. He took out a marble from his pocket and threw it on the ground casually. Tap, tap. The sound of marbles bouncing and falling to the ground was particularly harsh in the silent teaching building. In an instant, the zombies were attracted by the sound, roaring violently from all directions and quickly rushing towards the corridor. "Well done." Wang Hao raised a hint of sneer on the corner of his mouth. He snapped his fingers and a bolt of lightning flew out like a snake-like arc, directly piercing the head of the zombie in front. The arc did not stop and continued to penetrate the second, third, and until the head of the 7th zombie, forming a straight line. Zombies in the corridor fell to the ground, blood splattered everywhere. The system prompt sound rang in his mind one after another. Evolution point +1. Evolution point +1. Wang Hao cleared the zombies in the corridor effortlessly, and his accumulated evolution points reached 131. Wang Hao did not stop, but continued to walk up, intending to search each classroom to find the person who stole his life-saving medicine. That person stole the food and water he had worked so hard to collect, and he had to get back at that person no matter what. Wang Hao pushed open the door of a classroom, scaring the people hiding inside so much that they trembled all over, thinking that zombies had broken in. Wang Hao walked indifferently to a boy who lowered his head and lifted his face roughly, but after taking a look, he found that it was not the person he was looking for, so he turned and left. Is he a student? He's so fierce." People in the classroom whispered in fear. Wang Hao searched several floors in a row and finally came to the last classroom at the end of the corridor. He pushed the door open and entered. People in the classroom huddled in the corner in fear, and some were even squeezed so hard that they could hardly breathe. "Don't be afraid. He is a human, not a monster. Be quiet and don't attract zombies." A pretty woman wearing round-frame glasses tried to comfort everyone. She was Chen Hui, a high school teacher. Wang Hao ignored Chen Hui's comfort and walked straight to a boy who was huddled in a corner and trembling with his head down. He forcibly lifted his face and said coldly, "It's useless to just lower your head. You have to change your head." Zhang Guang's face was filled with fear. He had never thought that Wang Hao would not only survive, but also recover so quickly. He had never thought that Wang Hao would come to his house. There were zombies everywhere outside. How did Wang Hao survive? "Teacher, help me. He wants to kill me." Zhang Guang screamed and asked Chen Hui for help. Seeing this, Chen Hui hurried forward and rebuked Wang Hao. "What grudges do you have that can't be settled now? Let go. Otherwise, the monster will come and the consequences will be serious." "Where is the bag?" Wang Hao asked expressionlessly. Zhang Guang tried to play dumb. "I don't know what you were talking about. I didn't bring anything when I came here." "If you don't believe me," asked the teacher. Chen Hui angrily ordered, "Let go. I'm ordering you as a teacher." A cold light flashed in Wang Hao's eyes, and he exerted force with his fingers, causing Zhang Guang's skull to make a creepy cracking sound. He screamed in pain, and finally collapsed and said, "I'll tell you. I'll tell you." The bag was taken away by the golden retriever, and he also punched me. Wang Hao nodded coldly, remembering that Jin Mao was a hooligan outside the school who often bullied students at the school gate. Now he knew who to look for. At this time, the physical education teacher rushed over and wanted to stop Wang Hao, but he did not expect Wang Hao to be so decisive. Wang Hao twisted Zhang Guang's neck with force and broke it. Then he carried his body to the window, opened it, and threw the body out. The classroom fell into dead silence, and everyone was shocked beyond words by this sudden violence. "You! How dare you kill someone?" The physical education teacher took a few steps back in horror, pointing at Wang Hao, his voice trembling. "Yeah." Wang Hao casually took a chair, sat down, and said lightly, "I feel nothing in my heart." A burst of screams broke out in the classroom, and everyone moved away from Wang Hao as if he was a terrifying devil. Qian Hui slumped on the ground and asked in a trembling voice, "Why did you kill him?" "Because he almost killed me." Wang Hao replied coldly, "I can't tolerate him." Chapter 5. In this apocalyptic catastrophe, both teachers and students lived in a comfortable environment and had never seen blood, let alone killing. Now, they have been tortured to the point of exhaustion and mental exhaustion by the shadow of the zombies. They cannot sleep all night and wake up at the slightest noise. The classroom was filled with fear and despair. Although Wang Hao's voice was not loud, it was extremely clear to everyone's ears. Fear enveloped them, making everyone afraid to speak. Although Chen Hui was filled with fear, as a teacher, she still tried her best to remain calm and tried to communicate with Wang Hao. Wang Hao responded indifferently, saying that he would not hurt them and was just asking for a place to stay for one night. Chen Hui secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but when Wang Hao suggested isolating the students who were scratched by the zombies, she still insisted on not giving up any student. As the night deepened, the students calmed down a little after being comforted by Chen Hui, but their fear of Wang Hao remained unabated. Wang Hao leisurely found a charger to charge his phone. Although the disaster had swept the world, it did not immediately destroy all facilities, and Wang Hao's phone was still able to connect to the internet. However, this calm was only temporary. Suddenly, a deadly aroma filled the classroom, and the students all smelled the scent of braised beef noodles. At this time, they had not had a proper meal for several days, let alone like Wang Hao, who was holding a double bucket of braised beef noodles with braised eggs, drinking Coke, and leisurely watching videos. Chen Hui didn't know what to say for a moment, so she could only continue to persuade the students to be patient. She told everyone that the existing food and water resources were very limited and had to be strictly distributed. As for drinking water, you cannot use tap water at will because there is no guarantee whether the water source is contaminated. At this moment, Wang Hao had finished his instant noodles and folded up a few tables, ready to use them as a bed to sleep. The other people in the classroom could only tighten their belts and watch him drink up all the instant noodle soup. At dawn, a commotion woke Wang Hao from his dream. Chen Hui was extremely anxious, and the others tried their best to hold down several students who were having seizures. However, it was too late. The students who were scratched by the zombies began to mutate, and the situation got out of control in an instant. There were piercing screams in the classroom, and fear swept over them again. Everyone fled in panic, leaving their companions behind being torn apart by the zombies. Qian Hui burst into tears. She finally realized how wrong her choice was yesterday. If she had followed Wang Hao's advice and isolated the injured students, perhaps everything would not have turned out so tragically. Qian Hui's remorse and guilt surged into her heart like a tide. "I'm sorry, I hurt you." Chapter 6. At dawn, Wang Hao opened his eyes, put his 5 fingers together, and lightning flashed on his fingertips like a snake. Wang Hao walked to the zombie, raised his knife, and chopped off half of its head. The zombie instantly collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Qian Hui covered her mouth in shock and looked at the scene in disbelief. Someone could actually control lightning and kill zombies easily. Wang Hao was not moved at all. He fought his way through the classroom and dealt with the bodies that were bitten to death. In just a few breaths, he eliminated all the threats. Qian Hui was stunned, her heart filled with fear and confusion. Why could this person face the killing so calmly? Was he really an ordinary student? Senior year, the homeroom teacher is Lin Wanrong. Wang Hao answered Chen Hui's question calmly, then put on his bag, opened a piece of bread, and walked out of the classroom while eating. However, the students who had just left hurried back, shouting in panic, "Run! A lot of zombies are chasing us." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. "You've come just in time." He continued to move forward calmly, and with every step he took, Zombie heads rolled down and dirty blood splattered all over the walls. When Wang Hao walked to the corridor, all the zombies that had originally crowded the corridor had fallen in a pool of blood. My knife is still not sharp enough. There's a drop of blood on the bread. Wang Hao looked down at the bread, tore off the piece stained with blood, continued eating, and walked downstairs. The students and teachers in the classroom were all stunned, their minds blank. Was what just happened real or an illusion? How could a person face dozens of zombies alone in a narrow corridor and escape unscathed? I've only seen this kind of scene in anime, someone murmured. Qianhui walked out of the classroom with a guilty look on her face and admitted her mistakes. What happened today is my responsibility. I'm sorry, everyone. You can scold me and blame me. I accept it. However, the students had already lost confidence in Qianhui. They blamed her for her wrong decisions and decisively chose to leave her to find other ways to make a living. At the same time, survivors on a residential building in the distance filmed a video of Wang Hao slaughtering zombies in the corridor and uploaded it to TikTok. The video quickly became popular on the internet, with the number of likes and comments growing rapidly. Wang Hao's figure became a bright spot in the end times. People were amazed at his strength, but at the same time they couldn't help wondering why he could cope with this global disaster so easily while others could only survive. Wang Hao didn't care about these looks. He already knew that his ability would be discovered sooner or later. But he firmly believed that as long as he was strong enough, no one could threaten him. Facing himself in the video, Wang Hao smiled calmly. I just like the way you guys are envious and jealous of me but can't do anything about it. Chapter 7. In the afternoon, the weather was a little cooler and Wang Hao walked into another teaching building. Wang Hao casually took out a marble from his pocket and threw it on the ground. Soon after, a group of ferocious zombies rushed over. Wang Hao had accumulated rich experience in killing enemies. He saw the opportunity when the zombies lined up in a line and flicked his finger to shoot out a lightning. The lightning flashed like a snake, and 8 zombies fell to the ground at the same time. The scene was extremely shocking. The system prompts in his mind sounded one after another, and the evolution points continued to increase. Wang Hao thought to himself that at his current evolution speed, he would be able to reach the 2nd level within a week. Afterwards, Wang Hao walked straight upstairs on the blood-stained floor. At the corner of the corridor, Wang Hao encountered an obstacle consisting of several tables and chairs, and 2 men with a strong social atmosphere stood behind them. The 2 men saw that Wang Hao was covered in blood and became alert. Fuck, you scared me. One of the big-nosed men stared at Wang Hao. Did this guy get covered in blood after killing zombies, or did he roll around in blood? Those lumps on his body can't be formed without a few pounds of blood clots. The other one became attentive, took out a pack of cigarettes, shook out a cigarette and handed it to Wang Hao. Brother, you are really cool. Come, have a cigarette. Let's make friends. Wang Hao glanced at them coldly, ignored them, and went straight upstairs, leaving the 2 people with embarrassed faces. This kid is quite arrogant. The big-nosed man said dissatisfiedly. The blood on his body must have come from killing zombies. The look in his eyes when he turned around just now was so damn creepy that it gave me goosebumps. Another person said fearfully, how could there be such a ruthless person in the school? Wang Hao continued to walk up when suddenly, a fierce roar came from above his head, and a strong zombie pounced down from the stairs. If it were someone else, they might have been frightened by the sudden danger, but Wang Hao had a blank expression on his face. He reached out and grabbed the zombie's head and slammed it against the wall. Bang! The zombie's head exploded instantly. Wang Hao said calmly, a sneak attack? You're still a bit naive. He shook off the blood on his hands and continued to move forward. At the end of the corridor, a greasy, short and fat man backed out of the classroom and bumped into Wang Hao. The short fat man was full of anger. He waved his hand and said, are you trying to scare the zombies to death with all this? Get out of here now, or you'll be dead today. Wang Hao glanced at him coldly. Didn't your mother teach you to apologize if you bump into someone? The short fat man was stunned for a moment, then he straightened his waist angrily, showing the knife at his waist, and threatened. Don't think you can scare people just because you roll a few rounds of blood. Now you don't have a teacher to back you up. Wang Hao didn't bother to talk nonsense and kicked the short fat man in the stomach. His body instantly became concave, blood spurted out of his mouth, and he hit the wall heavily. The short fat man realized with horror that he had run into a real ruthless person. He quickly crawled to the corridor and fled in a panic, but he shouted unwillingly, you are finished, I will go get someone now. I'll let you stand 10 meters first, and you'll be able to run away? Wang Hao snapped his fingers, and a ray of lightning penetrated the wall and hit the short and fat man who was running away. The short and fat man looked down at the charred bloody hole on his chest, spitting blood, his eyes full of disbelief, and then rolled down the stairs. The big-nosed man rushed over when he heard the noise and saw his brother lying in a pool of blood. His eyes suddenly turned red. He pulled out a knife and rushed upstairs. "Go down and pay for my brother's life." The big-nosed man roared and stabbed Wang Hao with a knife. "Forget about paying with your life. I'll do you a favor and send you down to reunite with your family." Wang Hao easily clamped the blade and broke the knife with a little force. He then stabbed the tip of the knife into the big-nosed man's forehead. Blood immediately gushed out and his body fell down. At the moment of death, the big-nosed man was shocked to find that this man could break the steel knife with his bare hands, as easy as breaking tofu. He died with his eyes wide open, his heart filled with fear and awe of Wang Hao. Chapter 8. The female student's eyes were filled with fear and anxiety. The short and fat man and the big-nosed man were once tough guys who dared to face zombies, but in front of them, the gentle and weak students and teachers were as helpless as little lambs. However, the fact that Wang Hao, who seemed to be the same age as her, could kill them easily gave her a glimmer of hope. "Are you the hero sent by God to save me?" the female student asked, crying. "I'm just a passerby," Wang Hao replied calmly. "Instead of pinning your hopes on others, you should think about how to kill zombies. That is the key to your survival." The female student eagerly grabbed Wang Hao's hand and begged, "You are so capable. Can you take me with you? I can wash your clothes, rub your shoulders, and even warm your bed." Wang Hao mercilessly pushed her hand away and said coldly, "Women will only slow down my speed in drawing my sword. Don't follow me, or someone will die." The female student wanted to follow but was afraid of Wang Hao's ruthlessness and her eyes were full of helplessness. At this moment, Wang Hao walked to the corridor and happened to meet the golden-haired man leading two people upstairs. The man who had been with the big-nosed man said in surprise, "Brother, he is here, and Aqiang must be dead." Although the two golden-haired brothers were considered tough guys in school, they couldn't help but look at Wang Hao in front of them. The golden retriever tried to offer an olive branch. "Little brother, the world outside is full of zombies now. There is no benefit in us fighting to the death. Why don't we cooperate? I have connections, and you have fists. Let's carve out a territory together and live a good life." Wang Hao looked at him coldly and sneered mercilessly. "A clown also wants to get into the house?" The golden-haired man's expression instantly fell, and he said with forced calmness, "Don't be complacent. Zombies are just like that. Anyone can kill them if they have the courage. I am backed by the Dragon and Tiger Gang, the largest underground force in the area. Once they are stable, I will send people to occupy this school." Jin Mao originally thought that Wang Hao would be afraid, but he didn't expect that Wang Hao was not moved at all and just walked away indifferently. The golden retriever was furious. He kicked the wall and gritted his teeth. "Damn it, a little brat dares to look down on me. Wait until I get someone over here and see how I deal with him." However, just as Jin Mao finished speaking, Wang Hao's cold voice came from upstairs. "Be careful, there are ears on the other side of the wall." Jin Mao's face changed instantly. He didn't expect that Wang Hao could still hear his whispers even upstairs. Before Golden Hair could react, 3 lightning bolts suddenly penetrated the steps of the stairs and hit Golden Hair and his 2 companions accurately. They fell to the ground and died with their eyes open. Wang Hao walked quietly in the corridor and suddenly stopped at the door of a classroom. His breath penetrated the door panel and enveloped several students who acted as door gods, frightening them so much that their heartbeats accelerated. In the classroom, more than 20 people dared not breathe. They knew that there was an extremely dangerous person outside the door, and everyone was so nervous that they were trembling all over and sweating on their foreheads. Wang Hao suddenly raised his foot and stomped heavily on the ground. A bang sounded, scaring the door gods, so much that their backs tightened and the people in the classroom almost screamed. The dark and thin Zhang pointed outside the door and asked nervously with his mouth, "How can this zombie stomp the ground like a human? Maybe he fell?" Li Shua said in a low voice with sweat on his face, "He seems to be gone. Go lift the curtain and take a look." Zhang Wen urged, "Go quickly. I can't hold it any longer." Li Shua slowly lifted a corner of the curtain, but suddenly found a terrifying bloody face pressed against the window. Wang Hao stared at him with cold eyes and asked, "Have you eaten?" Li Shua and Zhang Wen both screamed and fell to the ground, and the classroom suddenly became chaotic. "Don't shout," Wang Hao said calmly. "I'm Wang Hao." When everyone heard this familiar name, their panic gradually subsided. They looked closely and saw that it was indeed Wang Hao. Although he was covered in blood, he was indeed their classmate. "I'm so scared, Wu," someone said crying. "Did he just crawl out of the blood? How scary." Some people questioned. Qinshua calmed down and cursed. Wang Hao, are you sick? You made such a big noise that you almost gave us a heart attack. Wang Hao said calmly. You used spiders and caterpillars to scare me before. Why can't you stand it now that it's my turn? Zhang Wen said unconvincedly. That's because you looked like you were pretending before, but I didn't expect you to be really expressionless. Now you look more like a monster. You got yourself covered in blood. Are you trying to scare the zombies to death? Wang Hao glanced at Qinshua and Zhang Wen's soaked pants and said teasingly, I don't know if you can scare the zombies to death, but I know you were about to kill the zombies. It's just that the door was not closed properly and it leaked. Chapter 9. Zhang Wen and Li Shua's faces turned red instantly, filled with shame and anger. In the tense atmosphere just now, Wang Hao suddenly scared them twice at close range, so it was reasonable for them to lose under such circumstances. But originally this matter was nothing, but Wang Hao pointed it out directly, instantly making them socially ruined in front of everyone. There were bursts of giggles coming from all around, especially from the girls, which made the two of them want to crawl into the cracks in the ground. Their faces turned from red to ashen, and their eyes almost wanted to eat Wang Hao alive. Haha, I'm so scared. Someone laughed. I feel so embarrassed for them. They are almost digging a 3-bedroom apartment out of the ground with their toes. Zhang Wen and Li Shua were furious, but there was nothing they could do at this moment. At this time, the chubby monitor opened the classroom door and anxiously called out, Come in quickly, the zombies will be here soon. Wang Hao responded calmly, There are no zombies outside. The squad leader looked at him in surprise. What did you say? How could there be no zombies outside? We saw a few in the corridor this morning, and there were still those thugs downstairs. You are lucky that you can walk here safely. Wang Hao said truthfully, I killed almost all the zombies in the building. Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all laughed. Obviously, they did not believe Wang Hao's words. They had all seen how strong the zombies were in combat, and ordinary people could not cope with them at all. What's more, a few days ago they saw with their own eyes a team of 7 big men armed with knives. When they encountered 2 zombies, 4 of them were bitten to death, and the remaining 3 fled in panic. And now, Wang Hao actually said that he killed all the zombies in the building by himself? This is really hard to believe. Zhang Wen seized the opportunity and laughed. Why didn't you say that you also killed the gang of thugs led by Golden Hair? Wang Hao calmly replied, Did you see it? Awesome. Li Shua gave a thumbs up and said sarcastically, You are really good at bragging. Your imagination is so unconstrained that I am convinced. The Golden Hair gang had knives in their hands. I saw them kill zombies with my own eyes. Wang Hao, you really think we are fools? The others also laughed and shook their heads, sneering at Wang Hao's words. The squad leader looked at Wang Hao in confusion. Weren't you quite serious before? What happened to you that made you talk nonsense? Wang Hao said nonchalantly, The body is downstairs. If you don't believe me, you can come with me to take a look. When Zhang Wen heard this, he wanted to make Wang Hao look bad in public, so he took the lead and shouted. With him leading the way, What are we afraid of? If anything happens, we will run away. Led by Zhang Wen and Li Shua, the others followed reluctantly. What do you think Wang Hao wants to do, bragging about something that was exposed so quickly? Li Shua muttered quietly, I was so embarrassed for him just now. He's just pretending. Zhang Wen sneered. He used to love pretending to be cool, but now he probably didn't expect us to dare to go with him. He's probably thinking about how to fool us right now. The two seemed to have seen Wang Hao's embarrassing appearance in public, and they were secretly proud of themselves. However, when they walked to the corridor, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Was this hole made by a gun? Someone asked, pointing at the hole on the steps. You've never eaten pork, but you've seen a pig run, haven't you? How can a hole made by a gun be so round? It looks more like it was stabbed by a sharp weapon. The two of them were startled and felt a murderous aura in the corridor. Although they felt uneasy, they had to bite the bullet and continue walking down for the sake of face. That, Li Shua suddenly pointed forward, his voice trembling, That's the golden retriever. The body of the golden retriever was lying at the entrance of the corridor, his golden hair standing out in the pool of blood. Zhang Wen and Li Shua were stunned, staring at Wang Hao's back in shock, their minds blank. Wang Hao was not bragging. He really killed the gang of Jin Mao. The squad leader and the others were also stunned, with an expression of disbelief in their eyes. There was actually such a martial arts master hidden among them, and they had actually laughed at him for bragging before. I don't see him exercising normally, so how can he be so good? Even the Golden Hair gang of thugs are no match for him. Someone sighed. You don't understand. Masters always hide their abilities. He is so powerful. Why does he still need to go to school? The way everyone looked at Wang Hao suddenly changed, filled with admiration and amazement. However, Zhang Wen suddenly looked up at the hole on the steps and pointed with his hand, and found that the hole was facing the bodies of Jin Mao and others. Zhang Wen snorted coldly and said, "This hole was obviously made by a monster, which means that the monster was standing upstairs and killed the golden retriever. Wang Hao, your trick of grafting flowers and trees is really interesting." Li Shua also reacted immediately and shouted, "Wang Hao, are you kidding us? Or do you want to be our boss and order us around to serve you?" "Yeah, how could a person make a hole like that?" someone agreed. For a moment, everyone became suspicious and felt that they had been fooled by Wang Hao. They were filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Wang Hao didn't care about it at all and walked straight downstairs. But in the eyes of Zhang Wen and others, his behavior seemed more like a guilty escape. "Look, his true colors are revealed," Zhang Wen said proudly. Zhang Wen is really smart. He saw through his tricks at a glance. Li Shua praised, "I have long felt that Wang Hao is bragging, but I have to say that he can really make irrelevant things sound like the truth." The squad leader shook his head, and his impression of Wang Hao completely changed. Although Wang Hao was not sociable before, he was at least normal. But now, he has become even more unbearable in their eyes. Chapter 10. Let's go back quickly. Maybe that powerful monster is nearby, Zhang Wen suggested. Just as they turned around and prepared to leave, Wang Hao, who had already left, suddenly came back. Zhang Wen said unkindly, "What are you doing back here? What tricks have you come up with to deceive us?" Wang Hao ignored Zhang Wen and stood at the entrance of the corridor, looking down at the downstairs. He said calmly, "The blood of Jin Mao and others has flowed downstairs. They should be attracted by the smell of blood." They? When Zhang Wen was wondering, a burst of hurried footsteps mixed with crazy roars came from far away and echoed throughout the teaching building. The next moment, a large group of dirty and hideous zombies rushed into the teaching building from all directions and quickly filled the corridor. The moving heads and dense zombies made people shudder. Zhang Wen, Li Shua, and the others had never seen such a shocking scene before. Everything before them seemed like something from a nightmare, filling them with fear. Their feet felt as if they were filled with lead, unable to move, and the expressions of fear on their faces had solidified. Just as they were in despair, Wang Hao did not panic at all. He calmly raised his hand, and a dazzling electric light burst out from his fingertips, instantly dispelling the darkness in the corridor. The electric light quickly condensed into a small lightning snake, and he flicked his finger, and the lightning snake flew out. Puff! Puff! The razor pierced through the air, accompanied by a deafening explosion, and accurately pierced the heads of zombies one after another. With just one strike, 21 zombies fell down, and the whole scene was extremely shocking. Zhang Wen's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. He finally understood that what Wang Hao said was not bragging. Jin Mao and the others were indeed killed at the entrance of the corridor, and the monster who killed them was not someone else, but Wang Hao. The lightning he used was enough to penetrate the heads of multiple zombies, which was extremely terrifying. Roar! 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 The zombies continued to charge forward fearlessly, trampling the corpses of their companions and rushing towards Wang Hao madly. However, what greeted them were lightning bolts that were so fast that they were difficult to detect. Every time they struck, zombies fell. Wang Hao blocked the corridor with his own strength, and the zombies could not break through his defense line at all. For ordinary people, narrow stairways and corridors are the worst fighting venues, which limit their space for movement and force them to engage in close combat with zombies. But Wang Hao turned this narrow space into his advantage. He took advantage of the densely packed positions of the zombies and fully utilized the power of thunder and lightning, killing all the zombies one by one. Evolution point +1. Evolution point +1. Total evolution points, 531. Wang Hao stood where he was, without moving a single step, and dealt with all the zombies. Looking at the corpses all over the ground and the flowing blood, everyone didn't know what words to use to describe the shock in their hearts. In this zombie world, ordinary people would be terrified even by the sound of zombies. But Wang Hao could actually kill hundreds of zombies in this narrow corridor by himself. It was simply absurd and outrageous. Witnessing all this, they finally realized that every word Wang Hao said from the time he entered the classroom until now was true. Is he really Wang Hao? Hiss, I pinched my flesh and it hurts. It turns out that all this is real. I am not dreaming. Wang Hao is incredible. We even dared to question him. Fortunately, he didn't care. Otherwise, we would be in trouble. He can actually control thunder and lightning, which is not something ordinary people can do. Everyone looked at Wang Hao with complicated expressions, their hearts full of awe and regret. They thought Wang Hao was just bragging, but they didn't expect that he was really an extremely powerful being. Zhang Wan and Li Shuo secretly hid in the crowd, fearing that Wang Hao would settle the score with them. The two knew how ridiculous and ignorant their previous remarks were, but Wang Hao didn't care about their doubts and ridicule. For him, it didn't matter what these people thought. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "He's gone." Everyone came to their senses and found that Wang Hao had gone far away. At this time, everyone's heart was filled with annoyance and regret. If they had known that Wang Hao was so powerful, they would definitely follow him closely and seek shelter. It's all Zhang Wan and Li Shua's fault. If they hadn't talked nonsense, we wouldn't have misunderstood Wang Hao. Yes, two self-righteous guys. Zhang Wan and Li Shuo were also full of regret at this moment. They could have used this opportunity to establish friendship with Wang Hao, but now they missed the chance. At the same time, several wounded zombies were wandering aimlessly in the school's canteen, which was filled with food and drinks, resources that were as valuable as gold at the moment. However, many people in the nearby buildings surrounding the store were secretly coveting the gold, but no one dared to act rashly. In the path between the buildings, a hairy man was observing the surroundings, while his companion seemed hesitant and didn't dare to take the risk. "What's wrong with you? We agreed to fight it out up there. If we succeed, we'll have enough food and drink. If we fail, the worst that can happen is death. It's better to be bitten to death by zombies than to starve to death," the hairy man urged. "Now that we've finally come down, why are you backing down here?" He looked back at his cowering companion and said angrily, "If you hesitate, you will lose everything. Give me your answer whether you will rush to the canteen or not." Chapter 11. Aren't you scared as hell? The companion saw the hairy man shovel shaking and felt even more frightened. "Yes, that's what I said. If I succeed, I won't have to worry about food and drink, but if I fail, I'll be ripped open by zombies, and I'm really scared." "Nonsense. Of course I'm afraid too. Those zombies are more powerful than each other. I may not win even in a one-on-one fight, let alone facing a group of zombies now." The hairy man lowered his voice and said, "But we have no food now. There is only half a bottle of water left. You make your choice, starve to death or fight. How about we go back and think about it later?" The companion suggested in horror, "I'm really scared." Hairy Man seemed to have planned to retreat a long time ago, and he walked back quickly. However, just as they turned around, the roar of zombies suddenly came from outside the path. The two men subconsciously turned around and were horrified to find that a man covered in blood was slowly walking towards the store, attracting the attention of several zombies. Is this guy crazy? He actually walked towards the store like he was taking a stroll and didn't take the zombies seriously? He must be fed up with the world and has nothing left to live for, so he's here to die. The hairy man said in distress when he saw several zombies rushing towards Wang Hao. "That's good. I was hesitant to begin with, and now that I see him being torn to pieces by zombies, who would dare to go to the store?" However, what the two did not expect was that Wang Hao was not afraid of the zombies at all. He raised his fist and hit the head of the zombie in front of him. Bang! The zombie's head burst instantly, blood splattered everywhere, and the whole body flew out and never moved after landing. Kill a zombie with one punch? The hairy man widened his eyes, completely stunned. Wang Hao attacked from both sides and quickly eliminated the zombies lingering near the store. He never stopped, and when all the zombies were cleared away, he just happened to walk into the store. The hairy man and his companion looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. The human skull is one of the hardest bones in the body. Under normal circumstances, even if you jump from a tall building and land on your head, the skull will not necessarily be shattered. However, Wang Hao was able to smash the zombie's head with one punch. How much strength does this require? How could our school have the honor to educate such a great man? The hairy man suddenly knelt down and said with gratitude, "I will worship you when I get back." "Thank you." The companion looked puzzled. "Are you sick?" "You idiot. There are so many things in the store. How can he move them? There must be something left for us in the end." The hairy man said excitedly, "He has killed all the zombies. What are we afraid of? Hurry and get them." His companion immediately knelt down in Wang Hao's direction and said, "Thank you." The hairy man suggested cautiously, "Let's not disturb Big Brother yet. Let's wait until he leaves before we take action. Big Brother is too fierce. He can kill a zombie with one punch, and we have been struggling here for a long time and dare not even take a step out. There's no comparison." The companion nodded in agreement. In fact, Wang Hao did not intend to empty the store. He was just replenishing some necessary supplies. After all, There were convenience stores and supermarkets everywhere, and he could replenish what he needed at any time. Why bother carrying large and small bags, which was not only ugly but also affected his movements? Wang Hao found a plastic bucket, took out several boxes of mineral water from the warehouse, untied the bottles one by one, and poured them into the bucket. He hadn't taken a shower in the past few days because he was afraid that the tap water was not clean. Although he was not afraid of infection, who knew if the tap water was contaminated by zombie blood? He didn't want to take the risk, so he decided to take a shower with mineral water. Hua, hua, hua. The survivors in the buildings near the store saw Wang Hao taking a bath with mineral water, and they were so heartbroken that they could hardly breathe. What's this brother's family background? Water resources are more precious than gold now, but he actually uses several boxes of mineral water to take a bath. I only have 2 sips of mineral water left, and seeing him use it like this, I fell into deep thought. Even when relatives come, I can't bear to use water to wash. He is really extravagant. The survivors expressed their feelings. After all, the survivors at this stage had to be very careful with their drinking it in small sips, and some even spit it back into the bottle after drinking it, and drank it repeatedly. But Wang Hao was extravagant and took a bath with mineral water, which made them extremely envious. I'm finally back to normal. Wang Hao looked at his clean self in the mirror, let out a light breath, shook his dripping hair, picked up his backpack, and left the store. Hurry, hurry. The hairy man and his companions, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately rushed into the store and frantically took away food and water. They were not the only smart people there. The survivors in the nearby buildings went downstairs and rushed into the store with sacks in their hands. It's been a long time since I last tasted meat. Thank you, big guy just now. If you rely on these foods to wait for rescue, I will supply you with them every day. Water. I want water. The number of people in the canteen suddenly increased from 2 to dozens. Everyone was so excited that they ate and drank while frantically sweeping the shelves and warehouses and put everything into bags. The hairy man filled a backpack and was silent for a few seconds. He decided to quit while he was ahead and dragged his companion, saying, "Let's go." "Shouldn't we dress up a little before we leave?" asked the companion doubtfully. "You can hold so much, but do you have the energy to finish it?" The hairy man said unhappily. "What do you think will happen to those who come late after all these things are snatched away?" Oh. The companion suddenly realized what had happened and hurriedly hugged the backpack tightly, following the hairy man away from the store. Sure enough, when people are pushed into a corner, they will do anything. Those who came late saw that there was not even a piece of candy left on the shelves and in the warehouse. In anger, they all stared at those who returned with full loads. "You have so much food in your hands. Don't be so selfish. Share some with me. I worked hard to get all these. Who can you blame for running slowly? I haven't had a drop of water for 2 days. Let me ask you one last question. Will you share it? It's none of my business if you die. It doesn't matter, right? Well, then no one will survive." The person who came later had red eyes and attacked the person who came earlier like a madman. In an instant, the food and water left by Wang Hao became the fuse. The 2 sides immediately wrestled with each other, and the situation completely got out of control. Chapter 12. I heard you were short of water? Wang Hao didn't know that he was photographed while taking a shower and uploaded to a Douyin video with a caption that attracted hatred. I heard you are short of water. This video stood out among the many videos competing to see who was more miserable, and its number of views skyrocketed from 0 to over 100 million. But what's strange is that there are very few likes. The number of comments reached 321,000. I could never like a video that shows off like this. I'm throwing up. I divided a bottle of water into 64 portions. I wouldn't drink a single sip unless my mouth was split open with thirst. The guy in the video actually used several boxes of water to take a shower. See him in. I saw the water rushing on the ground. I felt sick. If a little bit of water evaporates accidentally, I will feel sad for a long time. But he is so good that he can create as much as he wants. This silent Versailles is too deadly. I come to Douyin to seek warmth, not to be stimulated. I want to drink his bath water. Everyone is living such a miserable life, except Wang Hao, who is living so carefreely. Naturally, everyone cannot tolerate him, so they express their dissatisfaction by not liking the posts. According to the previous joke, people like Wang Hao will be beaten to death if they go out. However, there are also rational people who discovered the detail of why Wang Hao dared to take a shower in front of the convenience store. The store had an iron door that could be pulled down easily. He didn't close the door. The sound of water falling on his body was very obvious in a quiet environment. But from the beginning to the end of the video, No zombies appeared, not even a single cry. Yeah, even if he's just pretending to be cool, he certainly wouldn't joke about his own life. I can't think of any other possibility except that there are no zombies nearby. Do you feel that he is similar to the mutant from last time? Hiss. The number of likes for the comment, Wang Hao is a person with superpowers, increased rapidly, and the survivors who were slow to realize it gasped in front of the screen. That's right. Except Wang Hao. Who else has such cool and effortless abilities? The more they looked at the environment they were in, the more they envied Wang Hao's luck and wondered why it was not me who got the superpowers. If I had superpowers, that would be great. It's late at night. There was silence outside for a while, but it was broken by the roar of corpses. Wang Hao sat on the sofa in the teacher's dormitory, biting a crispy shark in his mouth, his fingers constantly switching back and forth between WeChat, Penguin, SMS, and other communication tools on his mobile phone. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart and muttered, "Mom hasn't sent me a message in such a long time. Nothing will happen to her, right?" Although he thought that his mother might have had an accident, otherwise she would not have gone so long without reporting safety, his emotions did not fluctuate at all. This is the torment of this strange disease. Even if his relatives died in front of him, he would not feel the slightest pain. He waited for a while, but couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep. Buzz. The cell phone in Wang Hao's hand suddenly vibrated, causing him to open his eyes suddenly. He blinked immediately because of the blinding sunlight coming from outside. Turn out to be. It's already daybreak outside. He stood up and unlocked his phone, and found that the vibration came from a text message from a virtual number. He immediately thought of his lost mother. "Xiao Hao, I am your mother. If you can receive the message, please reply with the third code." Wang Hao quickly replied, 33,103. As I said before, his mother is engaged in confidential work. How confidential is it? Wang Hao, the biological son, has never known what his mother does for a living since he was a child, not even the slightest relevant information. The so-called secret code consists of 10 groups of numbers, and once they are used, they will be replaced with 10 new groups. The main purpose is to prevent someone from impersonating Wang Hao. As for intercepting text messages, even more impossible. Because his mother had installed some protective measures on his phone, Wang Hao didn't dare to visit pornographic websites, for fear that his mother would watch them with him from a distance. "Great, you're still alive." My mother replied immediately, "Xiao Hao, what I am about to tell you concerns my life. Remember this and delete all the information immediately. During the process, do not mention this to anyone, including the person you think is the most trustworthy. You have a sister named Wang Tianqi, who is studying at Maple Leaf University in Maple City. Go find her and bring her to the Biological Research Institute at number 231, Xinyan Street, Qingqing. Within 3 days, you must go to the Xindi apartment. There will be a helicopter parked on the rooftop, which will take you to the vicinity of Maple City. Remember, the person in charge of the helicopter is Zhao Yi. If you are asked for your code name, just say Shuguang. If Wang Tianqi dies, you can go to our hometown. I have prepared supplies there that will allow you to live safely for at least 10 years. It seems, Mom was at her wit's end. Otherwise, she would not ask Wang Hao, who is still a student, to do such dangerous things. When did my mother give me a sister? She can't be an illegitimate daughter, right? Wang Hao didn't need to think. He would go find Wang Tianqi. This matter concerns my mother's life and death. Wang Hao is his mother's only relative, and he once said that he wants to replace his father and become his mother's support, so he has no reason to refuse. Wang Hao cleared all the messages, ate breakfast, picked up his backpack, and left the school. The situation outside the school gate is much more complicated than inside. There are few buildings on campus, and there are basically no blind spots, so it is easy to tell whether there are zombies or not. But outside, there are many buildings and cars, and there are countless zombies. Occasionally, there would be a zombie tide of several thousand or tens of thousands. That's terrible. If you are unlucky, you might be hit to death by a zombie falling from a building while walking, so it is no exaggeration to say that there are dangers everywhere outside. The survivors didn't even dare to step out of their own homes. Wang Hao wore a Bluetooth headset and listened to the sweet girl's navigation voice as he walked along the path, shuttling between residential buildings. Go straight ahead 50 meters. Wang Hao followed the route on the map and walked into the smelly and dirty alley, but the next moment he was blocked by a high, brittle wall covered with moss. Change someone else. At this moment, there must be 1,000 horses galloping through my mind. I see an M. This broken navigation has led me into a trap. Hey, go. A young man with a stubble suddenly poked his head out of the second-floor window and shouted in a low voice. A group of zombies are coming over diagonally from the opposite side. At the same time, he was also convinced. Is Wang Hao a fool or a goose? How dare he run around at this time? This is a live broadcast of an outdoor show. Is he looking for death? If he hadn't been so heartless, Wang Hao would have been blocked in the alley by the horde of zombies. It would have been a blessing from his ancestors if he had an intact body left. Son, stop meddling in other people's business. Another woman's voice came from the room on the second floor. If we attract zombies, we'll be finished. It's okay. I've observed that even if the zombies hear the noise, they won't come over here. The young man sighed. I've seen several people blocked by zombies in this dead end these past few days. I really can't bear to see him get eaten by zombies too. Well, the woman said helplessly, you are just too kind. They didn't stay at home and wait for rescue, but came out to die. Who can you blame? Chapter 13. You're too slow. Why don't you leave quickly? Seeing that Wang Hao didn't move an inch, the young man said speechlessly, the zombies haven't even arrived yet, and you're already scared silly. With your mental state, how dare you wander around alone? This navigation should have read my physical fitness and knew that this wall can't stop me. Wang Hao was too lazy to take a detour, otherwise it would take dozens of more minutes, so he could not help but run a little, step on the wall next to him, and jump over the several-meter-high wall in one go. The young man was stunned. Varied. What the hell? Is Wang Hao a martial arts master who has practiced climbing walls and flying over rooftops? How can he climb over a wall several meters high? And he didn't even take a breath after doing it. The young man wiped his eyes, but Wang Hao had already disappeared from his sight. He couldn't help but exclaimed, am I hallucinating? It must be. People may disappear after climbing over the wall. Even Lu Xiang can't do it that fast. He turned to look at the woman and said, Mom, I'm hallucinating. Don't talk nonsense. You're not sick. How can you be hallucinating? The woman said angrily, it's too late to bother your mother. Can you please stop making trouble for her? I didn't make a scene. The young man vividly described the incident of Wang Hao jumping over the high wall. You're hallucinating, the woman said firmly. Even high jumpers can't jump over that wall, so it's impossible for the person you described to jump over it so easily. I feel like you've been staying at home for too long and you've become ill. I'll go make you some basil water. The young man broke out in a cold sweat and muttered, this illusion is too real. New land apartments. Wang Hao split open the electronic door and walked up to the 7th floor rooftop, but there was nothing in sight. There was no helicopter as his mother had mentioned. Am I here too early? Wang Hao found a place to sit down. Although Xindi apartment is only 7 kilometers away from the school, in the crisis-ridden end times, there is a high probability of a car crashing even within 70 meters, let alone 7 kilometers. Only. Wang Hao killed corpses wherever he went, and his route was almost a straight line, so it only took him 3 hours to reach his destination. You know, his mother gave him 3 days. Wang Hao thought he only had to wait for a few hours, but he ended up waiting for 3 days.
Whoa.
Wang Hao was eating pickled cabbage noodles today when an armed helicopter, abbreviated as WZ-1, came flying in from the 6 o'clock direction with a whistling sound. A master of time management. We said 3 days, and we will not be early or late. Wang Hao stood up and walked to the entrance of the rooftop to avoid being deformed by the wind blowing when the helicopter landed. The helicopter quickly landed on the rooftop. Immediately, the hatch was pulled open. A team of fully armed warriors holding assault rifles quickly jumped down, but just as they were about to set up a temporary line, they suddenly saw someone eating instant noodles on the rooftop. Team Captain. One person reported through a wireless headset, we found a survivor on the rooftop. I wonder if he is the target of this mission? It shouldn't be. The target is a student. He can't possibly arrive before us. Zhao Yi, with a rough face, thought for a while, jumped off the helicopter and said, forget it. You guys continue to be on guard. I'll ask about the situation. As he said that, he walked closer to Wang Hao. What's your name? Wang Hao asked the first question. Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi was stunned. He and his teammates were dressed in intimidating outfits. Although Wang Hao looked young, he did not show any sign of nervousness at all. Instead, he seemed unusually calm. Codename, Dawn. Wang Hao slurped his noodles, soup splashing in Zhao Yi's eyes, and then said, you are too late. I arrived on the first day. Are you Wang Hao? Zhao Yi was stunned again. The data shows. The target of this mission was a student, and he was located in a school a few kilometers away from the destination. Even if he had a smooth journey, it would take at least 2 days to reach the apartment, but there were zombies everywhere outside. So how could he have a smooth journey? Even if the helicopter arrived at a delayed time, it would definitely arrive earlier than Wang Hao. However, he actually arrived on the first day. Zhao Yi originally wanted to wait for Wang Hao for a while, but he didn't expect that in the end he would be the one waiting for Zhao Yi. Right. Wang Hao nodded. Are you just nearby? Zhao Yi asked in surprise. You came too quickly. It only took me 3 hours to get here from school. Wang Hao finished his noodle soup, threw the empty noodle bucket aside, wiped his mouth and said, if I knew you were coming at a late hour, I would have stayed in school until the third day before leaving. 3 hours? Are you just bragging? Even Zhao Yi, a special forces soldier, could not guarantee that he could get to the apartment from the school several kilometers away in 3 hours. What's more, he is a student. Zhao Yi was worried. 3 hours was undoubtedly an exaggeration by Wang Hao, but since he was able to reach the rooftop so quickly, he probably didn't encounter any danger on the way. I have to say, I'm really lucky. Team leader. The soldier who was about to enter the corridor to stand guard suddenly took a breath and said hurriedly, come and take a look. Zhao Yi hurried over and was immediately frowned by the strong smell of blood. Then he was shocked to see that the corridor was full of corpses. The pure white wall was sprayed with blood and turned black. The atmosphere was terrifying. Why are there so many zombies dead here? Zhao Yi asked in surprise. Oh. Wang Hao thought he was asking him, so he answered casually, I killed a total of 324 zombies. This is simply because he didn't dare to deliberately cause an outbreak of zombies in the past 2 days. If it's like in school, the number will have to be multiplied several times. Zhao Yi was a veteran after all, but he was still frightened by Wang Hao's words. The zombie corpses were piled in the corridor, which meant that Wang Hao was standing at the door to the rooftop, blocking the zombies and killing them. 324 zombies. It was not surprising that a small team of theirs could produce such a scene, but Wang Hao had no weapons in his hands, yet he managed to kill so many zombies with his bare hands. This combat power is too horrifying. Is he really a student? Did his superiors lie about even basic information to keep it secret? Zhao Yi was shocked and said, what kind of terrifying existence is the target I am escorting? Aren't you leaving yet? Wang Hao said calmly. Zhao Yi suddenly felt that he should be in control of the overall situation. Why was it that since he met Wang Hao, it was Wang Hao who was always catching up with the progress? This invisible control is amazing. In just a few minutes, Wang Hao undoubtedly refreshed Zhao Ye's understanding of talent. The mission target has been received. Get ready to depart. Zhao Yi led the team to escort Wang Hao onto the helicopter, and the pilot took off quickly. We don't want to get stuck, mainly because the helicopter makes a lot of noise. If we arrive early, we'll be besieged by zombies. Zhao Yi looked at the large number of zombies that came downstairs after hearing the noise and explained, crossing the city is a huge risk. We once encountered a group of thousands of zombies and were almost pulled down from the sky by them using a corpse ladder. Understand. Wang Hao nodded. Chapter 14, The Killing Begins. The helicopter is like a walking tempting bloodbag. Wherever it passes, it will inevitably attract a large number of zombies. Stay for a while. Maybe I won't be able to leave. The country will not easily dispatch helicopters unless it is necessary. It can be seen that Wang Hao's mother is working for the country, and her status is not low. As for why the helicopter doesn't fly directly to the school, they should have assessed in advance that if the helicopter landed above the apartment, it would not attract a threatening number of zombies in a short period of time. Bang! As the helicopter continued to rise in altitude, a strong zombie suddenly broke through the window and rushed over violently from the 17th floor of the building. The pilot was experienced and calmly swung the fuselage, causing the zombies to miss their target and fall straight down, leaving cracks all over the ground. Roar! Roar! The zombies seemed to have been eyeing the helicopter for a long time. They kept breaking through the high-rise glass of the buildings around the helicopter and rushing over one after another. From Wang Hao's perspective, the scene of the zombies rushing towards you is extremely shocking. Change to ordinary people. My heart might just jump out of my body right now. A helicopter is like a ship in a storm, constantly impacted by wind, rain, and seawater, and may capsize at any time. We must have entered the circle of zombies. The cabin will be very bumpy and tilted sharply. You'd better hold on to the handrails to avoid getting hurt. The pilot finished. Zhao Yi and others grabbed the handrails beside them. Whoosh! Whoosh! The pilot frequently shook the joystick, and the helicopter moved left and right in the air, or tilted the fuselage, thus avoiding the attack of hundreds of zombies. However, the gift brought by the zombies is far from simple. One by one, the zombies rushed out from the rooftop of the high-rise building and attacked the helicopter from high altitude, but they were crushed as soon as they touched the helicopter's high-speed rotating rotor. Residue and blood mist flew into the air. If we let these fearless lunatics continue to fall onto the rotor, it will surely break and we will be finished. The pilot looked grim. Despite his superb skills, he could not stop the zombies from jumping down from the roof in hordes, like a huge net dropping from the sky. Where can a helicopter located in the center of the range fly? There's nothing I can do. The pilot gave up on increasing altitude and chose to fly low, weaving through the buildings. Roar! Roar! The corpse ladder that Zhao Yi mentioned appeared at this time. Hundreds of zombies rushed out of the high-rise building and trampled on each other in the air, which in turn extended the flying distance. The zombies that rushed out of the building later stepped on their companions, and after reaching the front, they pounced and grabbed the pole outside the helicopter with their waving claws. All the zombies instantly formed a corpse ladder. The late zombies reaped the benefits and kept climbing up the ladder, indirectly causing the weight that the helicopter had to bear to become heavier and heavier. At the same time, a group of zombies jumped down from the rooftop and frantically pushed the limit of the helicopter's rotor. Under the double pressure of the zombies above and the corpse ladder, the helicopter seemed to be caught by a rope and could not fly no matter what.
Roar, roar, roar.
The cabin was shaking violently, and the roars of the corpses outside were loud enough to penetrate the soundproofing material of the attack helicopter, shocking everyone and making them nervous. Thought, the Wuji helicopter won't be pulled down by the zombies, right? Why do I feel like I'm on the wrong helicopter? This one seems to be heading to the underworld. Wang Hao said calmly, is it too late for me to get off now? He is really unlucky. Not long after Wuji flew out, he was besieged by zombies. If the helicopter crashed, even if Wang Hao is a first-level psychic, he would not be able to withstand the direct impact of the explosion, and that would be a very miserable death. The pilot is an experienced one. Don't worry, he will get us out of this predicament. Just as Zhao Yi finished speaking, the pilot's voice came from the cabin. The helicopter is stuck in the building complex. It's too confined. We can't use our weapons. Open the hatch quickly and find a way to destroy the corpse ladder. Mouse you go. Zhao Yi shouted.
Yes.
The soldier, codenamed Mouse, unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the hatch with a rocket launcher, and fired a rocket at the terrifying ladder of corpses that was 5 people thick. Boom! The rocket blew up the ladder of corpses. Large pieces of burnt zombie debris flew down, trailing black smoke. The helicopter was also blown away by the shock wave of the rocket explosion. Then the pilot stabilized the fuselage and quickly took off along the outer wall of the building. But when the helicopter rose to a height parallel to the 15-story building, everyone saw a scene that they would never forget. The rooftop was filled with ferocious zombies. Does this sound like when you play League of Legends and run into 3 idiots in the bush? At that moment, you are undoubtedly angry and desperate. Roar!
Roar, roar, roar.
The zombies all pounced in suicide moves, hugged the attack helicopter, and banged the fuselage with their heads frantically, or bit it with their sharp teeth, sparks flying from it. The armed helicopter was descending at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 3 minutes, the armed helicopter will be pulled to the rooftop by the zombie swarm, and then everyone in the cabin will have to face a constant stream of mad dog-like attacks from the zombies. The helicopter couldn't hold up. The pilot said in a deep voice, "Use your parachutes and run. Quick. I will detonate the helicopter next to help you attract the zombies. Hold me for a while." Everyone understood that this was a matter of life and death, so they unbuckled their seatbelts and picked up the parachutes prepared in the cabin. Zhao Yi came in front of Wang Hao and said in a serious tone, "Let's land together. There are zombies everywhere down there. Are you sure we can break through the siege after we land?" Wang Hao looked downstairs and saw so many zombies that they formed a black mass, like a surging darkness that was about to swallow up the building. He couldn't help but express his doubts. After the helicopter exploded, the force could push us quite far, but I don't know if it could push us out of the danger zone. Zhao Yi said helplessly, but at least it's better than staying in the cabin and waiting to die. The zombies on the rooftop attacked the Wuji without fear of life and death. The constantly stacked weight and the newly formed ladder of corpses made it difficult for the Wuji to move forward. In addition, the increasing number of zombies on the rooftop cannot be solved by a few machine guns. The rooftop and the armed helicopter were only a dozen meters apart. If a rocket launcher was used again, the residual power would be able to break the armed helicopter's precarious rotor. How is this different from suicide? You can say that. Wuji can no longer be saved. If everyone wants to survive, they must give up the helicopter. Although there are countless zombies downstairs, at least they can still fight for a chance of survival. It is not like continuing to guard the helicopter and waiting to die. The zombies on the rooftop are no more threatening to you than the zombies downstairs, but for me, the rooftop is not necessarily a dead end. Wang Hao stood up and said, "You have no choice, but I still have a choice. You want to go down?" Zhao Yi was stunned for a moment, then cursed, "Are you crazy?" Chapter 15, Level 2. New supernatural effects. What does it mean that zombies are crowding the rooftop? Even if we don't count the zombies that rushed up from downstairs, there are at least 500 zombies on the rooftop and in the corridor. It is difficult but feasible to have 500 zombies fighting in a rotation. However, the key is that 500 zombies are attacking at the same time, and the space on the rooftop is narrow. Even if you hold a Gatling gun, you can't defend against the zombies coming at you from all directions, right? Yes. Wang Hao killed a lot of zombies in the corridor of the apartment building. His ability might be better than Zhao Ye's, but could that time be compared with this time? According to the game, the two places are totally not on the same level. It can be directly understood that one is elite difficulty, and the other is hell difficulty where there is no chance of survival. Zhao Yi thought what Wang Hao said, brainless and conceited. "I'm not discussing this with you." Wang Hao walked to the door, and the moment he opened the cabin door, several zombies clinging to the fuselage rushed over with the strong wind in the air. "I'm just telling you." Wang Hao glanced at Zhao Yi sideways, then raised his hand. The violent power of thunder and lightning instantly wrapped around his fingers, and dazzling lightning flashed through the eyes of everyone present. Everyone was stunned. What's this? Is Wang Hao performing magic? Why did his aura become so terrifying at this moment that even the deterrent aura, formed by a large number of zombies, had to retreat? Wang Hao put his 5 fingers together and cut off the zombies that were rushing towards him. Then he jumped down in the splattering blood and raised his hand to chop down the ladder of corpses that was several people thick without any hindrance. Puff, 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 puff. The body was broken into 2 halves. A large amount of dirty blood sprayed rapidly into the air, and heavy rain began to fall. Evolution point +1. Evolution point +1. Total evolution points, 903. Cool. Wang Hao took away dozens of zombies with this attack. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Zhao Yi and others took a deep breath. Is this true? Are we dreaming? That was a ladder made up of dozens of zombies. Even with a laser with extremely strong cutting power, it was impossible to cut the ladder vertically without any hindrance. But Wang Hao did it. He smoothly cut the corpse ladder with his bare hands. Team leader. Zhan Tu was shocked and asked, "Are we escorting people or monsters?" "He is a human, but he does things that only monsters can do." Zhao Yi exclaimed, "He is so strong. Who is escorting whom?" "The pressure on Wuji is gone." Wang Hao cut off the corpse and attracted the attention of the zombies on the rooftop, which reduced the pressure on the helicopter and allowed it to rise to a safe height smoothly. The pilot looked at Wang Hao, who had landed on the rooftop, and asked, "Do we need fire support?" "Bullets and shells hitting the upper floors won't help Wang Hao. They will harm him." Zhao Ye's mind raced, and he said, "Let's wait and see what happens. If he can withstand the pressure of the zombie swarm, we'll go to a farther place to create some noise and lure away the zombies downstairs. Wuji cannot go to pick up Wang Hao, otherwise he will be caught by the zombies." All they could do was help Wang Hao escape danger. However, Zhao Yi still had doubts in his heart. Can Wang Hao really withstand the siege of hundreds of zombies? Clear. The pilot responded. At this time, Wang Hao looked as small as an ant in front of the crowded corpses, but his expression did not change at all, and he gathered electric light with his fingers. Bring it on. The killing has begun. The zombies opened their bloody mouths and rushed over together. It's no exaggeration to say, this horrific scene would scare most people to death. Call out. Wang Hao bent his fingers and flicked the thunder. A small lightning snake pierced through one zombie after another. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 zombies fell in a pool of blood, with dirty blood flowing out. He kept firing bombs. The zombies fell down in groups like wheat. Occasionally, a few of them escaped Wang Hao's bomb attack, but were split in half by his thunder sword. Zhao Yi and others were dumbfounded. Wang Hao used his strength to tell them, "You think too much." In a limited space, no matter how the enemy surrounded him, he could rely on the coordination of bombs and thunder swords to remain invincible. This 3-acre piece of land on the rooftop. He is the king. Is he a secret weapon of the state? This is beyond the scope of normal people. This is the first time I've seen someone kill zombies indiscriminately. No wonder he was so calm from the moment he saw us to the moment he almost crashed the plane. It turns out he's really that powerful. Everyone was shocked beyond words. Wang Hao once again refreshed their understanding of how great human potential is. So strong. If there were more people like Wang Hao who could easily fight against 100 people alone, the crisis sweeping the world would be over. Wang Hao, Zhao Yi shouted loudly, let's go to another place to create a noise and lure away the zombies. We will meet up at China Resources Vanguard in 2 hours. No need. Just go ahead. Wang Hao replied, I will go to Fengcheng by myself. He originally thought that he could reach his destination safely by taking an armed helicopter, but the plane almost crashed and everyone on board died just as he left the plane. He doesn't want to go through a similar crisis a second time. Think twice. It's safest to go by yourself. Zhao Yi was also embarrassed. They agreed to escort Wang Hao, but in the end it was Wang Hao who protected them. Don't we have to help you lead away the zombies? Need not. Wang Hao's words made Zhao Yi a little confused. The size of the place and the number of zombies downstairs are several times that of the rooftop, and the zombies may also fall from high altitudes, so the threat level is not on the same level. Wang Hao couldn't even deal with the zombies on the rooftop, so he actually wanted to face the zombies downstairs. Is this confidence or are you high? There's no hurry to leave. Zhao Yi shouted. I want to see how Wang Hao will handle this certain death situation. Before, Wang Haorua must have thought the same as Zhao Yi, that it was impossible for him to defeat the group of zombies downstairs, so he asked them to help lead the zombies away. But just now, he collected 1,000 evolution points and was promoted from level 1 to level 2. SSS-Level ability. Lightning. Level. Second level. Effects. Thunderblade enhanced. Thunder Bomb enhanced. Thunder Tower. Description. Thunder and lightning are violent and overbearing, good at penetrating any defense, occupying an absolutely dominant position among the same level, and even posing a considerable threat to the existence of a higher level. Note: 5,000 evolution points are required to advance to the 3rd level of supernatural power. Congratulations to the host for killing 1,000 monsters, unlocking the achievement, 1,000 kills, and receiving the reward. Eye Power Enhancement. Roar. Roar. It happened in the blink of an eye. The zombies that rushed out of the corridor trampled on the corpses of the zombies killed by Wang Hao, waving their sharp claws, and attacked him together. Superpower. Thunder Tower. Wang Hao suddenly rose from the ground and hovered several meters in the air. Blue lightning as thick as a thumb appeared around his body, and his eyes were filled with lightning. This moment, he came like the god of thunder. Bang! Wang Hao stretched out his hand and grabbed a bolt of lightning from the void and threw it into the crowd of corpses. In an instant, the lightning broke into countless lightning snakes, indiscriminately killing any zombies they encountered. Chapter 16. Thunderous Power. Zombies have no levels, and when they endure Wang Hao's second-level attack, it is like a mosquito being hit by a cannonball, and their whole body explodes instantly. The smelly blood splattered all over the ground. Bang! Bang! Wang Hao was full of awe-inspiring momentum. He stretched out his hand to grab lightning from the void and threw it into the group of zombies. The split lightning snakes smashed a large number of zombies. Just a few breaths. The rooftop that was originally filled with zombies became filled with large holes caused by lightning strikes, and the smell of blood that turned into mist. Evolution point +1. Evolution point +1. Total evolution points, 373. Too cruel. Wang Hao actually killed more than 300 zombies in one go. Zhao Yi and others were once again shocked by Wang Hao's actions. They opened their mouths wide, wanting to say something, but couldn't find the adjectives. This. Wang Hao's previous thunder sword and bombs were already outrageous enough, but he didn't expect the thunder tower to be even more outrageous, with firepower no less than a salvo of missiles. No weapons. One person. More than 300 zombies died in the blink of an eye. If this kind of thing gets out, I'm afraid the whole world will be shocked. Bang! At this time, the rooftop could not bear the weight and collapsed. Wang Hao fell down one floor, and the battlefield suddenly became several times wider. Then a large number of fearless zombies swarmed out of the corridor again. Zombies without levels. I'll kill as many as you can. Wang Hao opened his hands, and a thick bolt of lightning suddenly condensed in his palm, which was then thrown into the group of corpses, exploding with terrifying thunder power. Dazzling electric light filled the entire floor. Bang! Bang! Wang Haojin was like a tower suspended in the air, motionless, fighting off the zombies rushing towards him from all directions, and he fought his way down from the rooftop to the first floor. Looking down from the height of the helicopter, the originally complete building is hollowed out in the middle, with only the load-bearing columns remaining strong. However, the first floor is the highlight. Because of the noise made by Wang Hao outside, The number of zombies gathered reached a terrifying number, and they were rushing towards Wang Hao like a dirty black tide. At a glance, it was so crowded that I couldn't even tell whose head it was. This scale of zombie tidal wave is at least several thousand, if not 10,000. Wang Hao had a blank expression on his face. The lightning around him became more and more excited, constantly connecting and disconnecting in the air, and the lightning made him look very majestic. He raised his hand and grabbed a bolt of lightning, which he then smashed into the tide of zombies. Bang! The lightning exploded into violent thunder snakes, smashing hundreds of zombies in the blink of an eye. Wang Hao grabbed another bolt of lightning and smashed it into another tide of zombies. A group of zombies exploded instantly, and blood beads flying in the air were clearly visible. Wang Hao's damage is already terrifying, and it's AoE damage. What room for maneuver does this leave for the zombies? Wang Hao stood still and attacked with 2 lightning bolts per second, making the zombies that kept coming seem to be coming in full force, but they couldn't even get close to him. Zhao Yi and others were completely dumbfounded. A tide of zombies numbering thousands was suppressed by Wang Hao alone? You know, when a country deals with this kind of situation, it usually uses firepower to cover it, because if they send troops out, the firepower will not be able to be suppressed. When necessary, the country will even send out bombers. I felt like I was watching a special effects movie, Mouse exclaimed. The momentum of his bombardment was so great that even from such a distance, I could feel the pressure. No solution. It turns out that monsters need monsters to deal with them. I feel like if I go back and tell my comrades about what happened today, they will take me to a psychiatric hospital. The others were filled with amazement. One person slaughtered thousands of zombies. They had never dared to imagine that such an outrageous thing could happen in the world. Real. Their cognition had been challenged countless times by Wang Hao today. Their arms were pinched red, and they kept confirming whether they were dreaming or not. Return. We can't help it all here. Zhao Yi said self-deprecatingly. Every time I feel that he can't do it, he immediately explodes. My face is swollen from being beaten by Wang Hao. Who knew we were escorting a monster? One of them said with a wry smile. We are Special Forces soldiers, the vanguard of the army. We have been on mission since before the chaos. This is the first time we have only been able to watch the show. I give up. Several people were convinced. They asked themselves, how much chance do they have of winning against a horde of thousands of zombies when they are fully armed and carrying AoE lethal weapons? The answer is, there is a high probability that the whole team will be wiped out. Clear. Wu Ji left quickly. The battle on Wang Hao's side also came to an end. Most of the zombies in the zombie tide were killed by his explosion, and the remaining zombies were scattered over a few hundred meters in radius and were still moving slowly in the blood and debris. Total evolution points, 3,621. It is much faster to harvest evolution points outside than in school. Wang Hao used to spend several days to earn a few hundred evolution points, but now he only spent less than half a day to kill a large wave of zombies and made more than 3,000 evolution points. Very comfortable. Wang Hao fell to the ground and suddenly felt his head heavy and his body a little weak. He thought that supernatural powers could also be overused. This time he used his supernatural powers the most frequently in history. It would be strange if I wasn't tired. He has earned enough and is not greedy for the remaining zombies. Otherwise, if another wave of zombies comes, he will probably die here. Is it over? It's over. The survivors nearby heard the noise outside slow down. After Wang Hao left, they plucked up their courage and carefully poked their heads out from the windowsill. Attention! Several buildings had most of their glass broken, and one of the buildings was so exaggerated that only steel bars and load-bearing columns were left, like an unfinished building. There was blood and pumice on the ground. There was a wave of blood mist in the air. Vomit! Even though everyone had gotten used to the sight of zombies eating people these days, they still couldn't stand the shock of the tomato feast and couldn't help turning their heads away and vomiting. I feel like my stomach is going to puke. So disgusting. What is the difference between that bloody area and hell? Did you see that? That man who looks like Thor has no pressure at all in killing zombies. Look, that place is empty. Fuck, that's right. I recognized him correctly. He is the apocalyptic internet celebrity on Douyin. The supernatural being himself? Awesome. I didn't expect that I would have the honor to see him, but I feel that he is much more powerful than the one in the video. Alas, it's a pity that I was so shocked that I forgot to take a video. It would be nice if he could protect me. Wang Hao displayed his prowess in broad daylight and naturally was seen clearly by people nearby, so his identity was quickly recognized. They originally thought that the video of the superpower had been post-processed. There are no such things as supernatural beings in this world. We are all ordinary people. Today they had the opportunity to see Wang Hao's operations. While marveling at Wang Hao's strength, they realized that they had been blinded by their weakness before. The video is real. Instead, they accused the filmer of false advertising. Because Wang Hao in real life is obviously several times stronger than in the video. Okay? Chapter 17. In the end times, riding a little lamb is not too much, right? I'm really tired. Wang Hao found a room to stay in and fell asleep soon after he laid down. Abin, let me go. Abin, did you hear me? Let me go now. Sister, I've liked you for a long time. You've been married 4 times in total. Do you know how I feel every time I see your happy smile at a wedding? My heart is broken. Every one of your husbands is like my love rival. I want to kill them all. It's the end of the world now. There are no laws or police anymore. I can't stand it anymore. Li Yin, I'm going to have you tonight. Wang Hao was suddenly awakened by the quarrel between a man and a woman. He got up and opened the door and saw a young man bullying a woman with disheveled hair. Li Yin pushed Abin's shoulder hard, tilted her head, and the corners of her lips slightly raised. Suddenly, she saw Wang Hao covered in blood and screamed, "Ah!" Then, she punched Abin's shoulder and said, "Zombie! Zombie! Zombies!" Abin's face turned pale, and he frantically picked up the knife at hand, stood up and pointed it at Wang Hao, who was standing at the bedroom door, and said in a trembling voice, "Come at me. Just wait and see how I can finish you off with one knife." Wang Hao was too lazy to talk. He walked over to unzip the backpack behind the table, took out a bottle of water, and drank it all in 2 gulps. Drink water? Is he human? Are you freaking mentally handicapped? You're a human being, and you don't need to talk. Abin's voice suddenly hardened, and he cursed. If you had moved a little later, I would have stabbed you with the knife. Wang Hao crushed the mineral water bottle, threw it aside, then shouldered the bag and was about to leave. Seeing his dead face and his arrogant attitude, Abin got angry because his good deeds were interrupted. He approached Wang Hao with a knife and said, "CNM, I'm talking to you. You are deaf and can't hear me, right? Do you really think it's the past now, and I have to go to the sewing machine if I stab you? I'm going to stab you to death right now. You died in vain. Do you understand?" Wang Hao felt that Abin's words were polluting his ears. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Abin's head, squinting and said, "You are just a useless person who can only rebel against your own people. You." Abin opened his eyes wide and suddenly felt as cold as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a sudden noise from his neck. His life came to an end. Wang Hao broke Abin's neck and threw him aside. His body is soft as a piece of bread. "Ah!" Li Yin stared and exclaimed, "Ah, Abin is dead?" Wang Hao was obviously very relaxed. But why could he burst out with such great strength that he could even break a person's hard bones? "Stop! You want to run away after killing someone?" Li Yin suddenly thought of something and shouted angrily, "I don't care. You must be responsible for me." She was almost bullied by Abin. Wang Hao killed Abin. Shouldn't she be happy? Why is she angry? Wang Hao's mind suddenly turned, and he realized that Li Yin was playing hard to get. Although she resisted verbally, she was actually eager to take the initiative. In this way, Abin will definitely feel guilty towards Li Yin afterwards. She can also control Abin naturally. Stains. The legendary green tea. "You're ridiculous." Wang Hao said calmly, "Quit while you're ahead. Stop chattering away. I was flirting with Abin, and you came up and tried to be a hero to save her, so you killed him." Seeing that Wang Hao was adamant, Li Yin simply stopped teasing and went straight to him. "My umbrella of protection is gone. Shouldn't you be responsible for me? Are you a man? Do you have any conscience?" Wang Hao was too lazy to waste any more words. "Gone. Haha." Li Yin said sarcastically, "You are not moved by my behavior. Are you useless? No wonder you lack manliness. It turns out he's a eunuch." Wang Hao paused and looked back at Li Yin. When she suddenly saw Wang Hao's eyes, her heart tightened, but she still said, "Why? Do you still want to kill me? Don't let me guess. You are really not a man. You don't even know such basic things as sympathizing with women. You're finally smart for once. I'm going to kill you." Wang Hao waved his hand and threw out a small lightning snake, saying indifferently, "I have never seen anyone rushing to seek death." Li Yan's wishful thinking failed. In Wang Hao's eyes, there is no distinction between men and women, only between people and enemies. He will not show mercy to Li Yan just because she is a little pretty. Bang! Just as Li Yan reacted, her eyes were filled with electric light, and a terrifying charred blood hole was shot out on her head by the lightning. She fell down with her eyes wide open. Before he died, he didn't even know how he died. I slept for almost 2 days. The aftereffects of overusing my supernatural powers are really uncomfortable. My head still feels a little heavy. As Wang Hao walked downstairs, he opened the map on his mobile phone and set Maple Leaf University as his destination. The total distance is 742 kilometers. That's crazy. Others would rather weld the doors of their rooms shut, stay in rooms of just a few dozen square meters, and never go out. But Wang Hao not only goes out, but goes far away. He should be the first person in the last days to travel long distances by land. It would be too difficult to walk, but driving a car would make too much noise. If we drive all the way there, we'll probably attract half of the city's zombies. Wang Hao was thinking when he heard several roars from the side. He glanced over and saw several zombies rushing towards him ferociously from the corridor. He waved his hand casually, lightning flashed, and instantly cut off the heads of several zombies, while the headless bodies that maintained the attacking posture missed the target and all smashed against the wall, splashing foul-smelling blood. Wang Hao walked downstairs and saw a car with a canopy parked next to the flower bed. There were 2 little lambs with pink gloves on the handlebars. Electric bikes don't make much noise, so they can be used as a means of transportation. Wang Hao got on the bike and touched the key. Good luck. When the zombie outbreak occurred, the car owner was probably so busy running away that he forgot to take out the keys. Wang Hao rode his scooter and set off, following the navigation on the map. Am I hallucinating? Why do I see someone riding an electric bike on the road? The survivors often leaned out of the window to see if the country's rescue had arrived, but they saw a strong young man covered in blood riding a lamb and speeding recklessly on the road. For a while, everyone was stunned. I saw a lot of crazy people on Tigeshark claiming to be having a death spree, live streaming various suicide attempts. I'm not going to be the weird one, am I? Anyone who dares to go out is considered a brave man nowadays. He actually dares to ride a bike. I bet a small bread that he can't walk out of this street. It is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. At least there is hope when alive, but when dead there is nothing. You won't die if you don't do it. Seeing that Wang Hao was having fun, everyone thought that he was looking for death, and the tire noise from the electric car would soon attract a group of zombies. As expected, a dozen zombies wandering on the street roared at Wang Hao, who was coming towards them, then took a step forward and rushed forward madly. Chapter 18. Provocation from the Spirited Young Man. Now, in the eyes of the survivors nearby, Wang Hao was like the little lamb under his seat, helpless and pitiful. They all seemed to have seen the bloody scene of Wang Hao being torn to pieces by zombies. Bang! 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 Wang Hao bent his fingers and flicked the thunder. After being hit by the lightning snake, the upper bodies of the zombies exploded. Glaring debris and blood were splattered all over the ground, and a bloody mist quickly rose. The survivors were dumbfounded. Fuck. He killed all the zombies in less than a few seconds? That's fake, right? Why can he set off a mine, but we can't? Is it because we are opening it in the wrong way? He's walking sideways in the apocalypse. Does such an outrageous thing really exist? Although the survivors have not left their homes since the zombie outbreak, they have been constantly updating their understanding of the outside world through their eyes and the internet. They have seen people risking their lives to go out for food and then becoming food for the zombies. And they have also seen some fierce people killing zombies with machetes. But the only thing they have never seen is someone who dares to drive an electric car on the main road. The key point is that this person is not simply seeking death like some people. Wang Hao kept stepping on the accelerator without letting go. No matter how many zombies there were on the street, he would kill as many as he could. It was as easy as harvesting leeks. The survivors were all numb. Evolution point +1. Evolution point +1. Total evolution points, 4,621. Wang Hao killed zombies as he walked. His car ran out of battery on the road, so he changed several cars. In one day, he killed a total of 1,000 zombies. This result is undoubtedly quite terrifying. You know, at this stage, there are still a lot of people who have never killed a zombie. Wang Hao parked the car, walked to the side of the road, unzipped his pants and urinated. But just as he was peeing in the wind, a slightly morbid voice suddenly came from behind. Family, we found a jerk up ahead. Let's steal his electric bike and make him despair. Wang Hao turned around and saw a spirited young man wearing moccasins and holding a selfie stick. He snatched his electric bike and drove a serpentine path on the road proudly. Come on, idiot. The spirited young man turned in circles, looking like he deserved a beating, and said, You are so angry because you can't catch me. This wasn't the first time Wang Hao had run into these crazy people. At noon, he had also run into a talented guy who was walking around with zombies using a speaker. Certainly. The result was that he was eaten by the enraged zombies, and he didn't even have the chance to turn into a zombie. Wang Hao felt that apart from being crazy, most of these people were people who had been overwhelmed by life before and saw no hope of survival after the zombie outbreak. Their idea should be that instead of continuing to feel depressed until death, it is better to let go completely and go crazy before dying. No regrets. I haven't finished peeing yet. Wang Hao said calmly, I'll let you run 39 meters first. Family, this guy is so pretentious. The spirited young man glared at the camera and tilted his head. Then he stood up and spat at Wang Hao vigorously, saying provocatively, I won't run away. I'm just playing. At this time, in a certain live broadcast room, it's like dying 3 times, and the 4th time he finally died. Yeah, he dares to mess with anyone. He doesn't even think about whether the person who dares to ride an electric bike on the road is an ordinary person. Wang Hao shuddered, then zipped up his pants, bent down, picked up a small stone from the ground, held it in his hand and said, God is merciful to all living things. You want to die? I'll grant you that. Wang Hao's eyes flashed, and he threw the small stone in his hand. Call out. The small stone pierced through the air, making a deafening sound of air explosion, which actually gave people the feeling of a cannonball. Can you catch me? Just say you will kill me. The energetic young man's pupils constricted when he saw this, and he was hit in the chest by a small stone before he could finish his words. The next moment, the small stone actually broke out from behind the energetic young man, then flew a long way before rolling to the ground. The energetic young man was blown away by the force of the stone, rolled on the ground for a few times, and after he stopped, blood was spreading out from his back. Hiss! The audience in the live broadcast room gasped. They all knew that Wang Hao was a ruthless man, but they didn't expect him to be so ruthless that he could throw a small stone so fast that it was blurred in front of the camera, and the power was comparable to that of a small cannonball. The spirited young man didn't move. Obviously boring. Even shot-put athletes are not as scary as him. The great God's punishment is so cool. God, please take me. After a brief silence, the live broadcast room was filled with 660 SIXS, and its popularity was rising rapidly, marking the highlight moment in the life of this energetic young man. It's a pity that he will never see this scene. The audience worshipped Wang Hao as a god, and kept posting comments asking him to take them away, imagining that Wang Hao could descend from the sky and lead them out of their suffering. I don't know what these people are thinking. They just blindly pin their hopes on state aid. Instead of watching videos and live broadcasts, they should practice hard. At least after they dare to kill zombies, they can live a more carefree life than the rich people before. Wang Hao crushed his cell phone, looked up at the sky which was approaching darkness, then walked into the city and came across a bank with its doors closed. The residential area is some distance away. He was too lazy to run, so he found a window next to the bank, broke the lock and went in. Then he looked around and found that this was an office. But the strange thing is, there's no blood here. Wang Hao opened the door and went out, only to run into a group of nervous people. The dark-skinned man leading the group was pointing a shotgun at him. It seems. They heard the sound of Wang Hao breaking the window lock and waited for him at the door in advance. People? The dark-skinned man should be a retired soldier. With murderous eyes, he said coldly, Get out. You are not welcome here. I can go wherever I want, and I don't need anyone to welcome me. Wang Hao said calmly. I'm the money transporter's escort. Don't think I'm just a show-off. I can shoot you into a sieve with one shot. The dark-skinned man flicked the shotgun, and there was a terrifying sound of bullets being loaded. He said, I'm saying this for the last time. Get out. I bet you don't dare to shoot. Wang Hao looked directly into the dark-skinned man's eyes. His calm expression revealed a strong impact, like a tiger waiting for an opportunity to strike. Don't move. If you move, you will be killed. Hiss. Such a strong, murderous aura. The dark-skinned man's tough aura gradually disintegrated. He was shocked. After all, he had spent a few months abroad, seen a real battlefield, and dealt with veterans. He believed that he was no less capable than anyone. However, when he saw the look in Wang Hao's eyes, he seemed to see a hell of floating corpses, and he couldn't help feeling palpitations. He had no doubt that if he dared to pull the trigger, Wang Hao would immediately bite his throat. What on earth has this young man been through? His aura is definitely not something that can be cultivated by killing a few zombies. The dark-skinned man was puzzled. When he faced the shotgun, his eyes did not waver from beginning to end. This kind of calmness is not something that can be faked. Chapter 19. I just want to eat. Good. The dark-skinned man looked at his wife and gave in. You can come in, but be careful. This area is not as safe as it seems. Oh? The others were shocked. Wang Hao said that Lu Bo didn't dare to shoot. So did he really not dare to shoot? They don't think Lu Bo is a paper tiger, because before Wang Hao, there were several groups of people who wanted to come in, but they were all scared away by Lu Bo. There are also some who do not believe in evil. As a result, he broke one of his legs with one blow. In addition, he left alone a few days ago and brought back his wife. All these deeds seemed remarkable to others. Wang Hao scared Lu Bo with just a look. How capable is this young man? Husband. The well-mannered Suji looked at Wang Hao, who was walking to the side alone, and approached Lu Bo and said, he looks less than 20 years old. Are you still afraid of a little brat like him? What do you know? He is not an ordinary person. Lu Bo said in a deep voice, this is the first time I feel that the gun in my hand cannot give me a sense of security. He's really good. Suji was surprised and said, you two didn't even try to fight, but he scared you with a gun in your hand with just one look. Lu Bo took the trouble to say more. There is nothing shameful in bowing your head to save your life. If he had insisted on confronting Wang Haogong just for the sake of face, that would have been stupid. Brother Lu. A woman in a teller uniform and black stockings came over and said in a coquettish voice, the mutated mosquitoes last night were so scary that they even crashed into the bulletproof and explosion-proof money transporter. What do you think we should do next? Chenling, you can do whatever you want. Why are you coming here to ask my husband? Suji said unkindly. Sister, Brother Lu is so powerful. He was the one who dealt with the zombies in the hall before. Unlike those men, Brother Lu didn't even dare to stab them. Chenling said in a tender voice, we really don't know what to do, so we came to ask Brother Lu. This slut is pretending to be good, just to seduce my husband. Suji was unhappy and was about to say something, but Lu Bo interrupted her and said, it's okay, my wife. We all live under the same roof and were half colleagues before. There's no need to make such a clear distinction. Pause. He pondered and said, those mutant mosquitoes are too fierce. If a person is bitten, he will be killed immediately. I plan to pack up and go to the station where I served before tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Guojia may have set up a refuge there. Brother Lu. Chenling's eyes lit up and she said, take us with you. I promise not to hold us back. This? Lu Bo was a little hesitant. Okay, Brother Lu. Chenling stamped her feet and said in a tender voice, can you bear to leave us here to feed those mutant mosquitoes? Of course you can, but if you hold me back, I won't care about you. Thank you, Brother Lu. Polite. Lu Bo was attracted by Chenling's seductive eyes and smiled a little embarrassedly. Do you want to die? Suji pinched Lu Bo's flesh and said angrily, you are so quick-witted. You have been bewitched by that slut. It's not enough for you to bring me alone. Are you looking for death by bringing a group of people? Lu Bo said weakly, we'll be fine if we're careful. We can't just stand by and watch them die, right? You know how powerful those mosquitoes are. I'm so pissed off. Suji didn't know what to say to Lu Bo. Chenling had just finished telling the others about Lu Bo's plan when she suddenly smelled an alluring aroma and couldn't help asking, do you smell anything? I smell the smell of chili oil. It smells so good. My stomach immediately started growling. It responded. A dozen people looked around and suddenly saw Wang Hao using chopsticks to stir the food in the self-heating hot pot. There was also a bowl of self-heating rice steaming on the other side. No, not only did he have vegetables and meat, but he also wanted rice. Is he on vacation? Or is he experiencing the bitter and difficult end of the world? Doesn't he know how precious food is now? Everyone's life is actually not that bad, and they have 2 boxes of instant noodles, but compared with Wang Hao, it's nothing. Not only is the food boring, I can only eat 2 meals a day. For people with a normal appetite, they may feel hungry soon after eating, so they have to go hungry most of the time. 1 bite of rice, 1 bite of vegetable, and a drink after that. This kind of life used to be common, but now it is more luxurious than shark fin rice. I admire his big heart even more. The zombies were roaring outside, but he was eating and chatting with his friends. Stop talking. I haven't had any oily food in a long time. I'm almost crying because of it. Oh my God. This smells so good. Everyone stared at Wang Hao, drooling, with 2 big words written in their eyes. I want to eat. If they had something to eat, it would be fine if he ate like this. But if he didn't, the aroma of the spices would be a torture to them. I can't stand it anymore. I have to sell myself out. A beautiful woman with a charming look on her face stood up, pulled her skirt, took out a mirror and tidied herself up. then walked slowly to Wang Hao's side. Shu Yin smiled and said, "Young man, what are you eating? It's delicious." As she spoke, she deliberately bent down. I have to say, she is still very good at it. Doing this will not make you appear too cheap and disgust Wang Hao, and it also shows that if you give me a few bites, I will take advantage of you. Several men looked at Wang Hao with envy. The beautiful woman is the vice president of the bank. No matter how she got that position, her high-ranking status and outstanding appearance and temperament are not fake. She is the fantasy object of countless employees in the bank. There is even a rich second generation who spent tens of millions for her. Unexpectedly, whenever Wang Hao has a normal meal, beautiful women will come to him. Roll. Wang Hao said calmly, "Don't disturb me while I'm eating." The beautiful woman's face froze. She thought that with her charm, she had a great killing power on men, especially young men. How could he not be moved? Maybe I didn't clean up for a few days? A bit sloppy? She gritted her teeth, made up her mind, and unbuttoned a button on her shirt. "Do you want to die?" Wang Hao said coldly. The beautiful woman was frightened by his burst of momentum. Her face turned pale as if she had seen a ferocious beast, and she couldn't help but think, "He is so scary." Immediately, the beautiful woman went back in embarrassment. The man was shocked. "Brother, what kind of vision? How could you not even take a glance at such a charming beauty like this beautiful woman?" "Well, those who are suffering from drought will die of drought, and those who are suffering from floods will die of floods." They wanted it very much, but Wang Hao just ignored it. I was watching myself? Wang Hao turned off TikTok and watched a movie instead. Boring. Of the 10 funny videos he watched, 4 were about his journey today, and each of them had an astonishing number of views. The comments were all full of amazement and admiration. He couldn't help but wonder. He clearly wanted to keep a low profile. So why were there always people pushing him to the forefront? It's so annoying. I can't even hear a normal sound. Chapter 20 Late Night Horror. Mutated mosquitoes attack. It's late at night. Wang Hao took a folding bed used by employees for lunch break and slept there, while everyone else also went to sleep. You could hear a pin drop in the entire hall.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
Wang Hao suddenly heard the sound of a mosquito flapping its wings quickly. He opened his eyes suddenly and then quietly hid behind an office desk. Bang! The next moment, there was a loud thumping noise from deep inside the bank. Everyone woke up in shock. "It's over." Chun Ling and others found Lu Bo and said in panic, "The mosquitoes are coming again. Brother Lu, what should we do?" "Don't panic. I disassembled the skin of the armored car this morning and reinforced the place where they broke through last time. So we don't have to do anything. Once they can't crash in, they will leave naturally." Just as Lu Bo finished speaking, there were increasingly violent collisions coming from deep inside the bank, followed by the sound of something being broken through and fragments flying to the ground. In an instant, the sound of mosquitoes flapping their wings filled the hall. The mosquitoes are coming. Everyone hid behind Lu Bo in panic. The last time the mosquitoes came, they just smashed the armored car and did not target them, but this time, the mosquitoes were obviously coming for them. They have witnessed the fighting power of mosquito swarms with their own eyes. At the moment, how can I not be afraid? Don't worry, these mosquitoes only rely on their large numbers. If we count them one by one, they are actually weaker than zombies. Lu Bo tightly grasped the shotgun and said in a deep voice, "Don't run around. Otherwise, if you are accidentally injured by the shotgun, don't blame me." Well, everyone felt a little relieved. Lu Bo is here. I should be able to get through this crisis safely.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
It happened in the blink of an eye. A ball of darkness flew towards us. The darkness is made up of mosquitoes that are half the size of a fist, and the needle that is used to suck blood is actually thicker than a syringe. People need to be sucked. I guess it will take an adult to do it soon. Monster Encyclopedia has been updated. Mutated mosquitoes. Level: none. Weakness: fear of fire. Value: 1 evolution point. Description: mutated mosquitoes like to hang out in groups and work as a team. After their beaks pierce the target, they will suck the target's blood dry in a short period of time. If the target does not die, they will infect the target and induce serious diseases. Seeing this, Wang Hao secretly said, "They are gone." Although mutated mosquitoes are at the same level as zombies, they can fly and come in groups, unlike zombies. You might only encounter 1 or 2 of them at the beginning, and you still have time to run away. Therefore, the threat posed by mosquitoes is much greater than that of zombies. Lu Bo can't solve the swarm of mosquitoes with just a gun. Bang! At the same time, Lu Bo pulled the trigger decisively, and the shotgun shell flew out of the barrel, splitting into countless small bullets, forming a net that covered the mosquito swarm. The swarm of mosquitoes actually dispersed to the extreme at this time and fled away, but the range of the shotgun was large, and more than a dozen mutant mosquitoes were still hit by the bullets. The wing powder flew into the air along with the splattered blood. The mutant mosquitoes have a lot of blood. The blood of one cat can contaminate several square meters of floor. Lu Bo continued to load the gun, ejecting the scalding bullets and shooting at the scattered mutant mosquitoes. The deafening sound broke the silence of the night. The noise coming from this side can be faintly heard from hundreds of meters away. The remains of mosquitoes fell one after another. Ka. When Lu Bo heard the sound of the shotgun magazine being emptied, his face changed drastically. He quickly took out a shotgun shell from his pocket and stepped back, saying, "Retreat. Retreat quickly." As Su Ji and others hurriedly retreated, a surviving mutant mosquito flew over quickly, showing its cold straw and piercing into the back of Lu Bo's hand. In an instant, the straw turns red. Lu Bo's hands were turning blue, gray, and wrinkled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the rest of his body was also rapidly losing color. Lu Bo groaned, pulled out the mosquito in his hand with force and threw it hard on the ground. But the opponent was not just one mosquito, but a group of mosquitoes. They slammed Lu Bo to the ground, raised their straws and pierced them into various parts of his body, greedily sucking his blood. Ah! Lu Bo screamed in pain, stretched out his shaky hands towards Suji and said, "Old wife, run." Before he finished speaking, his body shriveled up like wrinkled skin wrapped around bones, and his face with wide eyes and open mouth was particularly creepy. Suji and others were stunned. They didn't expect the situation to change so quickly. Lu Bo had the upper hand 1 second, making the mosquitoes flee in all directions, but the next second he was dead. Swoosh. The mutated mosquitoes once again gathered into a black group and targeted them. Ah, help. Suji's face turned pale and she turned around and ran wildly. But at this moment, Blackfoot stretched out from the side and tripped her. Chunling. Suji fell to the ground, glared at the fleeing Chunling, and said, "You bitch! You tricked me. I've been fed up with you for a long time. You're always whining and calling me a slut. Without Lu Bo, who would you be?" Chunling sneered. "You have a lot of meat, which is enough for mosquitoes to eat for a while. I won't accompany you anymore. Bye. Bitch." Suji was extremely angry and tried to stand up, but unfortunately she was knocked down by the swarm of mosquitoes that followed her, and immediately let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. "Run. Wait for me." Chunling and others ran to the back door of the bank.
Bang!
Bang! At this time, multiple walls were suddenly blown up. Balls of darkness, accompanied by high-frequency, buzzing sounds broke through the flying dust, flew into the bank, and surrounded the people with big steps. Why are there so many mosquitoes tonight? I don't want to die, woo-woo. Even Lu Bo was killed by these mosquitoes. It's over. We are all finished. Everyone was forced into a corner, looking at the swarm of mosquitoes flying towards them, their eyes filled with fear and terror. Some people were even frightened to the point of peeing. "CNM, how could you find me even though I was hiding so deep?" At the critical moment, the pleasant music of the national quintessence rang out in the hall. All things have spirits, except mosquitoes. Wang Hao originally wanted to wait until the mosquitoes gathered together and then find an opportunity to launch a surprise attack and kill them all in one fell swoop. But since the mosquitoes discovered him in advance, there was nothing he could do. He suddenly rose from the ground, and brilliant blue lightning burst out in the air, electrocuting the mutant mosquito that attacked him into a small piece of charcoal. Oh? Qinling and others were dumbfounded. Is this God coming? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The swarm of mosquitoes discovered that Wang Hao was a more delicious food, so they decisively gave up on themselves and rushed towards Wang Hao, with the straws in front of their mouths flashing cold light. Lei Wei exploded. Lightning flashed from the corners of Wang Hao's eyes. He suddenly grabbed a bolt of lightning from his body and threw it into the swarm of mosquitoes. Then he grabbed another bolt of lightning and threw it out. Bang! Bang! The overbearing electric light dispelled the darkness that enveloped the hall. The lightning exploded into countless lightning snakes, piercing through the mutated mosquitoes they encountered. Some lightning snakes even pierced through multiple mosquitoes at once, killing them one after another, forming a straight line, and their corpses fell to the ground like dumplings. A slightly burnt aroma of barbecue wafted into the air. Chapter 21. A snap of fingers, like thunder. Unless they are stronger than me, there is no difference between 1, 10, or even 100 monsters to me. Wang Hao looked at the corpses scattered all over the field, put away his supernatural power and said, "But what surprised me is that even other creatures have mutated. All he encountered along the way were zombies. At most some were biased, zombies that ran extremely fast and had great strength. This was the first time he encountered other mutant creatures. It seems all living things are mutating, but because the chaotic times have only been here for a short time, they have not yet completed their mutations, so there is a high probability that all living things will be affected one by one in the future. This is actually not good news for humans. After all, the mutation of other organisms means that the threats to humans have increased, and the living environment will naturally become much more severe." Chunling and others saw this scene in the hall. My scalp is tingling. No wonder Lu Bo would give in because of Wang Hao's look. It turns out that he is so strong that he can control the power of nature with his mortal body and kill the terrifying mutated mosquitoes as if he were sweeping the floor. Easy. Random. There are so many mosquitoes. The total number is at least several hundred. Even Lu Bo, who was born a warrior, couldn't even deal with a swarm of about 100 mosquitoes, which shows how terrifying Wang Hao is when he swept through the swarm of mosquitoes. I didn't realize he was so strong. Oh, if I had known earlier, I would have clung to his thighs. I feel that Lu Bo is several levels behind him. Everyone was filled with amazement. Chen Ling looked down at her dripping pants, feeling deeply humiliated. She then walked angrily to Wang Hao and asked, "Why?"
What?
Wang Hao was puzzled. "You are so powerful. Why did you hide and wait until those mosquitoes killed Lu Bo and his wife, and even almost ate us, before you came out?" Chun Ling asked excitedly, "Do you think you are cool and handsome for being the last one to appear?" "No. I think you're very selfish. I don't need to explain anything I do to anyone." Wang Hao said calmly, "Get lost. With great power comes great responsibility. You only care about yourself and ignore others. Your vision is pitifully small. You are destined not to go far in the future and will be despised by everyone." Chen Ling said contemptuously, "Although Brother Lu is weaker than you, he is much stronger than you." Ridiculous. A weakling teaches Wang Hao what pattern is. "I could tolerate your first sentence, but your second sentence sounded too noisy." As he spoke, Wang Hao reached out and grabbed Chen Ling's face. "What do you want to do?" Chen Ling's courage, which was supported by the sense of humiliation, was crushed by Wang Hao's momentum. She was now afraid, knowing that she was facing Wang Hao, who swept through the mosquito swarm, instead of the kind-hearted Lu Bo. She couldn't help but tremble and said, "If you don't want to listen, forget it. Can't I just leave?" Wang Hao broke Chen Ling's head. "Well?" Chen Ling lowered her hands. "The pupils are dilated." Hiss. The others gasped. "Good. Wang Hao is so cruel." Chen Ling just stuffed her face and lost her life. It seems that there will be no peace tonight. Wang Hao's ears twitched, and he looked outside the hole in the wall. In the surging darkness, ferocious zombies walked out one after another. Not to mention the noise he made. The sound of the shotgun in Lu Bo's hand alone could make the zombies within a radius of several hundred meters boil. Roar! Roar! A large number of zombies rushed into the bank and frantically knocked down the survivors who had nowhere to run. Save! Ah! The roars of the corpses instantly drowned out their screams, echoing throughout the area. "Oh my God!" The survivors nearby quietly poked their heads out of the window and suddenly saw a large number of zombies surrounding the bank. They were so scared that they shrank back. Are the people in the bank crazy? They made such a big noise and attracted so many zombies. If they want to die, they should go somewhere else. It's so scary. There are at least thousands of zombies near the bank now. Can the people in the bank survive? Live like hell. If you can leave even a hair behind, it's considered mercy from the zombies. Although they were not involved in the incident, they were also trembling with fear at the momentum created by the zombie swarm, let alone people who had to face thousands of zombies. Finished. There is no way that people in the bank can survive. Having said that, a large number of zombies broke through the bank wall and swarmed in, surrounding Wang Hao, who was in the middle of the bank. He was like a ray of lightning surrounded by thick darkness, as if he would be swallowed up by the darkness or destroy himself at any time. Evolution points. Good evening. Wang Hao suddenly burst out with dazzling lightning, forcibly covering the darkness brought by the zombies, and then lightning snakes began to wreak havoc on the ground. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Wang Hao hung in the air, throwing out terrifying lightning bolts, blasting groups of zombies into pieces, and the flying debris and blood shot onto the other zombies. He is like a harvester on the battlefield. So powerful. Each bolt of lightning could create a clearing in the crowded crowd of zombies. Evolution point plus 1. Evolution point plus 1. Your evolution points have accumulated to 5,000, meeting the upgrade conditions. SSS-Level ability. Lightning level has been promoted from level 2 to level 3. SSS-Level ability. Lightning level 3. Effects: Thunderblade enhanced, Thunderbomb enhanced, Thunder Tower enhanced, Thunder. Description: Thunder and lightning are violent and overbearing, good at penetrating any defense, occupying an absolutely dominant position among the same level, and even posing a considerable threat to the existence of a higher level. Note: 20,000 evolution points are required to advance to the 4th level of supernatural power. Wang Hao fell to the ground, facing hundreds of zombies besieging him. He slowly raised his hand and rubbed his index finger violently with his thumb. A snap of fingers, loud as thunder. The zombies' ears spurted with dirty blood, and they fell to the ground helplessly. This is exactly the effect of Wang Hao's newly awakened supernatural power, thunder, which is to use the extremely high decibel thunder sound to directly shatter the zombies' brains. Evolution point plus 1. Evolution point plus 1. Total evolution points, 862. It's so fast. It's only been a few days since the last upgrade and I've already upgraded to the next level, Wang Hao said with emotion. The most direct manifestation of his rapid upgrade is that he is now at level 3, while the others are still ordinary people who can barely kill a zombie. Wang Hao walked out of the bank with a backpack on his shoulder. Yes, someone came out. The survivors heard the zombies' noises getting smaller and smaller and thought it was over, so they carefully stuck their heads out. However, what they saw was not hordes of zombies, but a tall figure stepping on the dirty blood slowly flowing out of the bank and leaving unharmed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Everyone gasped. Zombies show no mercy. Wang Hao came out, which means all the zombies inside are dead. So many zombies attacking together. Even if a fully armed team set up a defense line inside, they couldn't resist it, let alone one person. How on earth did he do it? Is this a ghost? Chapter 22, an evolution exclusive to women? Wang Hao walked for several days, stopping and starting along the way, harvesting zombies, and finally completed most of the journey and was only 92 kilometers away from Fengqing. The supplies he brought today were almost all used up. He found a supermarket according to the navigation, but when he got there, he discovered that there were 3 gangs of survivors gathered there. There were more than 20 zombie corpses lying inside and outside the supermarket. Stop wasting time. If we keep wasting time, the zombies will come. The man in the vest who led the first group suggested, divide the things in the supermarket into 3 portions. 1 for each person. No one loses out. The gym-goer who led the second group shrugged and said, I can do anything. You can do it, of course. You guys contributed the least and slacked the most. The thin man who led the third group said unhappily, we contributed the most, so we should get the most. I'll take 6, and you can discuss and divide the remaining 4 among yourselves. Funny. The fitness guy snorted coldly. Without us brothers responsible for holding back the zombies, the number of people standing here would have to be cut in half. I said fair distribution, but you don't want it and insist on dividing according to work, okay? The man in the vest was also unhappy and said, there are no zombies on the left or right or behind this place, only those in front of the door, and there is a small iron gate to help block the zombies. You know how good this place is, so there would be no end without the beginning. Is it not too much for me to divide it 70%? Why do you do that? We killed all the zombies. You just won by doing nothing and want to get more. Do you want to eat shit? If you don't agree, come and fight. Whoever wins gets the most points. Food is the basis of survival. The crowd finally conquered a supermarket, and no one wanted to give up even a bag of spicy strips, so the argument became more and more intense, and they were ready to fight. Please make way. Thanks. At this time, Wang Hao pushed open the door, walked into the supermarket, passed through the crowded crowd, opened his backpack and swept the items on the shelf into his bag. Fitness man.
Westmann.
Skinny man. Everyone. What does this person mean? Is he arrogant? The 3 gangs, totaling nearly 100 people, were discussing the ownership of food and water. Not only did Wang Hao dare to come in, he also dared to ignore them and take their spoils. This person is more than just arrogant. It's totally lawless. Do you really think they don't dare to hack Wang Hao to death? Killing people is not against the law nowadays. Hey, kid. The fitness man had a murderous look on his face and reached out to grab Wang Hao's shoulder. When he heard the sound, he turned around and said indifferently, Are you okay? The fitness man was suddenly startled. and his outstretched hand hung in the air. There was clearly no emotion in Wang Hao's eyes, without a trace of ripples, but they gave the fitness man a powerful impact in his heart. A chill rushed from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. He deeply felt that if he went one step further, he would be struck by Wang Hao's thunder. This look is not something you can fake. So shocking. It's all right. The fitness man smiled awkwardly. I gave in. The man in the vest and the thin man also saw Wang Hao's eyes from the side. They looked at each other and saw the same message in each other's eyes. This person should not be messed with. Under the gaze of hundreds of people, Wang Hao filled his backpack and walked out of the supermarket. This guy is awesome. There were so many of us arguing over who would get a bigger share, and he came in and took away a backpack full of food and drinks, and we didn't even dare to move our hands. If anyone says that looks can't kill again, I'll beat him to death. Everyone was convinced. A young man was able to shock hundreds of people with just a look. This kind of thing spreads out. Who would believe it? If you say he hasn't killed hundreds of people, I don't believe it. The fitness man said with lingering fear. My hands are still shaking now. Isn't he an enhancer? The man in the vest asked in surprise. Impossible. The lean man shook his head and said, Didn't you use Douyin? Basically, it says that only women become enhancers, and men don't react. Alas, I actually hope that he is an enhancer. This means that men can also become enhancers, it is just a matter of time. Otherwise, only women can become enhancers, and the world will probably be ruled by women in the future. The fitness man sighed. The other two felt the same way. Wang Hao was walking on an empty highway when he suddenly heard the sound of tires rolling on the asphalt road from behind. He turned around and saw a bus coming towards him. He waved, but the bus showed no intention of slowing down. The next moment, he walked right into the middle of the road. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The driver stepped on the brakes urgently, opened the door and yelled at Wang Hao who was walking over. Are you an idiot? If I wasn't afraid that the car would be damaged, I would have run you over. Get out of here. Wang Hao said expressionlessly, Does your car pass through Fengqing? It's none of your business whether it's my turn or not, the driver said bluntly. I advise you not to mess around. There are only great people sitting on this bus. Watch out for your life. Speaking of, he pressed the close button. Wang Hao got into the car, put his hand on the driver's shoulder, opened his hand and released terrible lightning, saying, What did you just say? I can't hear you clearly. Oh shit. The driver's pupils constricted, and he swallowed his saliva. His expression changed faster than a woman's. He quickly smiled and said, I said this bus just happened to pass through Fengqing. Hey, there seems to be a seat on the bus. Please take a seat. I'll call you when we get to the destination. Exit from Nanfeng Expressway. Wang Hao looked at the map and said, Well, although the car passes through Fengqing, it has to take a long detour after getting off the Nanfeng Expressway. The driver said in embarrassment, I'm not negotiating with you. Wang Hao patted the driver on the shoulder and walked into the car. Catch the eye. Most of the seats were occupied. But the strange thing is, the man who should have stood up straight became very timid, not even daring to raise his eyes. Instead, the woman who was originally in a weaker position stood up straight. If Wang Hao hadn't seen a burly man with thick eyebrows ordering other men around, but instantly turning into a coward in front of women, he would have thought he had discovered a nest of transvestites. So, what is going on? Have these women learned self-defense? Are they better at killing zombies than men? Wang Hao was puzzled and walked to the back of the car. Suddenly, he saw a man carefully massaging the legs of a woman with her arms crossed. What are you looking at? Wang Shuihua, who had thin lips and short hair, glared and said, Do you believe that I will slap you in the face? I don't believe it. Wang Hao said calmly. The man next to Wang Shuihua looked at Wang Hao with pity. Doesn't this person see Douyin? He dared to talk to Shuihua like that. He's finished. Last time, Shuihua slapped a man who spoke rudely to her and knocked out several of his teeth. Since then, the man has never been straight since then. You are so arrogant. It seems that the woman behind you is quite capable. Come, call her over to arm wrestle with me. Wang Shuihua stood up and looked directly at Wang Hao, while tensing his arms with taut muscles, looking arrogant. Chapter 23, I'll give you a slap. Splash. The woman sitting next to me said, You should take a step back and don't cause any trouble. If this car can't get to the shelter, it will be very troublesome. Wang Shuihua thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, you're lucky. If this had happened before I got on the car, I would have knocked all your teeth out. It shouldn't be. At this point in the apocalypse, the survivors must know that things are different now than before, and if they act recklessly, they will be killed in a matter of minutes. How dare Wang Shuihua, a woman, point her finger at someone and curse him. This is brain dead. Still, brain dead? Do I agree that this matter is over? Wang Hao said indifferently. What did you say? Wang Shuihua thought she had heard it wrong. Wang Hao dares to talk back. This guy is a bit stupid and can't understand the situation. He's not stupid. He still thinks it's the same time as before when women couldn't stand up. There's a small chance that he'll be killed by the splash, but there's a high chance that he'll be slapped to tears by the splash. Others laughed, laughing at Wang Hao for overestimating his own abilities. You asked for this. You can't blame anyone else. Wang Shuihua's face suddenly turned cold. She suddenly raised her hand and slapped Wang Hao hard. The force is powerful and heavy. Before the slap got close, Wang Hao felt a strong wind. Well, Wang Shuihua's man shook his head, as if he had already seen the scene of Wang Hao being blown away by Wang Shuihua and looking for his teeth on the ground. Brother, things are different now. If you have escaped, why don't you go find some place to laugh secretly? Why do you have to endure this blow? Interesting. As soon as Wang Shuihua made a move, Wang Hao judged that her strength had reached the threshold of the first level, far exceeding the level of an adult strong man. Immediately following, he casually took Wang Shuihua's hand. You. Wang Shuihua tried hard to break free from Wang Hao's hand, but no matter how hard she tried, her face turned red and she couldn't move her hand even a little bit. She was horrified and asked, "How is it possible that you are so strong?" The power of her slap was quite strong. She once slapped a 1.9-meter tall, muscular man to the ground, leaving him with his teeth bared. Wang Hao was obviously a level smaller than the macho man. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have the power to resist Wang Shuihua. Oh? Others were also shocked. Why did things develop differently from what they imagined? Since you like slapping people so much, I will slap you back. As he spoke, Wang Hao slapped Wang Shuihua. This palm seemed casual, but it was as fast as the wind. Before Wang Shuihua could react, her face was already severely deformed, and a large amount of blood mixed with a few broken teeth flew out of her open mouth. What's even more terrifying is, there was a cracking sound from her neck, and her head turned twice on her neck, and her whole body hit the seat hard. His head dropped. There was no sound. The mute button was pressed in the carriage instantly. Everyone was stunned. Wang Haoyi. A slap. A slap killed Wang Shuihua. Didn't they say that men can't become enhancers? What's going on here? You still dare to speak? Are you looking for death? Before this, everyone agreed that Wang Hao would be in trouble. No one expected that his not-so-exaggerated body possessed such explosive power. Now, they had lost their previous arrogance and were so cowardly that they wanted to bury their heads under the seats and did not dare to look Wang Hao in the face. It seems that I have been so busy traveling these days that I have overlooked some changes. Wang Hao looked at the trembling Wang Shuihua man and asked indifferently, "Tell me, what do you mean by enhancer?" About 4 or 5 days ago, a woman posted a video on Douyin, saying that she had suddenly evolved. Her strength, eyes, ears, and everything else had become far superior to that of an ordinary person. The man explained, more and more women like this started to appear in Douyin. Later, a biology doctor published a video saying that this was because human genes evolved to adapt to the harsh environment and awakened a primitive fighting talent. Because they are enhanced in every aspect, they are different from ordinary people. So in order to distinguish the difference between the two, we call them enhancers. Later, someone discovered that only women became enhancers, while men did not change. Later, someone conducted a poll and confirmed this. Women have become stronger and can beat a zombie with one punch. Naturally, they no longer need to rely on men, so the status of men has plummeted. After saying, the man couldn't help but ask, "Brother, among all the men, why are you the only one who became an enhancer? Can you teach me? A good person will have a peaceful life." I see. No wonder Wang Shuihua and her gang of women are so proud of themselves. Women are inferior to men because of their physiological differences. Now women have evolved and made up for this shortcoming. They can even handle more responsibilities than men. If men don't evolve in the future, the world will probably be ruled by women. Wang Hao didn't have any sense of crisis. After all, with his level, no matter how women changed, they were no match for him. In fact, he felt a little relieved in his heart because Wang Tianqi was also a woman. Her life and death is directly related to her mother's safety. It would be good if she could protect herself. Wang Hao found a seat and sat down. The person sitting next to him was a young girl with fair skin. At this moment, she was listening to music with white headphones. Her face turned pale, her body trembled, and she wondered why such a scary person was sitting next to her. Woo! What do I do? Don't be nervous. I don't want to smell the smell of urine. Wang Hao said, I don't kill innocent people. I only kill those who deserve to die. The girl didn't dare say a word. Wang Hao took off one of the girl's earphones, put it in his own ears, and then closed his eyes. The girl was extremely nervous, her heart almost in her throat. She just sat there, afraid that Wang Hao would turn around and eat her. Wang Hao suddenly tilted his head and leaned on the girl's shoulder. Woo! The girl clenched her teeth and almost screamed out, but her body was still shaking with fear. Don't shake. Wang Hao spoke. You are so scary, but you don't let me be afraid. How can you be so domineering? The girl thought to herself, but she still took a deep breath and tried to relax herself. She suddenly heard Wang Hao's steady breathing and knew that Wang Hao had fallen asleep. She could finally breathe a sigh of relief and no longer just look forward. The girl glanced at Wang Hao, thought, although he is scary, he is quite handsome and a cool and handsome type. If it were in the past, he would definitely be able to debut as a member of a group. The girl watched and became fascinated. At this time, Wang Hao suddenly opened his eyes. The girl was shocked and sat up straight. Wang Hao asked, do you have ADHD? I'm scared. The girl said nervously, I'm sorry. Are you afraid you'll peek at me? Wang Hao tasted it. The girl blushed. It was so embarrassing that he caught me peeking. What's your name? Baby Kai. Wang Hao was surprised and said, I was thinking, when you were 60 years old, won't it be embarrassing to call you by this name? Chapter 24. First level monster appears. I will be a baby until I die. Kai Baobao finished shouting with great interest and suddenly said sadly, when my parents named me, they wanted me to be carefree, happy and cared for like a baby forever. But they are both gone, leaving me alone. Speaking of this, tears flowed from her red eyes and she pouted. You said you would take care of me again, you two liars. Haven't you become an enhancer? You can live well on your own. Why are you running around? Wang Hao asked curiously. The enhancers are not invincible. Monsters can evolve, too. When I was browsing Douyin a few days ago, I saw a monster that was twice the size of a zombie. It knocked over the armored vehicle used by the army with one punch. It was a terrifying scene. Kai Baobao said vividly, this bus is going to the shelter established by the government. Although the living conditions there may not be very good, it is at least safe. After that, she asked, are you going to the shelter too? I'm going to Maple City. Wang Hao shook his head. Wow, you're amazing. You dare to cross the city at this time. Kai Baobao said admiringly, don't think we are so bold. In fact, we are taking the route announced by the country and the media. There are not many cars on the road, and there is no danger. Wang Hao nodded. Oh my God. Kai Baobao suddenly came to his senses and said in shock, I actually talked to him so much. How did I do it? He wasn't as fierce as he acted just now. He was very easygoing and had no airs. I started chatting with him without realizing it. He's great. I am willing to listen to all this nonsense. Kai Baobao secretly glanced at Wang Hao, and after struggling for a long time, he finally made up his mind and wanted to ask Wang Hao's name. But at this moment, the driver suddenly braked, causing everyone in the car except Wang Hao to rush forward. When Kai Baobao was about to hit the seat in front of him, Wang Hao reached out and stopped him. Call. That was a close call. When Kai Baobao came to his senses, he suddenly saw Wang Hao's hand holding his penis. His face instantly became hot and he said, your hand. Sorry, there was no ups and downs, so I didn't notice it. Wang Haoji said, you bad guy. Kai Baobao said bitterly, not only did you take advantage of me, but you also gave me a critical hit. And at this time, there was a commotion among the survivors in the car. Driver, are you taking the wrong road? Why are there so many zombies on the route released by the state? Are you still in a daze? Drive back now. Wang Hao turned his head and looked through the glass, and saw that the exit passage to the highway was blocked by ferocious zombies, including a burly zombie with iron arms. Monster Encyclopedia has been updated. Iron Arm Zombie. Level, First Level. Weakness, Head. Value, 100 evolution points. Description. The Iron Arm Zombie is extremely powerful, one of the best in its class, and loves to rampage and recruit zombies.
Whoa.
When Kai Baobao suddenly saw the Iron Arm Zombie, he didn't know what to say for a moment. He kept slapping Wang Hao's arm like a monkey. Have you regressed? Wang Hao said with a squint. No. Kai Baobao exclaimed, that zombie is the one I saw on Douyin. Did you see the overturned truck under the passage? It must have been knocked over by it. Driver, run. If it targets us, we're done. Zombies are still a deadly threat to humans, let alone the first-level Iron Arm zombies. Even an enhancer has to kneel before it. Elder brother. The driver hurried to Wang Hao and said respectfully, "We will reach the entrance and exit of Nanfeng Expressway from here, but it is blocked by zombies. This car is definitely not going to make it through. What do you think we should do?" "Open the door." Wang Hao picked up his backpack and thought that taking a bus was fast. He arrived in Fengqing in the time it took him to chat with Kai Baobao. It only takes him about half an hour to walk from here to Maple Leaf University. Ah, Kai Baobao was surprised. "I'm not teaching you how to do anything. I'm just worried about you. Why don't you try another route? There are a bunch of zombies and a super powerful monster blocking the way. It's too dangerous for you to force your way through." "Love at first touch?" Wang Hao said mischievously. No. Kai Baobao said embarrassedly. "I'm worried that something will happen to you. I can feel that you are actually a good person." "Good man?" It's quite funny that Wang Hao was given the nice guy card. He didn't say anything more and got out of the car alone. Kai Baobao quickly came to the window, looked at his back, and said anxiously, "It only takes a few more minutes to change lanes, but he doesn't want to. I'm so angry. I saw him being quite arrogant just now, but I didn't expect him to be so arrogant even in such a matter. Does he really not know that there are hundreds of zombies blocking the passage? The zombies aren't the focus. The focus is on that particularly burly zombie. I saw a video on Douyin where it killed 7 enhancers in a row, one by one with one punch. It was very brutal. My hands still shake a little when I think back to those scenes." "He's dead." The women in the car, who couldn't stand Wang Hao becoming an enhancer, all smiled when they saw that Wang Hao was heading for the tiger den despite knowing there was a tiger there. Roar! Roar! As soon as Wang Hao approached the passage, the zombies blocking the road turned their heads in unison. Then, accompanied by a roar from the iron-armed zombie, the zombies let go of their arms as if they had received an order and rushed over frantically with smelly saliva spitting out of their mouths. A first-level monster is worth 100 evolution points, which is equivalent to me killing 100 zombies. Good. I was given a welcome gift when I first arrived in Fengqing. Wang Hao raised his hand, and when his thumb rubbed his index finger, a dazzling electric light flashed. Bang! A snap of fingers, loud as thunder. All the zombies, including the iron-arm zombie, had blood gushing out of their ears and fell to the ground dead. If you cut open their heads at this time, you will find that their brains have been crushed into tofu dregs. Oh? Kai Baobao was stunned. Everyone else in the car was stunned. No way. It must be fake, right? With a snap of his fingers, Wang Hao instantly killed hundreds of zombies, including an iron-armed zombie that was a nightmare to the enhancer. Can the enhancer be so powerful? We are at the first level, but we have been strengthened in all aspects. However, he is so abstract. How high can his level be? He must be at the 10th level, right? MD, it was so cool to watch. He gave us men a chance to fight back. Who the hell said that women will rule the world from now on? Everyone thought about how they had hoped for Wang Hao's death and lowered their heads guiltily, while the men all waved their fists excitedly. This scene really makes me feel proud. Kai Baobao covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes widened, and exclaimed, "That snap of his fingers was so cool. I'm sorry, Kimura. I met someone better and more outstanding than you. From now on, I can only be his fan, not you." Chapter 25. It's so hard to be low-key. Wang Hao walked to Maple Leaf University and found a bunch of cars arranged in a maze on the road leading to the school gate, effectively keeping the zombies out. He also discovered on the way that some survivors had chosen the university as their destination. There must be capable people in the university who led the survivors to build a shelter. Wang Hao thought to this and threw his backpack into a car with broken windows. Then he wiped his hands on the ground, wiped a layer of dust on his face, and then walked towards the university gate. He came to look for someone. Before that, try to keep a low profile and don't do anything rash that would scare Wang Tianqi into thinking he's a bad guy and run away. That would only make things more troublesome. As expected, the school really became a shelter. Several vehicles covered with barbed wire were parked across the school gate, with a single opening for the survivors to pass through, and inside stood several people holding iron spears. Everyone is serious. The look he gave the survivors was somewhat scrutinizing. What can you do? Screwing in an electronics factory. Roll. What can you do? Cooked rice. Roll. What can you do? I used to be a soldier, and before that I worked as a security guard in a company. Okay, go in. The shelter obviously doesn't accept everyone. Only useful people are accepted. A young man with protruding ears was holding a notebook and questioning the survivors, queuing at the door one by one. Soon it was Wang Hao's turn. The young man glanced at him and said, "Go in." He is a relative, but he still queues up? The person standing behind Wang Hao couldn't help but say, "Why don't you just go in directly? Everyone else has to be asked what they can do. Why can Wang Hao go in directly? None of your business." The young man cursed, "Being handsome brings you privileges. If you're unhappy, you can go back and call your mother to put you back in order to rebuild you." The man remained silent. Wang Hao is tall, with an angular face and a slender and upright figure. He is a real handsome man, and his looks really kill everyone present. They had heard it from hearsay too. Today, women are gradually taking the lead. As long as a man is handsome, he can still have food to eat in the doomsday. Wang Hao felt puzzled. He clearly wanted to rely on his own strength to enter the shelter, but he didn't expect that in the end he would have to rely on his handsome identity. "Come with me." He passed through the school gate and, under the guidance of another person, came to an open space where 7 people were already standing. It seems they are either models or muscular men, and the worst are just puppies. "Why do I feel like this is a selection of male models?" Wang Hao said secretly. His arrival attracted the attention of 7 people. After the 7 people looked at Wang Hao, some hostility appeared in their eyes, as if they regarded him as a strong competitor. "This is a bit more handsome. I'll have to use my ultimate move soon." If Wang Hao knew what they were thinking, he would definitely feel offended. "The men we chose today are of good quality." At this time, a 300-pound tank came over and carefully looked at the people present. When it was Wang Hao's turn, his eyes lit up and he said, "It's you. It's you. I love men like you the most." Others looked disappointed. Is Wang Hao really that handsome? He kills instantly right away. "Dude, you are in luck." The person who led the way said with a smile, "Gonglan Xin is our boss's sister. She is also very good at killing zombies. Her most glorious record is killing 24 zombies by herself. You just serve her well and sit back and enjoy the good life." Wang Hao was speechless. Are they really selecting male models here? No wonder he is handsome and can enter the shelter unconditionally. "I don't accept it." A muscular man raised his hand and said, "I want to fight him one-on-one. I think I am more suitable for Miss Gonglan Xin." Wang Hao glanced at Gonglan Xin, whose face was full of flesh. "Little sister?" Vomited. "Oh, it's so annoying. You guys know I only want to choose one. So why are you trying to snatch it from me and make it difficult for me?" Gonglan Xin sighed, "Okay, you two can fight one-on-one, and the winner will get my favor. Before we fight, I have to tell you that I used to be a fighting athlete and I've competed in the UFC." The muscular man jumped on the spot, waved his fist at Wang Hao fiercely, tilted his head and said provocatively, "You are nothing but an embroidered pillow in my eyes. I can knock you out with one punch." Wang Hao walked to the center of the field and said indifferently, "Come on. Be careful. I'll break your nose with this punch." The muscular man took a step forward and threw a straight punch at Wang Hao's face, but before the fist got close, Wang Hao suddenly flew backwards. He covered his chest, stood up and said, "What a strong chi. I lost." "Oh?" The muscular man was confused. Just acted out? But he didn't care. He turned to Gonglan Xin and smiled, "I won. I like weak men." Gonglan Xin said indifferently, "I still choose him." "Didn't you say that if you win you'll be chosen?" "Whatever I say is what it is. How dare you doubt me? Men will have to be weak in the future. If you dare to be tough, then go to hell." When the muscular man saw Gonglan Xin rushing towards him, his face changed drastically with shock and he wanted to dodge, but she was too fast and knocked the muscular man away with a bang. Puff! The muscular man fell to the ground, spitting blood. His eyes widened, and he became silent. How cruel. He would have lost his life even if he hadn't offended Gonglan Xin. Wang Hao thought that it was too difficult to keep a low profile. There were always troublemakers looking for trouble with him, and he couldn't help but feel murderous. He originally wanted to find Wang Tianqi peacefully and then leave, but he didn't expect that the opposite would happen. He encountered such a disgusting thing as soon as he entered the shelter. Men's blood is disgusting. It makes me want to vomit just looking at it. Gonglan Xin pointed at Wang Hao and said, "You? Kneel down and crawl over here to clean the blood off my shoe." Wang Hao pointed. "What? You still don't accept your fate?" Gonglan Xin said coldly, "I just saw that you were acting, deliberately losing to that idiot. You still have some pitiful self-esteem in your heart, right? Okay, I like to teach people like you the most. Now, immediately, come here. Otherwise, I'll break your hand." Bomb. Just as Wang Hao was about to take action, A gentle female voice suddenly came from the side. I want him. Head teacher? Wang Hao recognized the person who came. Lin Wanrong, are you trying to steal my man? Gong Lanxin said with a cold face. You can ask him who he would like to be with. Lin Wanrong, who was wearing glasses and looked delicate and capable, said, your brother is my father's student. He will definitely give me face, so you don't have to use him to pressure me. Okay, tell me who you're willing to be with. Gong Lanxin walked up to Wang Hao and said sternly, you'd better think it over carefully. Lin Wanrong can protect you temporarily, but not forever. If you make me happy, you'll be better off here. You should be thankful that I have something to do, otherwise you would have died long ago. Wang Hao walked past Gong Lanxin and left with Lin Wanrong. I'm so pissed off. A man who is not even an enhancer dares to ride on my face. Gong Lanxin clenched her fists so hard that they made a creaking sound. Suddenly, she punched the survivor next to her to death, but she still felt unsatisfied, so she beat the remaining few people to death. Only after listening to their begging for mercy and screaming did she feel better. You're dead. Gong Lanxin stared at the direction where Wang Hao left and said angrily, Lin Wanrong can't protect you. I said so. Chapter 26. Who dares to compete with Wang Hao's face? Lin Wanrong brought Wang Hao back to her room, poured him a glass of water, and said, I thought I had made a mistake, but I didn't expect it was really you. Luckily, I happened to pass by there, otherwise, with Gong Lanxin's twisted and inflated personality, you would be in trouble if she took you away. Wang Hao said calmly, in fact, if you hadn't come, I would have started a massacre. Don't be so stubborn. Gong Lanxin is very strong. She can dent a zombie's head with one punch. Just think about how hard the human skull is. Lin Wanrong thought that no one who specialized in boxing was a match for Gong Lanxin, let alone a student who lacked training. Wang Hao was truly ignorant and fearless. You should have come here via the safe route that the country posted online, right? Why don't you just stay at home? What are you doing in Fengqing? Wang Hao responded, I'm here to look for a student named Wang Tianqi. Teacher, I just heard you say that your father is a teacher here. Yes, he was a professor at the university, but he passed away from cancer a while ago. When I came back to sort out his belongings, there was a zombie outbreak and I happened to be trapped here. Lin Wanrong thought, I'm familiar with the people here. I'll help you find her. If she's still alive, I think we'll find her soon. But during this time, you have to follow me closely, because Gong Lanxin will definitely not let you go. Once I find someone, I'll send you away immediately. Lin Wanrong had never discriminated against Wang Hao before and often comforted him. Now she was risking offending Gong Lanxin to protect him. At this moment, he helped him without hesitation. Although he didn't need Lin Wanrong's protection, Lin Wanrong's kindness was rare. Thanks. Wang Hao nodded. It's strange that you say thank you without any expression. Lin Wanrong put down her hair and chuckled. I'll get you some water to wash your face. Wait here for me. Wang Hao finished drinking the water on the table. His ears suddenly moved. He stood up and walked out the door, closed the door and said, Since you are here, why are you hiding? The next moment, two women walked out from the side. Boy, you reacted pretty quickly. You noticed us as soon as we arrived. The short-haired girl sneered, but your brain is not working well. You knew we were coming, but you still dared to leave Lin Wanrong and come out alone to seek death. Gong Lanxin didn't come? Wang Hao said calmly. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Another little girl said disdainfully. One person is enough to kill you. The reason we brought two people is because we're afraid you'll run away. As she said that, she flashed to Wang Hao's side and winked at the short-haired girl. The moment you offended my elder sister, you should have known what would happen to you. The short-haired girl strode over and punched Wang Hao in the face. The fist hits the face. The little girl sneered. Men nowadays are easier to deal with than little girls of several years old. The short-haired girl controls Wang Hao. Isn't that a small matter? What will happen to me? Wang Hao raised his hand and caught the short-haired girl's fist like he was catching a baseball. Question mark. Her face froze. Did I not use any strength? The short-haired girl kept trying hard. Her face flushed red, but she just couldn't break free from Wang Hao's hand. She suddenly realized that the reason Wang Hao was able to catch her attack was not because she didn't use enough strength, but because Wang Hao's strength was superior to hers. You are a second-level enhancer? The short-haired girl said in horror. Level 2? What your friend just said is very right. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Wang Hao suddenly exerted force and twisted the short-haired girl's arm into a knot. Then, tear it apart alive. Ah! The short-haired girl was about to scream when Wang Hao flashed behind her, covered her mouth with his hand and said, Shuh? Then, Wang Hao broke her head. Her eyes widened with fear. and her body instantly went limp like noodles. Question mark. The little girl was confused. She had no experience in the apocalypse and usually relied on her identity as an enhancer to bully ordinary people. She had never seen such a cruel scene. Devil! Devil! The little girl was so frightened that she turned around and tried to run, but a scary shadow suddenly appeared behind her and grabbed her head with both hands. No, don't! She cried and looked pale, and there was no trace of the arrogance she had just used to control Wang Hao. I was wrong. I was wrong. Wang Hao broke her head off. Boom. The little girl's pupils trembled, and she fell to the ground weakly. Although the enhancer starts at a higher level than the psychic, starting at the first level, this is like the difference between a Jetta and a Rolls-Royce. Even the lowest-end Rolls-Royce can easily beat the highest-end Jetta. It's like a piece of cake for a level less psychic to kill a level 1 enhancer. Wang Hao picked up the two bodies and threw them aside like garbage. He then opened the door and entered the house, bumping into Lin Wanrong, who was rushing out. You scared me to death, Lin Wanrong said unhappily. I didn't see you when I came out. I thought you were captured by Gonglan Xin. I want to take out the trash, Wang Hao said calmly. You must not leave my sight again, Lin Wanrong said worriedly. Although Gonglan Xin will not do it herself because of my face, there is no guarantee that she will not find someone else to come. If you are captured by then, I will not be able to save you. Good. Wang Hao asked casually, Teacher, what are your plans for the future? It's safe for me here. If nothing unexpected happens, I will continue to stay here. Lin Wanrong's answer was within Wang Hao's expectations. This place is just not friendly to men. Women are still very popular. I've prepared some water for you. Go wash your face. Lin Wanrong consoled her. Don't be afraid. I'm your teacher. I won't watch you get into trouble. You can sleep in my bed tonight. I'll sleep on the floor. I'll sleep on the floor, Wang Hao said without hesitation. Otherwise, I will leave. You kid. Lin Wanrong couldn't persuade Wang Hao, so she had to give in. A room. Gonglan Xin looked at the two bodies on the ground, her face trembling with anger. She suddenly smashed the table next to her with a punch and said angrily, You are so good, Lin Wanrong. You usually act like a sheep, but I didn't expect you to be so cruel. Okay, you're really good. You killed two of us without making any noise. I felt something was wrong, so I sent people to look for them. Only then did I find their bodies. She didn't think that useless guy Wang Hao had the ability to kill the short-haired girl and the little gangster girl. So who else could the murderer be except Lin Wanrong? I don't care what excuses you make, as long as you hold my brother back. Gonglan Xin patted her subordinate's shoulder and said sternly, I can't stand it. I'm going to catch that useless bastard myself and teach that bitch Lin Wanrong a lesson. Soon, she followed the knight and found Lin Wanrong's residence, and Wang Hao was the first to sense her breath. He thought, she couldn't help it so quickly and wanted to kill me in a hurry? Just right. Killing does not take overnight. Lin Wanrong was not sleeping deeply. When Wang Hao stood up, she opened her eyes nervously and asked, Where are you going? I'm going to open the big one. Wang Hao responded, Teacher, do you want to accompany someone? Chapter 27. Killing without waiting. You are itching for trouble, and you dare to make fun of the teacher. Lin Wanrong grabbed Wang Hao's arm and said, Go quickly and come back soon. Don't go too far. If anything happens, just shout loudly. I'll wait for you to come back. Good. Wang Hao stood up and walked out the door, deliberately walking a little further away before saying, Fat pig, you're like a heavy tank. Where do you want to hide? Did you lead me here on purpose? After Gonglan Xin walked out of the wall, she frowned and asked, Aren't you afraid of me? I wanted to kill you when I came in, but unfortunately the teacher saved your life. Wang Hao said calmly, I was planning to send you off after I finished my work, but since you are so impatient, I will send you off early. Just you? Just you? Gonglan Xin smiled. There was a lot of disdain and sarcasm in the laughter. Lin Wanrong, come out. Gonglan Xin shouted. You must be nearby, otherwise he wouldn't be so confident. Come out. I'll beat both of you alone, so you don't think I'm bullying you. Pause. Seeing that Lin Wanrong didn't come out, she nodded and said, You're acting, right? Well, I'll break his bones one by one and see if you can come out. Then, she broke his joints and stared at Wang Hao fiercely, saying, You have to pay the price for your choice today. So annoying. An ant is chirping away. Wang Hao swayed and approached Gonglan Xin, threw a punch and said, I respect my opponent, so I will just do as you said and break all the bones in your body. If you are powerful just by talking tough, you would be invincible. Seeing that Wang Hao was going to confront her head-on, Gonglan Xin couldn't help but reveal a ferocious smile. She is afraid of everything except facing head-on. In an instant, she also threw a punch and it collided with Wang Hao's fist, but as soon as the fist made contact, the smile on her face froze. The force coming from Wang Hao's side was like a flood or a beast, instantly crushing Gong Lanxin's strength, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from her entire arm. Gong Lanxin groaned, staggered back. You. Gong Lanxin looked at her broken arm, and when she looked at Wang Hao again, the previous contempt in her eyes was gone, and it was more of shock. The previous blow clearly showed who was better. It turns out that I am no match for Wang Hao. You are such a wimp. Wang Hao chased after her swiftly and broke Gong Lanxin's nose bone with one punch. Blood spurted from her mouth, making her face look even more hideous, but she was crushed by Wang Hao and lost all her fighting spirit. She turned around and ran while calling for help. Save. The word life was not uttered. Wang Hao chased after her and punched her in the area where her voice came from. Gong Lanxin fell to the ground in a mess, supported herself with her hands, and kept crawling backwards, while the same thought kept repeating in her mind. Impossible. This is impossible? She relied on her weight, so her strength after evolution far exceeded that of other enhancers. After being baptized by blood, she was invincible among her peers. Even if Wang Hao was an enhancer, how could he possibly be her opponent? Not to mention something as outrageous as completely crushing her. Bang! Bang! Wang Hao broke Gong Lanxin's jaw, larynx, spine, and sternum one after another. She was in great pain, but because her vocal organs were damaged, she could only make hoarse sounds. Can't shout out. The pain will undoubtedly be doubled. She suddenly regretted provoking Wang Hao. He clearly had a bright future, and with some hard work he would surely shine on the stage of the end times. However, because of a choice he made that led him to fall into the abyss, he paid a heavy price for his arrogance and the expansion of his strength that grew too fast. If I could do it again, she would never provoke Wang Hao, this evil god. It feels good. Wang Hao beat Gong Lanxin to death and even felt relieved when breathing. He went to find water, washed his hands, and then returned to his room. Are you hurt? Lin Wanrong frowned and asked, why do I smell blood? Forehead. Just tell me now. Is it okay for me to pee blood? Lin Wanrong choked up, and after a while she said, I'll help you find someone tomorrow, and I'll go get you a few boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine to take on the way. Good. Wang Hao nodded. The room was silent for a while. Lin Wanrong suddenly asked, are you still bleeding? I have Sophie here. It's not flowing anymore. Oh. The next day, the survivors gathered in the open space, looking at Gong Lanxin, who died miserably, and talked about it. Who is this? So cool, beating up Gong Lanxin, who was like a bully in school, so badly. She is the strongest among us. How strong must the person who killed her be? Gong Lanxin's death is a great relief, but this is someone else's territory and her brother is not a pushover. It's okay that the murderer ran away. If he is still in school, his fate will definitely be much worse than hers. Gong Lanxin's brother, Gong Yong, rushed over after hearing the news, and when he suddenly saw his sister's death, his pupil shrank, and then he shook with anger. Who? Who did it? He grabbed Gong Lanxin's men by the collar and shouted angrily, Speak. The subordinate briefly explained the feud between Gong Lanxin and Lin Wanrong, and then said, Gong Lanxin went to see Lin Wanrong last night. This was not done by her, but by the person she protected. Well, I just saw them going to the ordinary dormitory, calling all enhancers. Gong Yong shouted, If they dare to kill my sister, I will make them pay with blood. Gong Yong is serious now. There are almost 100 enhancers in total. A brave man cannot stand up to a pack of wolves. The one who killed Gong Lanxin is too strong and will probably die soon. To be honest, after killing someone, he didn't run away, but stayed on the other person's territory. It seems a bit arrogant, so I have nothing to say about it. Others laughed at Wang Hao for being too stupid. He can't run away even if he wants to. The city center is crowded and complicated. Lin Wanrong came out of the dormitory and said worriedly, I saw people on the internet saying that there are groups of zombies over there. A large-scale zombie tide will erupt at the slightest noise. There is almost no chance of survivors. Do you really want to go find Wang Tianqi? I don't know whether Wang Hao is unlucky or his mother is unlucky. Lin Wanrong found Wang Tianqi's deskmate and heard from her that Wang Tianqi had just taken sick leave and went home on the day the zombie outbreak occurred. The WeChat records of the two people show. Confirmed that Wang Tianqi is at home. If she wasn't important to me, I wouldn't have come all the way here. Wang Hao nodded and said, Look, if I go to her house and still can't find her, it means she's dead, and I can go back to my hometown to farm. I understand. Everyone has someone in their heart who is worth risking their life to save. If my father were still alive, no matter where he is, I would go find him. Lin Wanrong nodded her head and said, "Let me take you out first." Um. The two of them walked a few steps outside when they ran into Gong Yong, who was coming with a large number of enhancers. They then separated and surrounded the two of them. Chapter 28. Kill more, and you will naturally be able to tell the difference.
Gong Yong.
Lin Wanrong's first reaction was to protect Wang Hao behind her, and she faced Gong Yong and asked, "What are you going to do? Don't you know what I'm going to do?" Gong Yong said angrily, "For the sake of the teacher, I never made things difficult for you, even if you didn't go out to look for supplies. But how did you repay me? You killed my sister. Gong Lanxin is dead?" Lin Wanrong was shocked. "Haha, what's the point of playing dumb? Today you and that guy will be buried with my sister." Gong Yong shouted, "Do it." As soon as the words fell, more than 100 enhancers rushed over with eager eyes. "Gong Yong, there must be some misunderstanding here. Gong Lanxin is so strong, it's good enough that she doesn't kill us. How could we possibly kill her?" Lin Wanrong exclaimed, "Tell them to stop first. Listen to my explanation. You two are the biggest suspects. It is better to kill the wrong person than to let him go," Gong Yong said in a deep voice. Lin Wanrong's mood fell to the bottom. With more than 100 enhancers attacking together, not to mention Lin Wanrong alone, even if there were 30 more Lin Wanrongs, they would not be able to withstand it. "I found the whereabouts of the person I was looking for, so I don't have to keep a low profile anymore." Wang Hao embraced Lin Wanrong and said indifferently, "Teacher, the young eagle will eventually spread its wings. Your student is not as weak as you think." Lin Wanrong raised her head and stared at Wang Hao's face with her beautiful eyes wide open. Suddenly, she felt that he had taken off the scabbard of his sword, revealing his true edge. Wang Hao raised his hand, and when he rubbed his thumb and index finger, a flash of lightning appeared. Boom! A snap of fingers, loud as thunder. More than 100 enhanced agents who had come to besiege them had blood spurting out of their ears and fell to the ground with their eyes wide open, with no idea how they died. Woo! Lin Wanrong covered her mouth. Pupils trembled violently. Dead? Dead? More than 100 enhancers died just like that? Oh my god. Wang Hao is so terrifying. Question mark. Gong Yong's mind went blank. The fact that Wang Hao could kill an enhancer instantly was enough to shock many people, but he actually killed more than 100 enhancers instantly without even moving his position. Are you telling me this is true? Not a dream? Gong Yong rubbed his eyes repeatedly and pinched his flesh, but unfortunately the scene in front of him did not change at all. He had no choice but to accept this cruel truth. Boom. Gong Yong knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Wanrong, please spare my life for the sake of our teacher. Please, I don't want to die." Lin Wanrong looked at Wang Hao. "Fine." Wang Hao nodded and said, "Speak boldly. He is no longer a threat to you, and he did take care of me before. Please spare his life." Lin Wanrong said reluctantly, "If the teacher says forgiveness, then I will definitely forgive him." When Gong Yong heard what Wang Hao said, he felt relieved and happy, but Wang Hao's next sentence made him fall from heaven to hell. "But I have the final say here." Wang Hao shot Gong Yong to death with a flick of his finger. Bang! Gong Yong exploded. The wreckage was covered in blood and scattered all over the ground. Vomit! Lin Wanrong's face changed, and she turned around and vomited. She paused for a moment, then glared at Wang Hao resentfully and said, "You already want to kill him? Why are you still asking for my opinion? He's begging for mercy from you, not from me. Should I respect you and ask for your opinion?" Wang Hao said calmly, "It's my usual style to leave no hidden dangers. You've changed a lot. Before you were called a monster, now you really have become a monster." "The word monster I mention later is a compliment," Lin Wanrong said with emotion. "I still find it incredible when I think of the moment you killed them all with a snap of your fingers. It feels like my scientific perspective has been impacted." Wang Hao didn't say anything. It was basic operation for him to instantly kill Gong Yong and that group of enhancers. Nothing to be shocked about. "Did you kill Gong Lanxin? Did you kill her when I couldn't find you?" Seeing Wang Hao nod, Lin Wanrong angrily pulled his arm and said unhappily, "You lying bad student, I was worried about you and couldn't sleep. I told you, given the gap between your knowledge and mine, I still have to explain everything to you. It's so troublesome, it's better not to say it." "Well, you think the teacher is short-sighted." The two were fighting when the ground suddenly shook slightly and waves of chaotic footsteps and roars of corpses were heard from outside, coming from far away. A zombie tide has broken out. Wang Hao pondered, The scale is about 3 or 400. You can hear this? Lin Wanrong said in surprise. After killing more, you will naturally be able to tell the difference. Wang Hao said lightly.
Versailles.
After seeing Wang Hao's strength, Lin Wanrong realized that he did not take the safe route to Fengcheng, but killed his way here. Nearly 1,000 kilometers. He actually came here on foot. There are so many dangers, it's chilling to think about them. Brother Yong, a survivor, ran over in a hurry, as if he wanted to report to Gong Yong about the zombies. But what he saw was a bloody scene like a slaughterhouse. He was so scared that he fell to the ground and said in shock, Yong, Brother Yong is dead, and the more than 100 enhancers he brought are also dead. I must be dreaming. Teacher, I will leave after I clear this wave of zombies. We will see each other again if we are lucky enough. Wang Hao said, you should change your personality. Don't be too nice. You treat others as dying crocodiles, while they treat you as food on the plate. Lin Wanrong nodded and said, okay, you must be careful too. If it doesn't work, come back. The city center is really too dangerous. When Wang Hao walked outside, he saw the survivors on the playground were like ants on a hot pan, running around in a panic. Why hasn't Brother Yong come yet? There are so many zombies rushing over this time, especially the one leading the group, who immediately knocked open the car that was welded to the ground. What kind of day is today? We are so unlucky. Hundreds of zombies are coming together. We have no weapons, and we can't stop them with just the enhancers. Those bastards are deserters. If I wasn't a coward, I would have run away too. There were so many zombies, I felt despair just by looking at them. It is not right for everyone to run, and it is not right for not running either. The zombie tide hasn't arrived yet. They were already in disarray. Wang Hao silently walked through the crowd and stood on the high platform built by the survivors to serve as a sentry post. He looked at the iron-armed zombies that were rushing around and easily breaking through the car maze, and the horde of zombies they brought with them. He then rose from the ground, surrounded by overbearing lightning. Lightning flashed everywhere, filled with anxious eyes. Fuck. 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 Everyone looked at Wang Hao stupidly, who was like the god of thunder. For a moment, they forgot their uneasy feelings and didn't know what words to use to describe their feelings at this moment. A cry of "oh shit." It is enough to show how shocked they were. How can a person control lightning? How can a person be so close to lightning and not get hurt? How can a person hang in the air? Is Newton's coffin no longer able to hold down? Chapter 29. Downtown Hell. Wang Hao stretched out his hand and grabbed a bolt of lightning from his body and threw it at the iron-armed zombie that was rushing towards him. Roar. It seemed to sense a huge threat and let out a violent roar, then gathered strength in its fists to fight against the lightning. The two sides have just come into contact. The lightning ruthlessly penetrated the iron-armed zombie's defense and then blasted a charred, bloody hole in its head, and the dirty blood that spurted out made a sizzling sound due to the heat. One hit. Wang Hao killed the rampaging first-level monster. Bang! Bang! Wang Hao stood still and output, and bolts of lightning fell into the group of corpses, blasting away flying debris and dirty blood. In an instant, most of the hundreds of zombies died. Evolution point +1. Evolution point +1. Total evolution points, 2013. Not long after he upgraded, he had already accumulated another 2,000 evolution points. This result is quite impressive. This kid is so strong. Lin Wanrong, who was standing in the back, saw Wang Hao's performance and said proudly, I couldn't believe that he was actually a student I taught. Why did the noise outside suddenly quiet down? Could it be what I thought? When the survivors saw Wang Hao leaving, they mustered up the courage to step forward and immediately saw a bloody battlefield with charred and bumpy areas everywhere. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Everyone gasped. Oh my god. It's actually true. It took Wang Hao less than 3 minutes to wipe out hundreds of zombies, including the leader, a different type of zombie that brought them tremendous pressure. Am I seeing a ghost or a god? Is he an enhancer? Why is he different from the enhancers I have seen? I feel like he is on a different level from those enhancers. At this time, the survivor who had gone to Gong Yong to report the news came out and, under the gaze of everyone, told everyone what he had seen. Wang Hao killed Gong Yong alone. He slaughtered more than 100 enhancers. Everyone's pupils shocked. So strong. It was the first time I saw someone kill an enhancer. It was as easy as mowing the grass. If there is a video of this, I can put a funny sound on it, which will definitely dampen the arrogance of those women who rely on themselves to be enhancers and start fighting. Is it amazing that a woman can become an enhancer? Men can become stronger beings. Don't believe it? Look at Wang Hao. Gong Yong and his sister are so miserable. They have brought disaster upon themselves. Gong Lanxin is so arrogant, and now she has hit a tough guy. She is really a culprit. Although everyone was excited, they soon thought of a fatal problem. Gong Yong is dead. Who will be the boss? It would be such a shame if such a good shelter were to be destroyed. Everyone, listen to me. Someone suddenly looked at Lin Wanrong and said loudly, the person who just left was her student. She is also an enhancer. No matter which of us is the leader, there will definitely be people who will not accept it. Why not push her to replace Gong Yong to lead us? Although it's not pleasant to be led by a woman, it's because only women can become enhancers in this world. If Gong Yong didn't rely on Gong Lanxin, who among the enhancers would obey him? Yes, we have the support of the person who just left. We feel like we are a head taller than others. Surprisingly, everyone reached a consensus. I'm not fit to lead you. Seeing the fire spread to her side, Lin Wanrong said in a panic, you guys find someone else? Sister Rong. Sister Rong, just tell us what to do next. The group of people seemed to have identified Lin Wanrong and simply ignored what she said, calling her sister Rong one after another, making her anxious and helpless. She ran back to her room. The survivors would come running to the door from time to ask for instructions. She went out. Every time I meet someone, it's Sister Rong. Sister Rong? Lin Wanrong had no choice but to stop being the eldest sister. She sighed in her heart. Wang Hao's influence is still great. He can make people believe him even when he is not around. We have to push a woman to be the leader. Her identity as an enhancer is just the icing on the cake. After all, male enhancers are rare, but female enhancers are plentiful. What really convinced everyone were her students. The Master of Thunder and Lightning. Wang Hao, did you see it? Did you see it? On the rooftop, an uncle who looked like a wild man was broadcasting live, holding his phone, taking pictures of the downstairs bit by bit, and said in despair, this is the center of Fengcheng. In the live broadcast room, the barrage scrolls quickly. On a street where two cars can pass side by side, zombies are crowding each other. My God, the number of them makes my scalp tingle. I suddenly feel that I'm lucky that there are only a few zombies wandering downstairs. Alas, the city center of every city is similar. In the past, a large population was considered a symbol of prosperity, but now it is a horrible disaster. I have a friend who lives in the city center. Not to mention going out. If you stay inside, you have to worry about the door being knocked open by zombies. I can't contact my friend now. He is probably dead. I'm in the city center. It's not as exaggerated as you say. I still live a good life. At Sadao Yi Run, what the hell? You were typing halfway and died? Everyone watched the live broadcast with gloomy hearts, not knowing where the road to tomorrow would lead, or being glad that they were not in the center of hell. People on the internet say that the city center has become a dead city. There were virtually no survivors. Yes, some are like the uncle who is barely surviving and has no possibility of escape. After all, if you go out, you will have to face thousands or tens of thousands of zombies. Bang, bang, bang. The uncle looked back at the rooftop door that was being banged loudly by the zombies, patted the gas tank beside him and said, instead of having to suffer every second every day, I might as well take a few hundred zombies with me and die together. At least it will be a glorious death. After saying, he turned the valve of the gas tank and the gas rushed out with a hissing sound. But at this moment, he suddenly saw a person on the street walking on the wall like a stuntman walking on a tightrope, and less than 1 centimeter away from this person were the zombies crowded together. Is this man crazy? The uncle was stunned. The audience in the live broadcast room also had the same idea as him. Others dream of leaving the city center, but he's heading for the pit instead? He must be a member of the army of people seeking death, looking for excitement before dying. He's really invincible when he's willing to give it his all. If I were to walk like him, my legs would go weak right away, but he can actually walk so steadily. Everyone admired Wang Hao's spirit of risking his life and daring to use his own life to show them how insignificant a person is among a swarm of zombies. Only, it was a miserable death. When the survivors thought of the scene of Wang Hao being torn apart by thousands of zombies, they felt sick all over. The other side. As a third-level cultivator, Wang Hao had pretty good control over his muscles. Every step he took was like a ghost, without making any sound. However, he had no control over the contact between materials. When the sole of his shoe stepped on a small stone on the wall, a tiny sound suddenly was heard. This sound can be said to be negligible under normal circumstances, but it is particularly harsh on the street where there is no other sound except the low roar. Chapter 30. The Tyrant. Wang Tianqi's life and death are uncertain. Crunch. The tiny noise that Wang Hao made unintentionally was like water dropping into an oil pan, causing the entire relatively quiet street to explode. Roar!
Roar, roar, roar.
The shriveled zombies all turned their heads and stared at Wang Hao, the food that was delivered to their doorstep, and made hungry cries that made the uncle and the audience in the live broadcast room tremble. This is crazy. The uncle swallowed and said, compared to him, what I did is nothing. I heard the scream through the screen and I was so scared that I almost threw my phone away. Wouldn't it be good for him to kill zombies with such courage? At least he can fight for a bright future. It's better than being torn into pieces by zombies now and not even having the chance to be a zombie. He was quite handsome and manly. What a pity. Everyone shook their heads in front of their phone screens, as if they had already foreseen the cruel scene of Wang Hao being overwhelmed by the swarm of zombies. The city center is really dangerous. I was so careful, but zombies still came. Facing the zombies that were pouring in like a tide, Wang Hao did not show panic or madness as everyone imagined. Instead, he was as calm as still water. He raised his hand and rubbed his thumb over his index finger. Boom! The snap of fingers was like thunder. The zombies crowded together on the street trembled all over, and dirty blood spurted out of their ears, while those with fragile heads exploded like watermelons. A lot of dirty blood splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, corpses piled up like mountains on the streets and dirty blood flowed into the sewers. Evolution point +1. Evolution point +1. Total evolution points, 3,157. Fear. Wang Hao's thunderous attack instantly killed thousands of zombies. He is level 3, and zombies have no levels. The gap between the two can be filled by numbers, but it cannot be made up by a few thousand or tens of thousands of zombies. It would take at least 100,000 zombies taking turns to consume him for it to be feasible. This is also the reason why he doesn't dare to be too arrogant in the city center. Evolution points are nice. He has to be alive to enjoy it. He is not infinite blue. Once a zombie tidal wave breaks out in the city center, the zombies will surround him, and he will be waiting for death. The uncle's mouth was wide enough to fit a duck egg. The live broadcast room that was originally filled with barrages of comments was strangely free of a single comment. So stupid. The audience in front of the mobile phone screens were stunned. This must be a trick, right? Is Wang Hao the real Thanos? With a snap of his fingers, he actually cleared out half of the street. Thousands of zombies died instantly. Did I enter the wrong live broadcast room? What I just watched was actually a doomsday drama. I just told my wife about this excitedly, and she is still crying in my ear, telling me to be optimistic and not to be defeated by myself before being defeated by the zombies. The more I told her that this was true, the harder she cried. There really are people who can walk sideways in the apocalypse. I got a reflection from him. Are zombies really as scary as we think? Wake up if you go out now, the zombies will teach you a lesson. The live broadcast room was filled with comments so numerous that it was dazzling. Even XXBB in its heyday had to retreat, and all this was because of a snap of Wang Hao's fingers. Everyone thought that Wang Hao would be torn to pieces by the zombies, but they didn't expect that he would be just like Mundo, going wherever he wanted and treating the zombies as air. They clutched their phones. The excitement could not calm down for a long time. This is the city center. This is the city center. The uncle murmured. What others see as hell is his own backyard. Calm down. He's lured the zombies away now, so maybe I can escape. He staggered out of his pocket and took out a dry lotus cigarette, lighting it to calm himself, but just as he took a deep puff, he suddenly thought of something. Immediately, he mechanically turned his head and looked at the gas tank with the valve open. His eyelids twitched and he said, "Fuck." Boom. Wang Hao heard a deafening explosion and turned around to look at the tall building where flames were erupting and bricks and stones were flying everywhere. He thought he had encountered another person committing suicide. But that person did me a favor before he died. Lead all the zombies away. Wang Hao took the opportunity to quickly shuttle between the buildings and soon arrived at Wang Tianqi's residence, Building A of Huayuan. But strangely, he didn't see any zombies nearby, nor did he hear any growls. Even the bloodstains on the ground seemed to have dried for a long time. This is definitely not normal. Not all zombies are very smart and will run away as soon as they hear any noise. Some zombies are like stubborn residents. If you come back 5 days later, they will still be wandering around in the same place. So even in a deserted place, there will be zombies. I hope Wang Tianqi can wait for me. Wang Hao had a bad feeling and walked into the building. Still no zombies appeared, but there was a dry smell in the air. He suddenly saw that the elevator was still running. There is also a red upward arrow on the operation panel. Who would dare to take the elevator at this time? Why do I feel that this weird style has changed from a zombie movie to a horror movie? Wang Hao walked through the fire escape and found that the corners and railings were covered with huge spider webs, some of which were covered with tiny bone fragments. Are there mutant spiders active in the building? Wang Hao walked up carefully, but when he turned the platform, he was surprised to see a black spider as big as 4 fists lying in his blind spot. Monster Encyclopedia has been updated. Mutated spider. Level. First level. Weakness. Eyes. Value. 100 evolution points. Description. The mutant spider is like a lazy killer. It likes to build a nest in one place, wait for its prey to come, and then kill it with one blow. When Wang Hao saw the spider, it had already predicted and sprayed out a ball of green venom, which was now only half a hand's distance away from Wang Hao. Spiders are so shady. The distance is so close that there is no time to react. If it were someone else. At this moment, his face was sprayed with venom. Wang Hao, however, expressionlessly shot out a small lightning snake, which collided with venom in the air. Bang! How can a first-level attack compare to a third-level one? The grenade penetrated the venom, evaporating it, and the residual force hit the mutant spider, instantly blowing half of its head apart. The spider let out a strange, sharp cry, and then collapsed to the ground. Evolution points plus 100. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before Wang Hao could catch his breath, the spider's strange cry was like a horn calling for support. The sound of its rapid movements suddenly broke the atmosphere in the corridor where one could hear a pin drop. Immediately following, large numbers of mutant spiders crawled down from the walls, the ground, and the railings. When they got close to Wang Hao, they kicked the walls and the ground together, raised their sharp tentacles, and rushed towards Wang Hao. You're so kind. I was given so many evolution points just after I arrived. Wang Hao put his 5 fingers together, and violent lightning flashed around his fingers out of thin air. Then he walked upstairs and chopped off a spider that was rushing towards him with one step. The spider's body, split into 2 halves, fell to the ground with blood spurting out like dumplings. Its tentacles struggled violently for several times before it was completely dead. Chapter 31 Spider's Nest. Wang Tianqi is dead. Puff. Puff. The mutated spider at the back danced its mouthparts and suddenly spit out balls of venom, blocking all of Wang Hao's space to move in the narrow corridor. However, he didn't need to hide. Wang Hao waved the thunder blade and quickly cut off the incoming venom. The venom split into 2 halves and splashed on the walls and the ground beside and behind Wang Hao, making a sizzling sound and emitting a pungent poisonous gas. The corridor was full of pits and potholes due to corrosion. No wonder there are no zombies nearby. Given the horrific corrosiveness of the venom, no matter whether it is a human or a zombie, if it comes into contact with the venom, it will probably turn into white bones with charred flesh in a short while. Puff. When Wang Hao reached his destination, the 6th floor, he chopped the last mutant spider into several pieces, which spurted blood and rolled down the stairs. He looked back. The corridor was littered with broken limbs and blood. Evolution points plus 100. Total evolution points, 5,757. Monsters with levels are fragrant. He killed thousands of zombies in an instant on the street, but only gained more than 1,000 evolution points. But here, he also killed them in an instant, but gained 2,600 evolution points. And there are only 26 mutant spiders. It can be said that it requires little effort, hassle-free, and high returns. Wang Hao walked to the door of 603, pricked up his ears, and heard several very small breathing sounds coming from inside, which even a second-level monster might not be able to hear. He broke the door lock and pushed the door open. The 3 women and 1 man hiding in the corner trembled with fear when they heard the sound, and the women even cried out of fear. I want to come. They thought Wang Hao was a monster. I am a human being. Wang Hao said, all of you raise your heads. People? The 4 tried to raise their heads. Wang Hao's mother sent him a photo of Wang Tianqi, who was very beautiful and recognizable. So he took a look and confirmed that Wang Tianqi was not among the 4. I'm here to find Wang Tianqi. Who are you, and why are you in her room? Wang Hao asked. I'm Wang Tianqi's neighbor. I heard she was sick, so I went to visit her, and then I ran into those scary monsters. A round-faced woman trembled. The others came later, and we opened the door and rescued them. Where is she now? Wang Hao asked. She was eaten by a red spider, the woman replied. Really? The bad premonition came true. If it were someone else, they might feel unwilling, annoyed, and anxious at this time, worrying that Wang Tianqi would die and that their mother would have an accident as a result. Due to a strange disease, Wang Hao cannot feel these emotions. He actually tried his best. He came to Maple Leaf University from his school nearly 1,000 miles away, and then to Huayuan, and his speed was even faster than taking a helicopter. Who can achieve this level? I can only say, Wang Tianqi didn't live to see the day Wang Hao came because she and Wang Hao's mother were unlucky. Grass. Working in vain. There was no point in Wang Hao staying here any longer, so he turned around and left. This is the city center. There are zombies everywhere on the street outside. There are so many giant spiders in this building. How did he get in? The man's doubts startled the three women. Yes, the city center is known as the Dead City. People who come and die quickly, while people inside die slowly. In any case, whoever gets close to the Dead City will die. I was so scared that I forgot what you said. The round-faced girl asked in surprise. Did he come here by helicopter? Or he came in directly to kill me? Is there any need to think about this? He must have come here by helicopter. Another woman said with certainty, there are more zombies outside than people now, not just a few dozen or a few hundred. Even if he is an enhanced one, he can't kill his way in. Not necessarily. The third woman was clear-headed and said, let's assume he came by helicopter. But how come there wasn't a single giant spider from the time he entered the door to the time he left? We often hear the sound of spiders moving their mouths, so it's impossible that they just left, right? And he was very oppressive. When I first faced him, I didn't even dare to breathe. He was much more oppressive than the giant spider. The woman who guessed that Wang Hao came by helicopter still didn't believe it, or perhaps the cruel reality she had experienced these days made her unable to believe it. She shook her head and said, maybe the spiders just left. What's the point of arguing? Just go out and take a look and you'll know. The man walked out of the room and looked around carefully. After making sure there was no strange movement for a long time, he waved to the three women and said, come on, the spider seems to have really left. The three women looked at each other and carefully followed the man. When they walked into the corridor, they were immediately wretched by the bloody smell coming from it, and then they saw debris everywhere. Flowing dirty blood. The slaughterhouse-like scene in the corridor shocked them deeply. Vomit. They couldn't even stay there for 3 seconds and fled back to the house vomiting. Shit, he really fought his way here. We didn't even dare to get close to the door these days, let alone go out. He actually dared to cross the city center alone. I thought it was crazy enough for him to come by helicopter, but I didn't expect what he did was even crazier than I thought. We are enhancers after all. He is a man, and it's okay for him to kill zombies, but he can even kill spiders. I can't figure out how he does it. After the four of them recovered, they looked at each other and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. If I hadn't seen Wang Hao's work with my own eyes, who would believe that someone would actually dare to walk through the city center so coolly? Wang Hao walked out of the door, took out his mobile phone and prepared to send a message to his mother, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a warning sign. The muscles in his feet suddenly exploded, and he rushed forward. The next moment, a red spider silk fell from the sky. A large red spider several meters long rapidly descended along the spider silk, hovered over the place where Wang Hao had originally stood, and thrust out its tentacles like guns. Monster Encyclopedia has been updated. Red spider. Level. 2nd level. Weakness. Eyes. Value. 800 evolution points. Description. Red spider is good at surprise attacks, spinning silk to attack or entangle its targets, and its pedipalps can also be used like guns to produce heavy rain effects. Note: if you are hit by a red spider and your skin is broken, you will suffer painful burning damage. Good job. Level 2. If Wang Hao hadn't been so alert, he would have fallen into Red Spider's trap. Even if he was at the 3rd level at that time, he would have most likely been injured. Red Spider? Wang Hao thought of the round-faced woman's words and said coldly, you killed Wang Tianqi, and I killed you. This is an explanation for my trip. However, Wang Hao was about to take action, but Red Spider seemed to know how powerful he was and did not choose to fight him. Instead, it quickly rose along the spider silk and returned to the rooftop. Can you get away? Wang Hao followed the fire escape all the way up, and after breaking open the rooftop door, he discovered that this place had become a Ponzi cave with thick spider webs everywhere, on which hung mutant spiders. On his right-hand side stood 3 human-shaped spider silk pupae. He couldn't help but think thankfully. Is there one of the 3 pupae that belongs to Wang Tianqi? Chapter 32 Xiao Airbin Xiao. Squeak. Squeak. The eyes of the spiders hanging on the spider web all flashed bloodthirsty red light, and their tails dragged spider silk as they suddenly pounced towards Wang Hao from all directions. Boom! Wang Hao snapped his fingers. The mutant spiders that pounced from all directions felt thunder explode in their heads, and their brains instantly shattered into tofu dregs and fell weakly to the ground. Rustle, rustle. The spider silk dragged by the spider's tail did not fall down, but suddenly became taut as if pulled by a force. Wang Hao turned his head sharply and saw a red spider appear on the water tank, its mouthparts and pedipalps connected to the spider silk, moving constantly. Immediately following, the taut spider silk was controlled by it and shot towards Wang Hao as sharp as an arrow. He put his 5 fingers together and used the thunder blade to fight back, but when the spider silk got close, it suddenly turned and shot past him. Not good. Wang Hao saw the spider silk entwining with each other with himself as the core, and suddenly realized the red spider's intention, and hurriedly stepped on the ground and retreated. Starscream made a sharp, strange cry, as if saying, "You came to my place. Still want to run?" It leaned back suddenly and tightened the several-finger-thick spider silk around Wang Hao. Wang Hao raised his hand knife that was flashing with lightning and chopped it down at the spider silk from above. But the spider silk was surprisingly tough, and the lightning knife actually brought out a string of sparks when it chopped it down. You know, he is 1 level higher than Starscream, and his superpower is domineering lightning. Red Spider had been accumulating spider silk for who knows how long, but was able to withstand Wang Hao's enhanced Thunderblade. It has to be said that this was truly amazing. As expected of the red spider who is good at assassination, it didn't run away because it was afraid of fighting with me, but it was showing weakness on purpose to lure me here, using the mutant spider to attract my attention first, and then using these spider silk to kill me. Wang Hao tried his best to break free from the spider silk that was tightly wrapped around him, but even a thunder sword couldn't cut the spider silk, so he had no chance of breaking free with his already poor strength. Involuntarily, the spider silk didn't move at all, and even became tighter and tighter, as if it was going to squeeze him to death. Squeak, squeak, squeak. There was a hint of pride in Red Spider's weird cry. Wang Hao was restricted by the spider silk and couldn't break free, so he became a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of the red spider. It was shocked when it thought that with its own second-level rations, it would soon eat Wang Hao's third-level delicious rations. Naturally proud. Don't you think it's funny that you can trap a tiger to death with just a tiny spider silk? Wang Hao rubbed his thumb and middle finger, causing an even more deafening thunder. The movement range of these supernatural effects, such as bombs and thunder, is very small. Unless Starscream bound every part of his body individually, it would appear that the spider silk bound him, but in fact it was the same as if he was not bound. Puff! Red Spider's whole body stiffened, and many hideous cracks appeared on the surface of his head. The dirty blood seeped out of these cracks and instantly formed a pool of blood on the ground. It raised its limbs and let out a shrill cry, then fell powerlessly to the ground, and the spider silk controlled by it on Wang Hao's body also loosened. Evolution points plus 800. Wang Hao walked to the spider pupae and raised his hand to chop open the first one. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, a large group of thumb-sized spiders rushed out of the pupae frantically. Wang Hao snapped his fingers calmly. Evolution point plus 1. Evolution point plus 1. He then split the second spider pupa open, and still a large group of small spiders rushed out, but were killed by him with a snap of his fingers. 2 spider pupae. He harvested a total of 148 evolution points. This is the last one. Am I overthinking it? This is actually just the eggs that Red Spider uses to hatch spiders. Wang Hao split the third spider pupa, only to see a sad and beautiful lady standing in it with her eyes closed, her body covered with mucus. Several spiders that were smaller than the spiders in the previous 2 spider pupae were inserting their tentacles into her body, as if sucking something. Obviously, red spiders capture humans in order to use them as food to accelerate the growth of these little spiders. Wang Tianqi. Wang Hao killed all the spiders in the spider pupae and pulled out the royal sister who looked almost the same as the photo of Wang Tianqi his mother had sent him from the slime. He then laid her horizontally on the ground, lay down with his ear against her chest, and shouted, "Wang Tianqi, wake up." Although he arrived in time and Wang Tianqi was still alive, his heartbeat was very weak. If he was not rescued quickly, he would be close to death. Only, in this environment, where can he find a doctor? Wang Hao thought for a moment, then tore off Wang Tianqi's clothes. Then his hands flashed with dazzling lightning, and he pressed down on her chest with a little more force. Bang! Wang Tianqi was shocked. If there were a doctor here, he would be shocked and would ask, "Isn't this a defibrillator for emergency treatment? How the hell can this work? Is this show or the real show?" Wang Hao repeatedly shocked Wang Tianqi several times, then pinched her mouth open and performed artificial respiration. I, I am dead, am I not? Her confused consciousness suddenly regained sight, just like a fish that had been dehydrated for a while returning to the sea, breathing greedily. The next moment, she suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the handsome man standing so close to her, feeling a little confused. Who I am? Where am I? Who is he? Why am I kissing him? How much do you need, Min? Wang Hao kept his distance from Wang Tianqi, wiped his mouth with a tissue and said, My mouth is almost swollen from your sucking. Wang Tianqi woke up immediately when he saw Wang Hao wiping his mouth. Wang Hao, don't go too far. Wang Tianqi looked at Wang Hao carefully for a while before saying indignantly, A sister is still a sister. You have to respect me, understand? Do you know me? Wang Hao asked doubtfully. I've seen your photo at my godmother's place, and I've heard her mention you often. Wang Tianqi chuckled, but you're much more handsome than in the photo. My real mother. I don't see her once every 6 months, but she often comes to see you. Wang Hao said, Are you my mother's illegitimate daughter? You can talk about it without worrying about it. My father is missing, so he won't know that the guy next door cheated on him. My godmother used to be my biology teacher. Because we got along well, and she saw that my parents were both dead and I had no relatives, she said she would take me as her goddaughter. Wang Tianqi explained, I was doing academic research with her for a while, so we must have seen each other often. As for the issue of an illegitimate daughter, it would be great if it was true. My godmother is elegant, generous, knowledgeable, and patient. If I had a biological mother like her, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. While listening to her, Wang Hao turned around and started to roll up the spider silk on the ground. Spider silk is so tough that even a lightning knife cannot cut it. Just wrapping it around iron to make a shield has great value. If we keep developing it, it may have even more unexpected effects. If you don't pick it up, you would be ignorant of its value. Wang Hao put away the spider silk, and seeing Wang Tianqi sweating and weak, he asked, My mother asked me to take you to another place. Can you move now? Chapter 33 We are siblings. We can't commit suicide for love. I may have been unconscious for too long, so I feel a little weak. You have to wait for me to recover. Wang Tianqi felt his own condition. Although he could speak normally, his face had just regained a little color. It was a little difficult for him to even get up, let alone walk normally. This situation, obviously not suitable for traveling. She was so immersed in the joy of surviving a great disaster and chattering with Wang Hao that she only then noticed that her clothes were torn. The skin and red hood are exposed. Ah. Wang Tianqi quickly pulled his clothes tight, glared at Wang Hao and asked, What did you just do to me? You only had one breath left. Shouldn't I give you first aid? Wang Hao said calmly, If your brain is dirty, scrub it with bleach. You said it so beautifully, but you took my first kiss and saw my body. I don't know who took advantage of me. Wang Tianqi was annoyed. It's my first time eating dry DD. How could it be so embarrassing? I'm not interested in women. Wang Hao said expressionlessly, What you care about is just a bunch of fat to me. Wang Tianqi was stunned. Excess fat? He said it was fat? Is he in his right mind? You like fencing? Wang Tianqi asked hurriedly, Does godmother know about this? Hey, you are her only son. Can you take some responsibility for her? You're so noisy. Wang Hao said directly, Whether my mother recognizes you is her business. I am fine on my own and don't need another sister. So I am only responsible for taking you to your destination. I am not responsible for the food, drinks, and other things you need during the trip. In other words, I only ensure that you are alive and well when you arrive. Fresh. Has anyone ever described a person like this? My godmother always says that he is lonely and is worried about his social problems. How can this be called being alone? He is clearly a straight man. Wang Tianqi was so angry that she laughed. She thought to herself, I am the school belle after all. A lot of people usually chat with me, but I am too lazy to say a word. I met a relative in the apocalypse today and talked to him happily, but he actually thought I was noisy? Wrong. Even if I'm not his type, what man would not react if my clothes were open? Unless he really likes fencing. No, my godmother only has one son. He can't be bent. I have to find a chance to straighten him. Wang Hao didn't know what Wang Tianqi was thinking. After a while, he asked, I just had a fight with a spider and made quite a noise. It's not suitable to stay here for long. If you can walk, just grit your teeth and hold on until you get to a safe place to rest. I'm okay. Wang Tianqi nodded slightly, and when she struggled to stand up, she suddenly felt a pain in the back of her head, and at the same time, numerous fine hairs stood up on her arms. Seeing this, a word popped up in Wang Hao's mind, spider sense? Anyone who has seen Spider-Man is familiar with this term. It is Spider-Man's passive ability, which mainly alerts Parker to danger through tingling in the back of the head and adrenaline secretion. Generally speaking, the more dangerous the situation, the more obvious the tingling. Could it be that Wang Tianqi was infected by Red Spider and mutated into Spider-Man? My head hurts. Wang Tianqi looked at the hair on his hand and asked, "Why do I have so much hair?" Wang Hao ignored her and looked around cautiously based on his own guesses. Chiyu. Sudden. A shrill scream was heard. Wang Hao quickly located the location and found a large guy with bulging muscles and bulging black veins appearing on the rooftop of a high-rise building diagonally opposite. Monster Encyclopedia has been updated. Slinger. Level. Second level. Weakness. Slow close range movement. Value. 800. Description. The slinger likes to throw stones from high places to kill the target. It is very difficult to deal with, and every stone it touches will be automatically strengthened. The stones thrown by the slingers were like steel balls, smashing the air madly, and the speed was getting faster and faster, even faster than bullets. If Wang Tianqi had not been warned, the slinger might have succeeded. Call out. Wang Hao bent his fingers and flicked the thunder. Bang! The little razor smashes the stone. The broken rubble still had some power left, breaking apart the outer walls. Roar!
Roar, roar, roar.
The slinger raised his head and roared, as if blowing the horn of attack. Large groups of zombies rushed over from all directions, surrounding the building where Wang Hao was. The roar caused the walls and glass to vibrate continuously.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Help! The few people Wang Hao had met before huddled together in a corner, as if they were so frightened by the terrifying noise outside that they dared not move. This is not the end yet. The slinger broke the ground or wall around him, poured tremendous force into the stone in his hand, and threw it at Wang Hao with all his might while roaring. Wang Hao bent his fingers and flicked the thunder, continuously smashing the incoming rocks. Bang! Bang! The crushed rubble had riddled the outer walls with holes, and the rooftop and several floors below were on the verge of collapse at any time. But that was secondary, mainly because of the huge noise generated during this period. More and more zombies were alarmed, and they swarmed towards Wang Hao, so that the roars and footsteps coming from all directions became louder and louder, and the ground shook more and more violently. Slingers are really disgusting. Since it couldn't beat Wang Hao, it made some noise to gather zombies from several kilometers around, trying to kill Wang Hao with the human wave tactic. Hiss! Wang Tianqi saw that several streets near the building were crowded with zombies, and he took a breath and said, "No way. Is God playing tricks on me like this? I just escaped death, and now I'm dying again? No need to count. The number of zombies downstairs is at least over 10,000. Even if the country sent a fully armed reinforced company now, they would all be killed without a burial place. There may be no difference in the threat level between 1, 50, or 100 zombies, but 1,000 or 5,000 zombies is not as simple as 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. Their mindless charge without fear of life or death is enough to scare most people. What's more, there are only 2 people, Wang Hao. Anyone who sees this will have no chance of survival. My worst fear came true. If there's a riot in the city center, even I might not be able to withstand it." Wang Hao turned to ask Wang Tianqi, "Aren't you a mutant? Spray some spider silk towards the building opposite and we'll swing over." "I don't know what's wrong with me now." Wang Tianqi looked confused. "I can spit. Follow me closely. If you fall behind, find a comfortable way to die." Wang Hao must fight his way out, otherwise the zombies that keep rushing towards him will hold him back. "Good." Wang Tianqi said seriously, "I will definitely not hold you back." Wang Hao walked to the edge of the rooftop and said, "Come here. The door is this way." Wang Tianqi pointed to the rooftop door. "Stop talking nonsense. Come here." "Oh." Wang Hao pulled Wang Tianqi over and picked her up by the waist. She looked at Wang Hao blankly and asked, "What are you going to do?" "Suicide for love." Wang Tianqi saw that Wang Hao seemed to be about to jump from the 13th floor and thought that at this height, if he really jumped down, he would be smashed into mud, right? "No." Wang Tianqi said in a horrified tone, "Calm down. Calm down. Listen to me. We are siblings. We can't die for love." Chapter 34. Kill one corpse with 1 step. Kill all the corpses with 10 steps. Ah. Calm down. Wang Hao leaped with faith, frightening Wang Tianqi so much that she closed her eyes and screamed, grabbing his clothes tightly with both hands. At the same time, a large number of zombies rushed up to the rooftop from downstairs, chasing Wang Hao, and jumped off the building in a group. Suddenly, A zombie rain began to fall from the sky. This scene is so exciting. If other people saw this scene, they would probably be scared to death. The most terrifying thing is that Wang Hao is under the rain of zombies. Even if he can land safely, he will be smashed into a meat patty by the zombies. He fell rapidly, and his ears were filled with strong wind. Wang Tianqi's mind was blank. If he had to have an idea, it was only one. This fucking DD, am a complete lunatic. Jumped down from the 13th floor. How dare he? Wang Hao's pupil power had been strengthened before, so even in the strong wind, his vision was still clear, so he could accurately know his distance from the ground. Thunder Tower. He was only a few meters above the ground. His eyes flashed with violent lightning, and his body suddenly stopped as if with a parachute, suspended in the air to the limit. At the same time, lightning bolts appeared out of nowhere and surrounded him. Bang, 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 bang. The zombies that rushed out of the rooftop followed closely, but as soon as they touched the lightning around Wang Hao, they were electrocuted into charcoal and flew out with black smoke. 10 pieces. 100 pieces. All the zombies that smashed towards Wang Hao didn't even touch the corner of his clothes and fell to the ground. The zombies that landed away from him made a close contact with the concrete floor, exploding with disgusting blood and cracks spreading out from under their bodies. Several dozen meters in radius. There are spider web cracks everywhere. However, this extremely shocking scene did not scare away the zombies. The swarming zombies opened their rotten, bloody mouths, and their roars combined together were enough to scare the survivors more than 10 kilometers away. The next moment, they rushed towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao ignored all this like a thunder and lightning monarch. When the tide of zombies approached, he slowly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Boom! Thunder exploded. A large number of zombies crowded together and fell to the ground, bleeding. Evolution point +1. Evolution point +1. Total evolution points, 9,039. Fear. There's a reason why Raiden is called the King of Destruction. Wang Hao killed more than 1,600 zombies with one strike. This is why the survivors call the city center the Dead City in Hell. Zombies are swarming everywhere, and Wang Hao can harvest a large number of evolution points with just a casual AoE damage. If you change to other places, with this attack, Wang Hao could kill at most 1 or 200 zombies. Thunder and lightning? Am I in the sky? Wang Tianqi had just been frightened out of his wits. Now his soul was back to normal. He tried to open his eyes and saw thunder and lightning surrounding Wang Hao. He murmured, "You said it would be fine to fight. Why did you have to choose to jump off the building and die?" Desperate, miserable death. Wang Hao let go of his hand. Wang Tianqi was caught off guard and fell to the ground. He cried out in pain, and his confused brain woke up. He then glared at Wang Hao and asked, "What are you doing?" "Dead people don't feel pain." Wang Hao said indifferently, "Run. A new round of zombies is coming." Pain. Yes, it hurts. Wang Tianqi's beautiful eyes widened, and she groped the ground with her hands. Her heart was filled with turmoil. She thought to herself, Wang Hao held me in his arms and jumped down from the 13th floor, and he's okay? If an iron ball falls from the 13th floor, it will leave some patterns, but 2 people with flesh and blood jumped down and were unharmed? How is this possible? Thunder. Wang Tianqi looked at the lightning that Wang Hao had perfectly controlled and said in shock, "Why can you generate electricity with your bare hands? This is unscientific." At the same time, she also noticed the corpses all over the ground. Her pupils immediately shrank into needles. She couldn't help but gasp and shook her head in shock. Even if we count from the moment she jumped off the building, how long had passed from the time she jumped off the building to the time she opened her eyes? Less than 5 minutes? And she didn't feel Wang Hao moving significantly during the process. What did that mean? It meant that Wang Hao had left corpses everywhere in a short period of time. Wang Tianqi should have run, but she was stunned by Wang Hao's actions and completely forgot how dangerous her position was. "You are using modern science to measure me, which is somewhat demeaning to me." Wang Hao shouted, "If you don't leave now, I will leave. Do you know how scary it is for you to stand here in this place full of corpses, holding lightning in your hands, and talking to me with a blank expression? Never mind. How can you, a lunatic, know how crazy you are?" Wang Tianqi saw another large number of zombies surrounding him and quickly turned around and ran away. Wang Hao removed the effect of the Thunder Tower, landed on the ground, and hung behind Wang Tianqi, continuously flicking thunder to kill the rotten zombies that were violently rushing towards him. It's poisonous. Mowing the grass is not as easy as killing zombies. Wang Tianqi looked at Wang Hao, who killed one corpse with 1 step and a group of corpses with 10 steps. Although she claimed to be calm in the face of difficulties, she was still shocked. Wang Hao, it's not a good idea to keep running like this. You cover me. I'll find a car with the keys. The zombie encirclement that Wang Tianqi had just torn open by Wang Hao showed a tendency to close again, so he hurriedly ran to the red Audi TT parked on the side of the road.
Can.
Wang Hao rose from the ground, stretched out his hand to grab the lightning, and stood still to attack. Wang Tianqi tried to open the car door and found it was not locked. He couldn't help but feel happy. Then he bent down, sat in the driver's seat, and pressed the start button. Boom! The engine roared. The dashboards in the car lit up one after another. Lucky, the key is in the car. Wang Tianqi was overjoyed and was about to ask Wang Hao to get in the car, but suddenly a rich second-generation zombie wearing a designer suit appeared in the rearview mirror, roared suddenly, and bit her shoulder from the back seat. Finished. If an enhanced person is bitten by a zombie, he will also be infected, but unlike ordinary people, the enhanced person will develop the disease more slowly. Wang Tianqi cursed himself for being careless. How could he not check the situation in the car before considering other things? Now, he had killed himself. Roar! The zombie suddenly let out a cry of pain, and its entire body, starting from its mouth, melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving behind a pool of green liquid. Question mark. Wang Tianqi was stunned. What is going on? Why did the zombie suddenly die? She turned her head and saw a rough little thorn growing on the place where she was bitten by the zombie, but the little thorn had retracted at this time. Did the zombie die from biting the thorn on my shoulder? What the hell is this? It's too corrosive, even more terrifying than concentrated sulfuric acid. Wang Tianqi didn't have time to think about these things and hurriedly lowered the car window and said, Wang Hao, get in the car. I'll get in the car and you'll cover me? Wang Hao jumped onto the roof of the car, spread his legs apart, and said steadily, Let's go. You stand firm. Wang Tianqi stepped on the accelerator and the Audi flew out like an arrow. In an instant, the trend of the zombies surrounding the two people was broken, and the zombies chasing from the side all joined into the zombie group, chasing the two people like a flood and beasts. Chapter 35. The Hells Alone. Wang Hao's terrifying combat power. There are too many zombies. Their roars were like a punishment from heaven, sweeping across the entire city center. This. The survivors hiding in the building tried to stick their heads out and look at the street below through the window, but immediately shrank back into the corner in fear. The street that can accommodate 4 cars driving side by side is actually full of zombies crowded together. Although it is common to see zombies crowded in the city center, this is the first time I have seen them so crowded that their skin is rubbed off on each other, or even their bones are exposed. What happened today? Why are the zombies rioting? Downtown is hell. Many survivors were trembling, shaking, or collapsing with their heads in their hands, their hearts gloomy at the impact of such a desperate scene. Dead rising. How could humans possibly contend? Boom, boom, boom. The roar outside suddenly became smaller after a sudden bombing. Where does the sound of bombing come from? Could it be that the country has sent troops to rescue us? The survivors were puzzled and stood up with their eyes wide open. They immediately saw a scene that they would never forget. A sports car is speeding on the road. However, this incredible scene is not the point. The key point is that a person stands firmly on the roof of a sports car, like a mobile mortar, stretching out his hand to throw out violent lightning. These lightning bolts fell into the group of zombies. In the blink of an eye, a large number of zombies died on the spot. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The survivors gasped. Isn't he a monster in human skin? We were hiding desperately, not even daring to breathe continuously, and he actually dared to chase zombies outside and kill them? Oh my God, is this something a human can do? This is not the first day that everyone has been in the city center. Facts have proven countless times that no matter whether you are an enhancer or not, no matter how many people you have, if you dare to come in, you will die. The zombies that keep coming won't give you any chance to breathe until I tear you apart. However, Wang Hao broke this iron rule. Not only did he withstand the attack of the zombie tide, he also harvested zombies, becoming the first person since the end of the world who dared to move around in the city center and drive fast. Many people cried out in their hearts. We breathe to live. Wang Hao breathed in order to kill the zombies. Institute of Pharmaceutical Research. A fully armed elite team stood in a semi-arc, holding silenced guns and sweeping away the frantically attacking zombies in order to protect the researchers behind them. Team leader. The team member looked grim and asked, What's wrong with these zombies? Why did they suddenly explode? The city center has always been prone to explosions at any time. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become a forbidden area for humans. It's just that it's strange that most of the zombies in the city center exploded at the same time like today. The captain said in a deep voice, "More and more zombies are rushing in. We can't defend anymore. Everyone, get ready. We're going to break through."
Yes.
Several team members looked solemn. It's easier said than done to break through, but there are zombies everywhere outside. Even if they can leave the laboratory, how can they escape from the threat of zombies all over the street? However, breaking through is at least a matter of life and death. If they continue to defend, they will be dead, because humans can fight for anything except endurance with zombies.
Walk.
Several people walked out with their guns pulled. Roar. The captain was shocked when he heard the sound, but it was the wall on one side that suddenly exploded, and a burly zombie with iron arms strode in and punched a team member. The iron arm zombie is very fast. Before they could even move their guns away, they saw a team member being hit by a punch from the iron arm zombie, spitting blood and flying into the air, falling heavily to the ground. Go save them. The captain pointed at someone, then turned his gun and said, "Everyone else, follow me and focus your fire." The iron arm zombie crossed his arms to protect his head.
Clang, clang, clang.
Several people quickly concentrated their fire and shot a large number of bullets at the iron arm zombie, but its iron arms continued to splash sparks and the deflated bullets fell to the ground one after another. A shuttle came down. Its arm was not broken. The bullet only left many small holes on it. If you continue to shoot, the bullet will definitely penetrate the iron arm zombie, but will it give the warrior a chance? The answer is naturally no. Roar. The iron arm zombie knocked a warrior away under the bullets, then used his right foot as the axis, used his left foot to drive his body to rotate, and swung his iron fist to knock another warrior away. At the same time, one of them hurried to check on the fallen soldier and exclaimed, "Him! They are all dead." The captain's pupil shrank. Iron arm zombie is so scary. Killing a well-trained warrior with one punch? Roar. The captain hesitated. The iron arm zombie ran up to him and punched him in the face. The captain had no time to think about what to do, let alone dodge. He could only watch as his head caved in and burst into juice after the iron-armed zombie punched him. Boom! At the critical moment, there was a sudden thunder outside the door. Whether it was the invincible zombie in front of the captain or the large number of life-chasing zombies blocking the door, their heads all exploded and spurted blood. Fall to the ground and die. Everyone was dazzled. What's wrong? How come so many zombies died in an instant? Is support coming? The captain asked the soldier in charge of liaison. No. The warrior took out a military tablet from his backpack and handed it to the captain in disbelief, saying, "Captain, this is the picture the drone just captured." The captain took the tablet. His eyes immediately widened. In the picture, a sports car suddenly stopped and spun on the street, constantly breaking through the encirclement that the zombies were trying to close. But there were still too many zombies, especially when a large number of zombies rushed out from nearby buildings, making the situation even worse. The sports car was still surrounded by zombies. The crowds of zombie heads are intimidating. At this time, anyone would have thought that the people in the car were doomed to die. But at this moment, Wang Hao stood up, and lightning flashed from his rubbing fingers. A snap of fingers. All the zombies died with blood spurting out. Even the zombies in the research institute not far from Wang Hao were not spared. Who is he? The captain swore that the scene he had just seen was definitely the most shocking experience in his life, and he couldn't calm down at all. How strong is the Iron Arm zombie? They were killed instantly as they were the elite troops in the army. Wang Hao snapped his fingers, and the target was not the Iron Arm zombie. At most, it just brushed past it, and the Iron Arm zombie was killed instantly. This is not the most outrageous thing. There were at least hundreds of zombies surrounding Wang Hao, but they were all killed by him in an instant? You know, even if the captain could kill the zombies in seconds, killing them one by one would take a while to deal with hundreds of them, but Wang Hao only took less than a second. This speed is several times faster than a bulldozer. Just ask you, is this outrageous? The sudden riot in the city center is probably caused by him. The captain exclaimed, "Hurry up and save the video and send it to your superiors. I'm sure he'll blow everyone's mind." Chapter 36, Level 4. New Supernatural Effects. Evolution Point +1. Evolution Points +100. Total Evolution Points, 20,003. Your evolution points have accumulated to 20,000, meeting the upgrade conditions. SSS-Level Supernatural Power. Lightning level has been promoted from Level 3 to Level 4. SSS-Level Ability. Lightning. Level. Level 4. Effects. Thunderblade Enhanced. Thunderbomb Enhanced. Thunder Tower Enhanced. Thunder Enhanced. Thunder Sanction. Description. Thunder and lightning are violent and overbearing, good at penetrating any defense, occupying an absolutely dominant position among the same level, and even posing a considerable threat to the existence of a higher level. Note: 50,000 evolution points are required to advance to the 5th level of supernatural power. Congratulations to the host for killing 10,000 monsters, unlocking the achievement, 10,000 people killed, and getting the reward. Unlocking the Battle Pet function. Wang Hao killed all the way without stopping. Although his face turned pale and he began to show signs of overusing his supernatural powers, he reaped a lot of rewards. It takes 20,000 evolution points to upgrade. This is equivalent to Wang Hao killing 20,000 zombies. It's tiring just thinking about it. This is because in the city center, there are clusters of zombies, and among every 100 zombies, there is an average of one first-level monster worth 100 evolution points going to die. Otherwise, based on the rate at which he obtained evolution points before, it would take at least several months to upgrade. But he is now at the 4th level, which is outrageous. Don't you see? At this stage, most enhancers are still at the 1st level, and some people have not even found the correct way to activate the enhancer. What am I going through? Wang Tianqi glanced at the rearview mirror and was shocked to see that wherever the sports car passed, corpses piled up like mountains and blood flowed like rivers. He couldn't accept that all these scenes were the work of the man on the roof of the car. He is alone. How did he manage to fight his way out of the city center? This is not a special effects movie. This is not a horror movie. This is reality. Wang Tianqi was almost driven crazy by Wang Hao's display of strength and said to himself, who would dare to believe that someone can kill hundreds or thousands of zombies in a snap of his fingers? It was really difficult for her, a highly educated student, to accept everything Wang Hao did in such a short period of time. Unbelievable. Every action taken by Wang Hao is against science. Seeing that there was no danger nearby for the time being, Wang Tianqi opened the window and asked, "Do you know how many zombies you have killed?" "About 10,000. Wang Hao replied. "He's crazy." Wang Tianqi's eyes widened in shock. "Godmother, did you know your son is so rebellious?" Roar. Wang Hao raised his head when he heard the voice and saw a slinger appear on the rooftop of another tall building, holding a stone in his hand and constantly accumulating power. It seemed to be targeting Wang Hao and couldn't bear to see Wang Hao leave this hellish vortex in the city center. It continued to recruit zombies while accumulating strength. Roar. Roar. The place that Wang Hao had just cleared was filled again with zombies rushing out from various buildings, who then rushed over with smelly saliva. If Wang Hao was tripped by the slinger again like he did in the flower garden, he would inevitably be surrounded by a large group of zombies. 10 seconds ago, you were so far away from me and I couldn't do anything to you. But now, Wang Hao made a throwing motion and terrible lightning suddenly appeared around his body and then merged into his clenched hands, forming a 6-foot-long thunder spear. It was the effect of his newly awakened ability, Thunder Sanction. Harm, range, speed, penetration. All attributes are maxed out, punishing enemies near and far like a thunder lord. Chiyu. Wang Hao suddenly threw out the thunder spear. A scream suddenly spread. The thunder lance pierced through the air, still shining brightly under the scorching sun, accurately piercing the slinger's chest, and then carrying it out of the rooftop with undiminished momentum. There is no way a second-level slinger could withstand a 4th-level attack. It didn't even have time to react before its entire body exploded into a bloody mist in midair. Evolution points plus 800. Wang Hao looked at the zombies chasing after him, his head dizzy, and said, "So many zombies, what a pity." Question mark. Wang Tianqi thought he had heard wrongly. What did he say? What a pity. It was a blessing in disguise that the two of them were able to escape from the city center. In the eyes of others, it was even a miracle that might not happen once in a lifetime. Instead of being happy, Wang Hao actually felt sorry for not having enough killing fun. This needs to get out. I am afraid that many survivors will hold a grudge against him. They wanted to escape from this hopeless hell in the city center but couldn't. But Wang Hao escaped and instead looked back and missed hell. Madman. I really want to cut him open and see what he is made of. Although Wang Tianqi was shocked, he drove steadily and soon completely left the city center. He then parked the car on a small road, got out, and climbed over the wall with Wang Hao to shake off the pursuing zombies. Call. The two found a safe house to stay. Wang Tianqi took a deep breath and finally felt relieved. He turned around and said, "You've worked hard." Before she could finish her words, she suddenly saw Wang Hao staggering and about to fall. What's wrong with you? Wang Tianqi reached out to help Wang Hao. I was too handsome in the city center just now. Just help me to rest. Wang Hao put his arm around Wang Tianqi's shoulders, but at this moment, she suddenly remembered that her shoulders would grow poisonous thorns, so she quickly pushed Wang Hao away and said, "You can't touch me." As Wang Hao fell backwards, he instinctively grabbed everything he could, such as Wang Tianqi's shoulder straps. In an instant, shoulder straps disconnected. He pulled the whole thing off. Ah! Wang Tianqi quickly covered his with both hands. Unlucky. Wang Hao fell to the ground and asked coldly, "What do you mean?" "I have small thorns on my shoulders, and I was afraid of accidentally hurting you." Wang Tianqi quickly took off his torn clothes and covered himself with them, apologetically saying, "When I was getting into the car earlier, a zombie attacked me and bit my shoulder, and then the poison on the small thorns melted it. You must have been bitten by Red Spider when you were on the rooftop, and you mutated. You were trying to figure out what abilities you had, just like when you became an enhancer." Wang Hao got up and sat on the sofa. Uncle Gu said in a slumped manner, "Aren't you a biology student? Why are you so slow to react? Don't you think about how many things have happened since I woke up? I've been scared enough. How can I think about anything else?" Wang Tianqi said thoughtfully, "I'll think about it carefully later. I need to rest for 2 days. When you are done exploring, go find some food and drinks. Try to find as much as possible so that you can use them on the way back." Wang Hao ordered, "Don't touch me until you figure out what's wrong with you. I'm afraid you are poisonous." After that, he closed his eyes. Good. Wang Tianqi suddenly came to his senses, put his hands on his waist and said, "No. What did you just say was unlucky?" Wang Hao was too lazy to pay attention. Children's words should not be restrained. As a sister, how can I care about my brother? Wang Tianqi muttered to herself and walked aside, starting to familiarize herself with the changes in her body. Chapter 37. Wang Hao is SSS-Level encrypted. Although the country was devastated by the sudden disaster and paid a heavy price, it relied on its strong internal cohesion to quell the civil unrest, established a first-level base with strategic locations as the core, and established second-level shelters in multiple cities. Bases and shelters form a simple line of defense, allowing the country to gain a foothold in the disaster while accepting survivors who seek refuge. At this time, in the meeting room of Yayan's shelter, the commander with obvious forehead wrinkles, Chen Xingwang, and the heads of various departments were sitting at the main seat and on both sides of the conference table, looking at the projection curtain in front of them where a video was playing with great concentration, with expressions of shock or disbelief on their faces. Just see. In the video, the ferocious zombies kept rushing out from the buildings and passages in all directions. There were so many of them that even outsiders watching through the screen felt a palpitation, became restless, and tensed all their muscles. If anyone can remain calm and not freak out or cry for help in such a situation, they would consider him to have excellent mental qualities. However, Wang Hao, standing firmly on the roof of the sports car, was so calm that he seemed not to be involved in the incident. His eyes did not show any ripples even when the zombies approached. He possesses the calmness of a strong man who remains unfazed even when faced with a huge crisis. Anyone would know that he is about to start showing off. As expected, his killing was neither sensational nor spectacular. He just raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and the zombies as numerous as dogs nearby all fell down with blood spurting out. So handsome for no reason. It's so powerful that it feels like a special effects movie. Are you sure this video has not been edited? Are there really such strong humans in the world? If the video is true, his combat power is no less than that of a fully armed company or even a regiment. The video ends. Everyone was still immersed in Wang Hao's killing rhythm. They couldn't imagine that a human being could kill thousands of zombies in an instant. Just to deal with the situation that Wang Hao experienced in the video, they would have to send out infantry and tank companies, with a total of about 200 to 300 people. And Wang Hao alone is enough. This combat power can no longer be described as powerful, but rather terrifying. This video was taken by a team using a drone when they were out on a mission. It has been sent to the identification department before to confirm that there are no signs of manipulation. Chen Xingwang's words shattered the only possibility left in everyone's minds. They took a deep breath and their pupils constricted. Unexpectedly, there really are unreasonable people like Wang Hao in the world. Killing zombies is easier than mowing the grass. It's scary to think about. Zhaosheng, you are mainly responsible for the enhancers. Chen Xingwang asked the second burly man on his left, "Tell me, what is the level of the strongest enhancer known so far?" "Chopping steel with bare hands." Zhaosheng replied. The steel he was talking about was the kind that even bullets could hardly penetrate. You can imagine how difficult it is to split steel with bare hands. Others should have been shocked, marveling at the great potential of human beings who could even cut steel, but this operation was nothing compared to Wang Hao's. Just ask, is a light bulb still bright in front of the sun? With the violence of Wang Hao's lightning, let alone steel plates, even alloys with higher hardness can be penetrated by him. The gap is too big. Chun Xingwang shook his head and said, if we send enhancers to the city center now, they will just die. They can't do the feat of crossing the city center like the guy in the video did. Since the training program was launched, most of the shelter's resources have been given to the enhancers, and they have even captured zombies to increase their levels. Their growth rate is definitely unmatched by other enhancers, but why is that person, Wang Hao, so much ahead of them? The two sides are obviously several levels apart? Zhaoxing asked in confusion. And the enhancer's body is enhanced. How can he have the ability to control lightning? Besides, doesn't the big data say that men can't become enhancers? Could he be a woman? He just looks like a man? Wang Hao is too strong. Based on their knowledge, they could not explain Wang Hao's actions at all, so they had all kinds of questions. I have sent someone to retrieve his information. Chun Xingwang nodded and said, there should be results soon. As soon as the words fell, there was a knock on the door. Enter. Zhan Tu opened the door and came in with a document. Under everyone's eager gaze, he said, report, this is the result of our comparison of the person's appearance in the video to the database. Please take a look. As he said that, he handed the document to Chen Xingwang. Chen Xingwang opened the file, but remained silent. Zhao Sheng looked at the person sitting next to him and wondered how terrifying that person's information was. How could he scare the leader so much that he remained silent? Lead. As soon as Zhao Sheng opened his mouth, Chen Xingwang turned over the document and let everyone take a look. Just see. There was only one line of text on the document. This file is SSS-Level state secret. Your authority is insufficient. Access is prohibited. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Everyone gasped. What? SSS-Level encryption? Wang Hao, a young man who looks less than 20 years old, was actually encrypted at the SSS level. You know, SSS level is the most advanced encryption technology. Only the top boss in the country has the authority to access it. Moreover, there are no more than 5 people in the country who are encrypted at the SSS level, and each one of them plays a vital role in the country. It is no exaggeration to say that if Wang Hao came to the shelter, everyone from Chan Xingwang to ordinary warriors would have to treat him with courtesy. That's crazy. Who is he? Everyone has been busy today. Either you are shocked by the video, or you are hammered by the documents. Okay, we don't have the authority to discuss a person who is under SSS level encryption. Chun Xingwang said, let's adjourn the meeting first. Yes. After the meeting, the crowd still couldn't calm down for a long time. Wang Hao slept for a day and a night. When he woke up, he ate like a starving ghost. He ate 3 duck legs, 2 pig feet, 3 boxes of instant noodles and various snacks. Eat and drink enough. He checks out the newly activated features of the system. As the name suggests, a combat pet is a pet that assists in combat. If a monster is killed, the evolution points can be directly counted towards Wang Hao. This is naturally more convenient. Needless to say, Wang Hao can only obtain evolution points by killing monsters, which is laborious and limited. The Battle Pet function interface has 3 modules: Battle Pet, Hatching, and Evolution. Wang Hao can manage combat pets in the Combat Pet module, hatch combat pets in the Hatching module, and upgrade combat pets in the Evolution module. He has a total of 3 Battle Pet slots, and he can obtain Battle Pets through the random hatching and realistic taming methods in the Hatching module, but most of the zombies outside are zombies, and the upper limit is visibly low, and they are not worth being Battle Pets, so the most suitable method for him at the moment is undoubtedly random hatching. Chapter 38 Little Dragon Girl. Ice Emperor Ring. Share. Top hatching, 10,000 evolution points / time. The host randomly obtains a SS, S, A, or B level combat pet, with the probability of 1.53%, 4.83%, 32.13%, and 61.509% respectively, and there is a 0.001% chance of obtaining an SSS level combat pet. Advanced hatching, 3,000 evolution points / time. The host randomly obtains an S, A, B, or C level combat pet, with the probability of intermediate hatching, 1,000 evolution points / time. The host randomly obtains an A, B, C, or D level combat pet, with the probability of primary hatching, 500 evolution points / time. The host randomly obtains a C, D, or E level combat pet, with the probability of normal hatching, 100 evolution points / time the host randomly obtains AD or E level combat pet, with the probability of note. If the host does not have enough evolution points, you can keep an account first and then generate 1% interest every day, which will be automatically deducted from the host's total evolution points. Warm tips. Although high-level combat pets are good, you should know when to stop and don't get too obsessed with hatching them, so as to avoid being slowed down by debt. This system is both effective and ineffective. While providing accounting, tell people not to get carried away. SSS-level battle pets seem very powerful. They can only appear after being hatched at the top level, and the chance is only 0.001%. Even the Mark 6 jackpot is not that low. This is obviously a gimmick, a display to attract people to draw the top hatch, thinking that they are the lucky one, but in fact no one wins. Wang Hao murmured, to be honest. The battle pet has 100% loyalty. Let it die if it wants. You don't have to worry about it being backstabbed or plotted against like you would if you had a human companion. One more combat pet means one more combat power. He definitely wants a combat pet, but low-level combat pets have a low upper limit and are not worth training. It would be better to get a combat pet of level A or above. So, top hatch is undoubtedly the most suitable. Because the hatching rate of A-level combat pets in top-level hatching is as high as over 30%, unlike advanced and intermediate hatching, where the hatching rates are only 13% and 4%. 10,000 evolution points have been recorded. Incubating. Congratulations on successfully hatching an SSS-level battle pet. Little Dragon Girl. Congratulations to the host for hatching an SSS-level battle pet with an extremely low probability of 0.001%, unlocking the achievement, Lucky Star, and obtaining the reward, Ice Emperor Ring. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first battle pet, unlocking the achievement, Close Comrade, and receiving rewards, Beast Taming Collar, Primary Rations *5. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first SSS-level battle pet, unlocking the achievement, Invincible Comrade, and obtaining rewards. Unlocking battle pet functions, sharing, top-level rations *3. Wang Hao was silent. Has he accumulated this luck over many lifetimes, and now it bursts out all at once? 0.001%. With such an outrageously low probability, he could still hit the target with one shot. Even the good guys in previous games wouldn't dare to be so blatant, or it could be said that the official never thought that anyone could win this prize. I'm just a decoration. How can you draw it? The chosen one? You keep your account, and I will draw once. The key is to get it right in one step. Wang Hao thought to himself, this wave is a blood loss for the system. He only spent 10,000 evolution points to win the grand prize. It would be strange if the system didn't lose money. Wang Hao opened the battle pet interface and found a little girl with 2 small horns on her head and colorful scales on her long hair appeared in the first battle pet position. Its skin is so smooth that it seems to be blown away, and it is wearing a flame-colored gauze dress. There is not even a single flaw on its body, and it is so beautiful that it is beyond description. Wang Hao had an illusion. If Xiaolongnu opens her eyes, I'm afraid all things will come back to life. Little Dragon Girl. Level. SSS-level. Second stage. Weaknesses. None. Skill. Flame breath. Description. Little Dragon Girl has the noblest blood of the Dragon clan flowing in her blood. She has extraordinary combat power since birth and is destined to become the Dragon Queen who burns the sky in the future. Wang Hao felt deeply the words "since birth" in the description. It is worthy of being an SSS-level battle pet. It's level 2 right away. He quickly clicked to feed the primary rations that could speed up the upgrade of the battle pet. Xiaolongnu refused to eat the primary rations. Reason. It tasted bad. I'll go. Quite arrogant. Wang Hao changed to feeding top-grade rations. Little Dragon Girl ate the top-grade food you gave her and felt that she had grown a lot. She said it was delicious and she wanted to eat more. What a disgusting taste. It turned out that the primary rations were too low-grade and not worthy of its SSS grade status. Wang Hao fed the remaining 2 top-grade rations at once. Xiaolongnu ate the top-grade rations you gave her, and her level was promoted from level 2 to level 4. She said she was full and wanted to sleep. Awesome pin. The rewards given by the system are so good. 3 rations will directly send Xiaolongnu to the 4th level. You know, like Wang Hao, it has the same level advantages and the ability to fight above its level. Now that it has been upgraded to the 4th level, it is of great help to Wang Hao. 2 people working together. I'm afraid even a 5th level opponent can be defeated. Wang Hao looked at the other 3 rewards one by one and thought to himself, The beast collar is used for real-life taming. I can turn a monster that is convinced by me into a battle pet. Newly unlocked function. Sharing means I can use Xiaolong new skills at will without her consent, but if she wants to use my abilities, she must get my permission. See this? He picked up the ice-colored crown ring that appeared out of thin air next to him, put it on his index finger and said, "The Ice Emperor ring has 3 ice-related supernatural effects. That's how it works. My lightning, Xiaolong News flames, and the ice from the Ice Emperor ring. I now possess 3 superpowers in disguise. This set of down. So cool." Not only did Wang Hao use cheats to hatch an SSS-level combat pet, he also gained 3 additional achievements, which effectively increased his combat power by several levels. Are you awake? Wang Tianqi suddenly pushed the door open, put down his bulging backpack, then turned around, took out a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator, and drank it in one gulp. Several streams of water flowed down her chin, soaking her gray vest. This picture. So provocative. Wang Hao ignored it and said, "Have you figured out your situation?" Almost. Wang Tianqi stretched out his hand, and with a clang, his fingers burst out with pitch-black claws. He then said, "I am in the same level system as the enhancer. I can also level up by killing zombies, but I want to find an enhancer of the same level to compare with, and I am better in terms of speed. At present, my abilities include the spider sense you mentioned, the claws that can kill people, and the small thorns with strong poison that can grow from various parts of my body. But don't worry, if I determine that no one is dangerous and touches me, the thorns will not be triggered." Speaking of this, Wang Tianqi raised his eyebrows and said, "So if you want to sneak attack me in the middle of the night, you don't have to worry about being hurt by my little thorns. I want to ask you a question." "You ask." Wang Hao asked, "Are you hungry?" Wang Tianqi's face froze, and he asked, "What do you mean? If you're not horny, why do you keep teasing me?" Wang Hao said, "You're a biology student, so your ideas must be more open than those of other girls. It has to be said that the virus may have been strengthened. You can have fun, but you have to be safe and don't get hurt." Chapter 39. When going on a long journey, it's not too much to set off some fireworks, right? What a straight man of steel this is. Shouldn't a normal person respond to Wang Tianqi's words with something more humorous? Wang Hao came up and asked, "Are you thirsty?" Wang Tianqi was so angry that his liver hurt, and he really wanted to go up and scratch Wang Hao. First, I'm not open-minded. I'm very conservative. Second, I'm not teasing you. I'm letting you know how beautiful women are. Wang Tianqi suppressed her anger and said, "You are your godmother's only son, and I am your sister. I can't just sit there and watch. I have to straighten you out." I understand. A cat has to find a reason before going out to steal fish," Wang Hao said playfully. "What do you know?" Wang Tianqi said anxiously, "Explain yourself quickly. I'm well rested. We'll leave in the early morning." Wang Hao left. Hey. Wang Tianqi couldn't get Wang Hao to stop him, and he got even angrier. But then he changed his mind and patted his forehead and said, "Men should have self-respect, not to mention he's a boy under 20 years old. How can I talk about his sexual orientation to his face? It would be strange if he admitted it. But I was so charming just now, but he didn't react. It seems that he has gone deep into the world of fencing. If I want to straighten him out, I have to work harder." The night is dark. Wang Hao and Wang Tianqi appeared at the entrance of the community, with roads on both sides. She was puzzled and asked, "What are we doing here so late at night?" "Pay back your debt." Wang Hao put down the big cardboard box in his hand and took out a lighter from his pocket. He owed the system 10,000 evolution points and had to pay high interest every day. Naturally, he had to pay it back as early as possible, otherwise he would suffer a loss. The best way to pay off debts quickly is to lure corpses and kill them. He didn't dare to do so before, fearing that he would overuse his supernatural powers, but now that he has a tool man who is willing to work hard, he naturally has no worries. "What do you mean by paying off a debt?" Wang Tianqi tilted his head and asked with a question mark on his face, "Why does this box look like fireworks?" "It's just fireworks." Wang Hao pressed the lighter and lit the fuse on the fireworks box. "We are going on a long journey, so setting off some fireworks to clear the way is not too much, right?" "Cigarette? Fireworks? Setting off fireworks in the apocalypse?" Wang Tianqi took a deep breath and exclaimed, "It's not necessary. It's not necessary. It's really not necessary." "Wang Hao, hurry up. Put out the fuse." Wang Hao ignored him and turned into the security booth. "Madman. You're a madman." Wang Tianqi followed him and cursed. Under the current situation, even the country has to remain silent. People outside have to be careful when eating. If possible, They should avoid eating foods like potato chips that make noise. You are so nice. Fireworks in the middle of the night? The most hateful thing is that you drag me into going crazy with you. As the two men entered the security booth, smoke suddenly rose from the fireworks box, and the fireworks shot up into the sky with a chirp-chirp sound. Boom, boom. Fireworks exploded brilliantly in the night sky, romantically yet cruelly breaking the silence of the night. What the hell? What the hell? The survivors who were startled by the fireworks were stunned by the scene, and they all thought in their hearts, which member of the suicidal army is seeking death again? The sound is so loud. Just thinking about the number of zombies attracted makes my scalp tingle. If the person setting off the fireworks was not torn to pieces by the zombies, leaving not even a bone, it would be considered merciful by the zombies, not to mention the possibility of survival. WCNM. On the second floor of the building, diagonally opposite Wang Hao, a bearded man with red eyes cursed at him. If you want to die, go die somewhere else. Why are you harming us here? Have your parents and ancestors been raped by zombies? How can you be so shameless? If you don't want to live, I will. You just don't want to be in front of me, or I will beat you to death. Are you mentally retarded? Fuck you. People upstairs leaned out of the windows and insulted Wang Hao. With more and more people committing suicide recently, many people hate these people because they will implicate innocent people while committing suicide. If Wang Hao lured the zombies here and did not deal with them, thus exacerbating the living environment of the survivors, then he deserves to be blamed. But his purpose was to lure the zombies in and kill them. So in a sense, he actually helped the survivors and allowed them to go out without more pressure. Just curse in private. They cursed at Wang Hao and insulted his parents, which was a bit too much. Wow. Wow. Several people suddenly brought feces and urine from the house and threw them at Wang Hao. Certainly. The distance is too far. The feces and urine could not reach Wang Hao and all spilled on the ground. However, this action was not very lethal but extremely insulting. If we are implicated, we will not let you go even if we die or become ghosts. You bastard. Those people obviously had no intention of quitting while they were ahead, and they treated Wang Hao as a soft persimmon and cursed at him. Do you really want to live? Wang Hao said calmly, it's a pity that you won't survive this night. Wang Hao, they just don't know what you are going to do. They are afraid that all the zombies will come here and implicate them. Wang Tianqi said hurriedly, you don't need to be angry with them. Ridiculous. When do I need to explain things to others? Wang Hao raised his hand and opened it outward. The Ice Emperor ring on his finger immediately emitted an icy light, and the temperature nearby also dropped rapidly. The next moment, dense swarms of ice arrows suddenly formed in the air. Bang, bang, bang. Ice arrows rained down, shoot wildly at the building where the survivors are. Steel bars and concrete could not withstand the attack of the ice arrows at all. The building was instantly turned into a hornet's nest, with streaks of ice spreading outside the wall. Wang Tianqi was dumbfounded. Last time it was thunder, this time it was ice. How many amazing abilities does Wang Hao have that he hasn't revealed yet? And the point is that none of his abilities are weak or average. A building several stories high. It was turned into an unfinished building. This time, Wang Hao was obviously much stronger than when he was in the city center. Hide. Oh my god, it's a good thing I didn't join in the fun. The survivors in the other building also wanted to scold Wang Hao, but when they saw this scene, they all hid themselves tacitly. No wonder Wang Hao dared to set off fireworks. It turns out to be so terrifying. Do you think I'm cold-blooded? Wang Hao said calmly. Wang Tianqi shook his head and said, from their perspective, you are 100% wrong. But from your perspective, I feel that they should pay the price for their bad mouth. So both of you are right. Let the monster take the blame. I like your answer. Wang Hao nodded and said, this way I won't have to worry about you running away from me, so I can tie you up with spider silk. What the hell? Am I such a person who can't tell right from wrong? Wang Tianqi rolled his eyes. Roar. Roar. Wang Hao raised his eyes when he heard the sound, and saw a large number of ferocious zombies swarming in from all directions following the noise. He tilted his head and said, that was just a small episode. Now the real show is about to begin. Chapter 40. Show off your skills. Xiaolong News, terrifying fighting power. The silver moon is in the sky. The originally deserted entrance to the community was now crowded with zombies because of a fireworks display. They roared wildly and rushed to the security booth, as if they were afraid of missing out on the delicious food inside. You're not going to take action yet? Wang Tianqi was a little scared. This is the center of the vortex. If Wang Hao made any mistake, both of them would die without a burial place. There's no need for me to intervene in this kind of small situation. Wang Hao said calmly. What do you mean by that? Wang Tianqi pointed at himself and tried to ask, if you don't take action, do you want me to take action? Did I do something too perfect, giving you the illusion that I can kill them all? Wang Hao summoned Xiao Longnu. Roar! Xia Longnu fell into the group of zombies out of thin air, and her appearance immediately attracted the attention of the zombies, who rushed towards her with bloody mouths open. It patted its yawning cherry lips, and its eyes suddenly emitted a fiery red light. It raised its hands and slapped the ground, and cracks immediately spread rapidly from under its hands. Skill. 9 Palaces Flame. Boom, boom, boom. Pillars of fire as thick as several people could hug broke through the ground one after another and rushed straight into the sky, forming a 9-palace formation, surrounding all living creatures within a radius of several hundred meters. In an instant, the terrifying temperature of the 9 fire pillars melted the zombie's skin, flesh, and even bones, and finally evaporated the entire zombie. Not even a cell left. Evolution point +1. Evolution point +1. Total evolution points, 3,245. Fire and thunder are recognized as violence. Xiao Longnu also demonstrated this point perfectly. With one move, she cleared the entrance of the community that was overcrowded with corpses, so fast that people couldn't react. Roar! Roar! The zombies had no idea what fear was and continued to rush into the 9 palaces' flames. This skill is not a one-time one, but a continuous one, until Xia Longnu cancels it herself or runs out of energy. It just needs to stand there and act as a model. The zombies will rush into the fire like moths to a flame because of the noise here. Wang Tianqi was stunned. Where did that perfect little girl come from? It was too powerful. Thousands of zombies were killed in seconds. Wang Tianqi had only seen this situation on one person. Yes, this person is Wang Hao. With a snap of his fingers, he killed the zombies faster than the little girl. You know her? Wang Tianqi suddenly understood what Wang Hao said and exclaimed. It has horns on its head. It's not a human, right? Wang Hao nodded and said, in this world now, there are monsters everywhere. It's normal to have a monster worker. There's nothing to be surprised about. It's normal. Apart from you, Wang Hao, who would be so outrageous as to find a monster brother who obeys your orders? I'm afraid that the survivor will see the monster smiling, and the monster will turn around and eat the survivor. What's even more outrageous is, Xia Longnu's little brother has very high fighting ability. You may have a deep misunderstanding of the word normal. Wang Tianqi asked curiously, it's so strong. Why would it be willing to do hard labor for you? Don't ask. Wang Hao said calmly, the question is to convince people with your handsomeness. Thunder, ice, and this monster helper have become stronger since you crossed the city center and came out. Wang Tianqi suddenly said seriously, if you and it sweep from south to north together, will the end of the world end? Don't underestimate this disaster. The higher you go, the more you will understand that there are always people better than you. Wang Hao said, forget it. Why should I tell you all this? A weakling at the first level. You don't understand. Am I being despised? Wang Tianqi refused to admit defeat and said, my spider ability is not bad. Wait until I work hard to upgrade it, and then you will see how I can pin you to the ground and beat you. While the two were chatting, the entrance to the community had completely turned into a flaming hell, and the air was filled with the nauseating smell of burning corpses. As the sky turned pale, the number of zombies rushing into the 9 palaces flame has decreased from endless in the beginning to only a few now. Xiao Longnu yawned and suddenly disappeared out of thin air. The terrifying pillar of fire that had been rising into the sky also collapsed, and a large amount of black smoke spread out. Your battle pet, little dragon girl, said she was tired and went home to sleep. Total evolution points, 12,114. 10076 evolution points. Congratulations to the host for paying off the account recorded in the battle pet function and the interest generated during the period. Congratulations to the host for successfully sending out a pet for the first time, unlocking the achievement, reliable partner, and receiving the reward. 1,000 evolution points, primary rations *3. Congratulations to the host for having achieved over 100 kills for his pet, unlocking the achievement, trying out the skill, and receiving the reward. 1,500 evolution points. Congratulations to the host for having a pet that has killed over 1,000 people, unlocking the achievement, showing its prowess, and receiving the reward. 3,300 evolution points, 2 intermediate rations. Congratulations to the host for having your pet kill over 10,000 times, unlocking the achievement, Show off your skills and getting the reward. 6,000 evolution points, unlocking a new function. Comrades. It's great to have a combat pet as a worker. Wang Hao paid off his debts without doing anything and even earned more than 2,000 evolution points. It seems so. The system is losing a lot of money. It sent out an SSS-level combat pet, but only received 76 evolution points in interest. If it were a certain bow from the past, with Wang Hao's fast repayment speed, his borrowing qualification would probably be revoked in the next second. I didn't expect that after Xiao Longnu paid off her debt, she also unlocked 4 additional achievements, earning me 11,800 evolution points. Wang Hao nodded with satisfaction. Which boss wouldn't love a worker like Xiao Longnu, who can pay off her own debts and make money at the same time? Immediately, he opened the newly unlocked function interface. There is only one position for the comrade at the moment. If you want to unlock more positions, you have to spend evolution points. The main function of this function is develop human workers. Yes, as long as he pulls someone into the position of comrade, he will get an extra share of the evolution points earned from killing monsters in the future, but the prerequisite is that this person trusts him. No matter whether you are loyal or not, anyone who believes in him can become a comrade. Of course, if this person no longer believes in him, he will automatically withdraw from the position of comrade. Wang Tianqi has spider abilities, which is much stronger than the enhancer. Wang Hao looked at Wang Tianqi and silently pulled her into the comrade's position. Why are you looking at me like that? Wang Tianqi asked suspiciously. Are you plotting against me? How could that be? We are comrades in arms. Wang Hao said expressionlessly. Qingqing is more than 2,000 kilometers away. Who knows what accidents may happen along the way? No matter how strong I am, I can't protect you all the time. So the safest option is for you to be strong on your own, so that if you encounter danger, you can solve it yourself. I will try not to take any action along the way. You kill more zombies and level up. Wang Tianqi said in surprise. You should also level up by killing zombies. I killed them all. What are you killing? Just upgrade it. Wang Hao said with a selfless look. I am at a high level. I can sacrifice myself. Chapter 41, a story about one boss and 2 employees. Wang Tianqi was touched. Wang Hao was afraid that something might happen to me, so he would rather slow down his own upgrade speed and let me upgrade first. Although this stinky little brother has a blank expression, a sharp tongue, and is a straight man, he still has me, his sister, in his heart. Why do I suddenly feel like crying? Leave. Wang Hao shouted. There are not many zombies in this area. Let's drive some distance first. Good. Wang Tianqi hurried to find a car. Shortly after the 2 men left, the survivors nearby poked their heads out and glanced at the charred and collapsed entrance of the community downstairs. Gurgle, gurgle. Everyone swallowed. One used ice, the other used fire, and they worked from midnight to dawn, killing all the zombies in the area right where they stood. We have encountered a super god. Mom, thank goodness I didn't join those people in swearing and throwing shit and piss, otherwise I would be dead by now. Some lucky ones were so shocked that they posted the video they had just taken online with the caption, Is this called a fight between gods? A man used ice storm to turn a tall building into a hornet's nest. One person used the 9 palaces flame to massacre the zombies within a radius of more than 10 kilometers. These 2 videos set off a wave of public opinion on Douyin, which was like a stagnant pool of water, and everyone who saw it showed a stunned expression. The video's number of views exceeded 100 million in an instant. The number of comments increased dramatically at a rate of hundreds per second. It hasn't been long since the last person who used thunder disappeared, and now there are people who use ice and fire? God, please don't be so selfish and forget about us. I don't even want to use thunder or fire. You just need to turn me into an enhancer. Well, there is no harm in life without comparison. While others are sweeping away zombies and moving around freely, we are hiding in corners, either worrying about whether we will have the next meal or fighting hard online. As someone who was near the video and witnessed the entire process, I was stunned. This was the first time in my life that I saw zombies being killed faster than chickens, ducks, and fish. In the dim room, only the cell phone was glowing. Everyone sat in the corner, listening to the low growls coming from outside the door, and became more and more envious of the great people in the video who ignored the threat of zombies. They used thunder, ice, and fire to perform various shows. Why are we still so humble? We are all human beings. The difference is too huge. If they knew that the person who controls the ice and the person who controls the lightning are actually the same person, and that the girl who controls the fire is this person's subordinate, they would probably collapse on the spot. You are strong enough. What do you need so many superpowers for? Will you die if you give one to us? At the shop entrance, Wang Hao sat on the steps, drinking a freshly brewed cup of yomai, while Wang Tianqi, wearing a vest and hot pants, was dealing with 7 zombies in front. Roar! The zombies either opened their mouths or waved their claws and rushed towards Wang Tianqi. She could have passively killed the zombies with spider thorns, but she wanted to hone her fighting ability, so she used spider claws to fight. She dodged 2 zombies that were rushing towards her, and swung her claws to collide with a zombie that was also waving its claws at her. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Wang Tianqi's claws were extremely sharp, and they easily cut off the zombie's arm. He then used his remaining power to cut its body into 5 pieces. Immediately following, she continued to tear apart the other zombies without slowing down. Wang Tianqi quickly retreated, avoiding the blood splattered by the zombies, and panted. The battle ended in 13 seconds, 1 second faster than last time. Evolution point +1. Wang Hao earned 7 evolution points. The 2 of them, either on foot or with the help of public transportation, have had a very smooth journey since they set out, and have now covered almost half the distance. Except for situations where a large number of zombies were chasing and blocking on the road and Xiaolongnu had to take action. Zombies in numbers, less than 100 were dealt with by Wang Tianqi. Wang Hao is responsible for eating melons. Up to now, he has earned a total of 22,000 evolution points. If the evolution points before departure are added, the total is 35,000. This way he is only 10,000 short of being promoted to level 5. It has to be said that the speed at which he gained evolution points was undoubtedly terrifying. You know, to advance to level 5, you need 50,000 evolution points, which is equivalent to 50,000 zombies. At the previous speed, it will take at least several months to accumulate the conditions for upgrading. Now he has earned most of the evolution points in less than 2 weeks. Most importantly, he did not take any action throughout the whole process. He basically called on Xiaolongnu to come out and warm up his lower body for big scenes, and let Wang Tianqi handle small scenes. The days of lying down and harvesting evolution points are so simple and plain. Wang Hao took a sip of yulamai and suddenly smelled a fragrant breeze. He raised his eyes and asked, "How are your grades?" "I don't feel like I've made much progress. I guess I won't have a big breakthrough until I reach the 2nd level." Wang Tianqi wiped the sweat off her face with a tissue, walked over and saw the yulamai in Wang Hao's hand and said, "I'm sweating profusely outside, and you're enjoying the cool here, and you've even got the yulamai." As she spoke, she snatched the yulamai, and when she sucked hard, a gurgling sound came from the straw. "Good dog." Wang Tianqi curled his lips, threw away the empty yulamai, and then went into the store to get a bottle of mineral water. "Is it so difficult for you to reach level 2? Wang Hao thought about how it took less than 3 days for his lightning ability to be upgraded from no level to the 1st level. Later, when he gradually adapted to the rhythm of the apocalypse, it took less than a week to upgrade from the 1st level to the 2nd level, which required a total of 1,000 evolution points. Wang Tianqi, how long has it been? The key point is that she hardly stopped in the middle, and she hasn't even reached the 2nd level yet. Can I compete with you? My level 2 enhancer and I are not as valuable as your level 2 enhancer, and our upgrade speed is even slower than yours. How can I justify this? Wang Tianqi squeezed the empty water bottle inside. I used to think it was easy to kill zombies instantly like you do. After I got the hang of it, I realized it was too difficult. Wang Hao nodded. Thought. Wang Tianqi and his friends don't have a system like mine that clearly states the upgrade requirements. They upgrade based on their feelings. I feel it. It will upgrade naturally. However, judging from Wang Tianqi's progress, Wang Hao needs 1,000 evolution points to advance from level 1 to level 2, and they estimate that it will take around 1,300. Let's go. The two walked along the street, but when they reached the intersection, a man with a dog collar around his neck suddenly rushed out. Sorry. When the man saw Wang Tianqi, his eyes were filled with fear. He quickly knelt down and said, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I won't run away again. Please spare my life. He became anxious and kept kowtowing to Wang Tianqi. Oh? Wang Tianqi was confused. Are you so ugly now? Wang Hao said, Look how scary you are. Wang Tianqi frowned and asked, Am I ugly? Queen, you are not ugly. You are beautiful, stunning, and charming. The man wanted to say all the compliments he knew and kept his forehead pressed to the ground, saying, I don't want to die. Please give me another chance. Chapter 42. Women first? Listen to how honest this guy is. Every word he said hits the point. Wang Tianqi chuckled. It turns out that he was struck by my beauty. You believe what a madman says. Wang Hao said, Let's go. You are blind yourself, and you call others crazy. Just as Wang Tianqi was about to leave, A sturdy woman suddenly chased after him, kicked the man and said, "Run! Can you run away from Zhang Ting's palm?"
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
The man rolled on the ground for a few times, as if he was afraid of Zhang Ting from the bottom of his heart. He did not dare to get up and lay there trembling like a dog. "Hello." Zhang Ting looked at Wang Tianqi's appearance. A hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes, and then she looked at Wang Hao, and her heart became even more unhappy. Wang Hao is handsome and has a great body. He should be my Zhang Ting's dog. Why does this bitch Wang Tianqi have the right to own Wang Hao? He's my dog. Zhang Ting stepped on the man's back and said arrogantly, "Do you know the rules? How dare you think about him?" "We were just passing through." Wang Tianqi frowned. "You just thought about it as you were passing by?" Zhang Ting sneered, "I don't have time to waste. I'll give you two choices. Either give me your dog, or I'll kill you." "Dog." Wang Tianqi was stunned. "Don't play dumb. I'm talking about him." Zhang Ting pointed directly at Wang Hao and cracked his joints. "I'll only give you 3 seconds to think about it. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences." Puff. Wang Tianqi laughed. "Hey, Wang Hao, she's calling you a dog. So what are you waiting for?" Wang Hao said calmly. "He is different from the man under your feet. You can't yell at him." Wang Tianqi restrained his smile, and murderous intent emerged in the depths of his eyes. Zhang Ting was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter and said, "Oh my God, there are still women in this world who obey men like that. You really bring shame to us women. You should join us at Women First and have your brain cleansed." Whoosh. Wang Tianqi didn't say much, took a step forward, waved his hand and sent out his sharp claws, heading straight for Zhang Ting's chest. "Guess why I dare to walk around outside? Do you really think you can beat me?" Zhang Ting sneered and nimbly dodged Wang Tianqi's attack. Then she clenched her 5 fingers and punched her side with a strong wind. If this punch hits, with Zhang Ting's strength as a first-level enhancer, she could break Wang Tianqi's waist, but she did not dodge. Instead, the corners of her lips rose. It was as if she deliberately exposed her flaws to allow Zhang Ting to hit her. Bang! A small thorn suddenly protruded from the side of Wang Tianqi's waist, and when Zhang Ting hit it, not only was her strength taken away by the thorn, but her fist was also injured by the thorn. This. Zhang Ting's hand rotted away at a speed visible to the naked eye, and she cried out in shock. "What is this?" "Ah!" She fell to the ground. Creepy green smoke came out of his whole body. Snort. Wang Tianqi pursed his lips and said, "Can you touch me? Help! Help!" Zhang Ting's face was distorted, and she was in great pain. She seemed to feel that she was about to die, and stared at Wang Tianqi with resentment. "This area is a place where women are supreme. Our eldest sister is much more powerful than you. You will definitely run into them with that dog, and then you will definitely die miserably." "Ah!" Zhang Ting quickly turned into a pool of poisonous water. Seeing this, the trembling man lowered his head even lower, thinking that Zhang Ting was so strong, but she lost, and lost so quickly. This woman, Wang Tianqi, is so scary. "Hello." Wang Hao came in front of the man and said indifferently, "Talk about women's supremacy. Female supremacy is a group of enhancers who regard men as dogs. When they go out to kill zombies, they will capture men and torture them like toys. When the men can't hold on any longer, catch them and use them as bait to trap and kill the zombies." When the man mentioned the supremacy of women, there was an unshakable fear in his eyes. He trembled and said, "They are still against the country. Last time a team came to rescue us, they beat them all to cripples. Their eldest sister is even more powerful. She can ignore bullets and crush zombies' heads with her bare hands. The captain of that team was crippled in one encounter with her. In the past, when men were strong, they did not treat women like dogs. How the status was reversed. Are women becoming more and more outrageous? Where is their nest? Go straight along this road, turn right and then right again, and you will see it." Wang Hao checked the map according to the route the man pointed out, nodded and said, "It's just on our way. Let's go pay him a visit." "You've been scolded. Are you going to destroy the other party?" Wang Tianqi said in surprise. "Didn't that person say before he died that we can't get around them?" Wang Hao said undeniably, "It's on the way anyway. We'll take the initiative to deliver it to their door. Maybe they'll be very happy." "Okay." It was a long time after the two left. The man dared to raise his head and looked at the direction where Wang Hao left and said with envy, "Such a strong woman actually obeys his every word. It's been a long time since I saw a man stand up straight. He's so talented." The woman used a hotel as her territory, set up iron nets at the door, and deployed patrol personnel, making it look very formal. "Stop." The dark-skinned female guard suddenly saw Wang Hao and the other man approaching and shouted, "What are you doing? There are so many of them." Wang Tianqi felt uneasy and turned around and said, "I don't know if I can handle it. How about you come? With your little thorns, no matter how many people there are, it will be useless." Wang Hao raised his chin and said, "You need to practice. The more unfavorable the situation is to you, the better. You will improve faster. Go ahead and play against them. Brave Tianqi, don't be afraid of difficulties." Wang Tianqi took a deep breath, suddenly rushed forward, and split the iron net at the entrance of the hotel with one claw. "Hurry up and inform the elder sister. Someone is causing trouble." Several guards quickly surrounded Wang Tianqi, and one of them said in a deep voice, "Do we have a grudge against you? What do you mean? Your people have offended him." Wang Tianqi looked at Wang Hao, who was watching the show from the back, and said coldly, "If you beg for mercy from him, you might be able to escape." Challenging the supremacy of women for a dog? Several people looked at each other, laughed. It turns out that no matter how capable some women are, they will die without a man. Now there are women serving a dog. One of them even tried to persuade Wang Tianqi, "Sister, wake up. Other dogs can listen to your orders and do whatever you say, but your dog has to call you to get back the fight after being beaten. You are just a useless dog that only knows how to eat. Don't you think it's ridiculous to protect a dog?" Wang Tianqi couldn't listen any longer and said with a cold face, "It's not your turn to judge my brother, you twisted people." As she spoke, she flashed her sharp claws with cold light and swung at someone. "You need to clean your brain. Wait until we beat you up, then we'll catch your dog and teach him a lesson. We'll let you know that all the men in the world are worse than dogs." The muscles in the arms of several people bulged, as if there was a powerful force stirring them, and then they clenched their fingers and attacked Wang Tianqi together. Chapter 43. Not all men are called Wang Hao. "Ah, what is this? Help, help." Several people surrounded Wang Tianqi, and while trying to repel him, their fists were injured by the small thorns on his body, and the poison instantly invaded their bodies. They fell to the ground and turned into poisonous water while wailing in pain. The water continued to corrode the ground and emitted green smoke that could cause poisoning if you smelled it. "Xiaoli, Ame." A bald woman wearing big round earrings came over with her friends. When she saw this scene, her eyes widened, while the others looked shocked. It's only been less than 3 minutes. 6 people attacked one person, and they all died? Is she an enhancer or a monster? I have never seen such cruel means. Not only did she beat people to death, she also turned them into poisonous water. Zhu Ziyu, also known as the bald girl, clenched her fists so tightly that they made a crackling sound. "You deserve to die." Zhu Ziyu was enraged. He took a step forward and punched Wang Tianqi in the face. "So fast." Wang Tianqi's face changed, and he hurriedly covered his face with his hands. Bang! Wang Tianqi was hit by Zhu Ziyu's punch and was thrown out like a kite with a broken string. He fell heavily to the ground, raising dust on the ground. "So you used a hidden weapon and played dirty. I was wondering how it was possible that 6 people, including Ame, could lose to just you." Zhu Ziyu's punch just now also hit the poisonous thorn, but did not break the skin, so naturally he would not be poisoned. She twitched her lips ferociously and approached Wang Tianqi, who had just stood up again. She raised her arms, which were thicker than a man's, and after briefly gathering strength, she smashed them on Wang Tianqi's chest. Puff! Wang Tianqi vomited blood and was thrown into the air, falling at Wang Hao's feet. He then tried tenaciously to get up, but still fell back in pain. Level 2. Wang Tianqi smiled bitterly and said, "She is obviously one of the stronger ones among the second-level ones. I can't beat her at all. Her speed and strength can kill me in seconds." The enhancer mainly takes the route of physical enhancement. Everyone's physical fitness before becoming an enhancer will definitely greatly affect the starting point after becoming an enhancer. If you are at the same level, an enhanced person who was a fighter before must be stronger than an enhanced person who was an ordinary person before. As a mutant, Wang Tianqi is more advanced than the enhancer. He can beat an ordinary second-level warrior as a first-level warrior, but it would be a bit difficult for him to beat Zhu Ziyu, who is a top second-level warrior. It's still the eldest sister who has to take action. That bitch must be stupid. She didn't expect our eldest sister to be so strong. Big sister, help Sister May and the others get revenge. We must make sure that bitch and the dogs she brought with her are dead. The rusticity of those who put women first has increased greatly. No matter how powerful Wang Tianqi is, he was still defeated by the elder sister. They stared at Wang Tianqi and Wang Hao, their eyes filled with anger and hatred, and they wished they could rush up and eat the two of them alive. "Are you okay?" Wang Hao lowered his eyes and said, "No." Wang Tianqi waved his hands weakly. "Help me kill her." Wang Hao stepped forward. "You are a very loyal dog. You didn't abandon your master and run away at this time." Zhu Ziyu said disdainfully, "But even she can't beat me. What's the point of you, a useless man, coming here? You are not even qualified to warm up my body. Not all milk is called Talunsu, and not all men are called Wang Hao." Wang Hao said calmly, "I will use one finger. If it's more, I will commit suicide on the spot. I've given you the opportunity. It depends on whether you can grasp it." Ha ha ha. Zhu Ziyu laughed so hard that his eyes could hardly be seen. Does the dog know what he's saying? I am a human being. I don't understand his bullshit. Ha ha ha. I'm so happy. A useless person like you actually dared to say that to my elder sister. I'm afraid he must be going crazy before he dies. The others burst into laughter. If men were reliable, hotels wouldn't have so many dogs. You have 10 fingers. I will break them one by one. Zhu Ziyu's smile faded, and he took the initiative to attack without further delay. No bells and whistles. She used the purest strength to punch Wang Hao straight in the face. Wang Hao raised his hand, extending only his index finger, and then with a whoosh, his figure blurred past Zhu Ziyu and appeared behind him, and his originally clean fingertips were suddenly stained with blood, dripping down with glaring drops of blood, which hit the ground and exploded. Zhu Ziyu's whole body froze in place, with his fist hanging in the air. On his frozen face, only his eyes were trembling. Good.
So fast.
Why is he so fast that even I, a second-level enhancer, can't see how he makes his move?
Puff.
A bloody hole suddenly appeared on Zhu Ziyu's forehead, and blood spurted out. She fell face first to the ground. There was no sound. This stinky brother is outrageous. Wang Tianqi was speechless. He didn't even use lightning to kill my opponent in seconds. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. Sky. The eldest sister is so strong. Shouldn't it be a sure thing for her to defeat Wang Hao? Sister, please stop acting. Please stop teasing us, okay? Hurry up and stand up. Twist off that dog's head and kick it like a ball. Everyone held their heads. I couldn't believe that what I was seeing was real. Wang Hao said that he could defeat Zhu Ziyu with just one finger, and he actually just used one finger, and they misunderstood his meaning. One finger. One hit kills. If there are more, Wang Hao loses. Revenge for my elder sister. You bastard. I want you to die. Everyone's eyes turned red, and they attacked Wang Hao together. Mukiran never knows that he is wrong. Wang Hao rubbed his thumb against his index finger and said indifferently, "Forget it. I'll let you feel what despair is." Boom. A snap of fingers. Loud as thunder. Everyone was shocked and had no chance to scream. Their heads exploded, and the headless bodies shook and spurted out blood. Their last thoughts were surprisingly consistent. He is not human. He is the devil from hell. Wang Hao defeated Zhu Ziyu in an instant, and even dozens of enhancers in an instant. He was so strong that it didn't make sense, and he didn't even look like a human being. Is he a man? Can a man be so powerful? The man at the back witnessed everything that happened on the field. His sallow and skinny face was full of shock. He couldn't believe that the man could be so strong. What's going on? Aren't all men human? What the hell is Wang Hao? Well, even if the survivors don't help each other, they shouldn't be inward-looking. The enhancer's body is strong. Why did he also strengthen his previous boxing skills? Wang Tianqi couldn't understand what the woman first man did, and shook his head. He can't even tell the difference between the primary and the secondary. I, a woman, can't stand it. The less a person has, the more they want to get something. Wang Hao was too lazy to argue about these trivial matters and asked, "Are you seriously injured?" "I have a strong ability to recover, so it won't affect my journey." The two were about to leave when suddenly 4 strong men ran out of the hotel, shouting, "Don't leave in such a hurry." Chapter 44. Getting swollen after gaining power? Don't know whether to live or die. What's up? Wang Hao turned around and said, "Hello, we are the combat team of Yayan Shelter." A taller man among the 4 said, "The captain has died. Now I will lead this team." "I'm ashamed to say that. When you two broke in, we thought you were doomed. We didn't expect you to be so strong. You defeated an opponent of Zhu Ziyu's level with fewer people. You are so powerful. It really opened our eyes." Wang Hao nodded. "Don't repeat things that are well known to everyone. Let's get to the point." Wang Tianqi breathed a sigh of relief. Why does my younger brother always act so pretentiously? People praised him for being so great, but he said it was a well-known fact. Several people were also stunned for a moment. To be honest, Xiqing, which is only a few dozen kilometers away from Ian, has been completely destroyed, and millions of people have turned into zombies. The tall man sighed. A few days ago, the shelter discovered that some zombies in Xiqing gathered into a tide and migrated towards Ian on a large scale. Once they join forces with the zombies in Ian City, the scale of the consequences will be unimaginable, and Ian City will follow in the footsteps of Xiqing. Our purpose here is, on the one hand, to rescue the survivors, and on the other hand, to gather effective forces and join the defense line against the zombie tide. Speaking of this, he said sincerely, you are so strong. If you are willing to join us, the probability of Ian City overcoming this difficulty will increase by at least 10%. Millions of zombies. Even if there are some zombies, the scale is estimated to exceed 1 million. If the situation is as serious as he said, it would be extremely difficult to defend the shelter given its firepower level. I won't hide it from you. We came from another city and have something very important to do. If nothing unexpected happens, we will be out of Ian City the day after tomorrow. Wang Hao shook his head and said, except for a word of encouragement, I can't do anything else to help you. After saying, the two men left. Well, the tall man said helplessly, what a pity. Although the strength of one person cannot play a decisive role in the upcoming positional battle, it can at least make the shelter a little easier. Certainly, only Wang Hao has this ability. Even decades later, the tall man still remembers his ability to instantly kill many enhanced people. Too strong. It turns out that men can be so strong. We are only a few hundred meters away from the highway. If nothing goes wrong, the next 600 kilometers will be smooth sailing. Let's rest here tonight and set off tomorrow morning. I can finally breathe, great. Wang Hao and Wang Tianqi found a 5-star hotel, but when they got closer, they found that the door and windows were locked, and it was obvious that someone occupied the hotel. Shall we go somewhere else? Wang Tianqi asked, or knock on the door? You talk as if you knock on the door, people will open it. Wang Hao was too lazy to find another place and broke the door lock with his bare hands. So domineering. Wang Tianqi followed in. Attention. There are many large beds in the lobby. 30 or 40 survivors who looked relatively clean were suddenly startled when they heard the noise. Then they looked up and saw that it was a man coming in. They wanted to get angry, but when they saw Wang Tianqi coming in, they suppressed their anger. Wang Hao is a man. Just take it as you like. However, the door was locked tightly with several large chains, so even if a group of zombies rushed in madly, they would not be able to get in for a while. Wang Tianqi was able to break through the lock silently, and it was obvious with just a little bit of math that she was not someone to be trifled with. If you want to come in, can't you just knock gently? It's not like we won't open the door for you. Hu Wei, who had an internet celebrity face, said unhappily, you broke the lock. Are you afraid that the zombies can't get in? Are you teaching me how to do things? Wang Tianqi threw his hand away, revealing his terrifying spider claws. Hu Wei simply kept silent. She was not stupid. She just said a few words to vent her dissatisfaction. If she really fought with Wang Tianqi, no matter whether she won or lost, it would be of no benefit to her. Very arrogant. Wang Tianqi sat next to Wang Hao and laughed when he heard the voice. I learned this from you. If you can show your fangs, then show them. No need to show off. I want to eat pickled mustard greens and minced meat rice. Please give me a braised egg and 2 pieces of ham. Wang Hao stood up and said, I'm going to the toilet. Good. Wang Tianqi unzipped his backpack. When Hu Wei's companion, Li Qiaoer, saw this scene, she was unhappy and said, this woman is so crazy. I really want to scratch her face. Look at her. She looks like a monster with claws like a normal person. Hu Wei said coldly, she must think she is very powerful. If I didn't think it was unnecessary, she would have been humiliated even if she didn't die. This kind of woman is the most annoying. Li Qiaoer nodded. I don't want to mess with her, but it's easy to mess with the guy she brought with her. Hu Wei suddenly had an idea, and she stood up and patted Li Qiaoer's shoulder, saying, come here and help me keep watch. I want to give her a warning so that she will be more cautious in the future. Good. Li Qiaoer's eyes lit up. Yes. Pick the softest persimmon to squeeze. As both of them are enhancers, a conflict would only result in mutual destruction. However, men are not enhancers. With Hu Wei's strength, she could make Wang Hao see stars with just one punch. In a blink of an eye, Li Qiaoer stood guard at the door of the toilet, watching Wang Tianqi's every move. Hu Wei pushed the door open and saw Wang Hao washing his hands. She leaned against the door frame, crossed her arms, and asked playfully, what's your relationship with that woman? Get lost. Wang Hao shook the water off his hands, turned around and wanted to go out, but was blocked by Hu Wei. The bathroom is well soundproofed. People outside can't hear any noise coming from here, including your backer. Hu Wei said with a cold face, I didn't hear clearly what you said just now. You'd better think about it and say it again. Say it again? I think you will get out more than I say later. Wang Hao opened his big hands, grabbed Hu Wei's face, and lifted her into the air. Hu Wei's face flushed red, and she felt that the hands holding her face were like iron clamps that were continuously applying pressure. Her whole face was deformed, and her padded nose collapsed. Her hands and feet are free. However, she didn't dare to resist at all. Her instinct told her that if she moved, Wang Hao would crush her head. Yes, I'm sorry. Only then did Hu Wei realize that she had seriously underestimated Wang Hao. He is different from those men out there. He is extremely strong. I'm sorry. Hu Wei cried in fear. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Please let me go, okay? Yes. Wang Hao is right. At this moment, Hu Wei would rather Wang Hao say, get out of here, than have one foot at the gate of hell and feel helpless and desolate. If she had the chance to do it again, she would definitely get out of here. Chapter 45. The Ruthless Eater. Bang! Wang Hao crushed Hu Wei's head. Blood splattered everywhere. He twisted up Hu Wei's headless body and threw it into the tool room, then walked to the sink and said, now I have to wash my hands again. Done. Wang Hao opened the door and went out, just in time to run into Li Qiaoer, who was on the lookout. When she suddenly saw Wang Hao, she was so scared that she took a few steps back. How come he's fine? Where's Hu Wei? Why didn't she come out? Could it be? A possibility flashed through Li Qiaoer's mind, and her body trembled unconsciously. She looked at Wang Hao with fear and could not help but lower her head. How dare I go to see Wang Hao? Wang Hao knew that Li Qiaoer and Hu Wei were in cahoots, so he stepped forward and used Li Qiaoer's clothes as a hand towel to wipe his wet hands, saying, thank you. I knew there was no hand towel paper in the restroom, so I came to wipe my hands. Li Qiaoer's teeth were chattering with fear. Wang Hao left. Li Qiaoer then collapsed on the ground with a sense of relief, her eyes dull as she said, it's terrible. He's so terrible. I feel like I'm facing a monster. It took you so long to come back? Seeing Wang Hao coming back, Wang Tianqi said unhappily, I thought you fell into a trap. Is it time to eat? Wang Hao sat down and said, okay. Wang Tianqi pushed out Wang Hao's self-heating rice and said, I used to think that everyone's life was similar. It was easy for enhancers to go out and collect supplies, and they basically ate convenience foods. But I just looked around out of boredom and found that it was not the case. They are miserable. They eat hard bread with a long shelf life, and they drink mineral water in small sips. The internet is still connected, so they must know that there are higher-level monsters out there. Wang Hao took a sip of kuer, opened the lid of the rice, looked at the rice with soup spilled on it, and the pickled mustard greens and minced meat, and said with a twitch of his index finger, being weak is not scary, what is scary is being cowardly. That's the essence of this sentence. Wang Tianqi suddenly realized, damn it, you've got it wrong again. The survivors who were chewing on hard bread suddenly smelled the fragrance of rice. They all sniffed at the same time and followed the smell to look at Wang Hao, who was eating. He buried his head and kept picking up the rice in the bowl with his chopsticks. The way he inhaled food like a whirlwind was eye-catching and made everyone hungry. Damn it, he eats so deliciously, doesn't he? Pickled mustard greens and minced meat go well with rice, and when added with the soup, it's simply divine. Bread is so filling. I'm already hungry after just a while. Oh, I envy him so much for finding a woman who has power but doesn't get carried away. Unlike my wife, she used to be virtuous and gentle, but now she's gotten carried away and orders me around. His woman is young and beautiful. I have met many famous and unknown female stars in the entertainment industry, but she is not even worthy of carrying his shoes. And I just saw her prepare a meal for him. Such outstanding women are almost extinct now. The good ones are all from other people's homes. Most of the people in the group have a net worth of over $1 million and are either social elites or bosses. In the past, they would have definitely despised Wang Hao's starving way of eating, but now their mouths are watering and they are looking forward to having a bite, wondering how long it has been since they had any oily food. Especially men. I both envy and admire Wang Hao. In this world, a man who has a woman serving him is more impressive than driving a Ferrari in the past. However, the women on the field did not feel envious at all. Instead, they felt that Wang Tianqi was humble. He had become an enhancer, but he still served the useless Wang Hao. It's really embarrassing for a woman. She is so timid in front of a man. Where is the aggressive attitude she showed towards Hu Wei just now? A woman said in dismay. My husband used to be a macho man and even had an affair outside. Now he is nothing after being scolded by me. Speak softly, sis. Li Xiaoer said weakly. He is not someone we can afford to offend. What ability does he have? Isn't he relying on the woman next to him? Why should we not dare to provoke him? If the two of them really want to provoke us, I don't believe we can't defeat one of us with more than 10 people. The woman said disdainfully, Sisters, am I right? Right. Others echoed. Li Xiaoer stopped talking. It's hard to persuade a damn ghost with kind words. She had gone into the bathroom to check it out, and her stomach was still churning. If they really think like Hu Wei that Wang Hao is a soft sheep and a soft persimmon who can be easily bullied, then their fate will be even worse than Hu Wei's. Bang! Suddenly, a woman slammed against the newly repaired door and knocked hard. Open the door! Open the door! Please open the door. What's going on? Have no idea. Everyone stood up with doubts, but at this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a large group of iron-winged birds with a wingspan of half a meter flew in. The woman who was knocking on the door was caught in the flock of birds. No matter how hard she struggled, it was useless. She cried out, Help! Help! She didn't finish her words. His whole body suddenly turned into a bloody mist. The men present couldn't see clearly, but the woman who was the enhancer saw clearly that the woman knocking on the door was torn to pieces by a flock of birds. The blood mist was just leaking out from the iron-winged bird's beak. Monster Encyclopedia has been updated. Iron-winged bird. Level. Second level. Weaknesses. None. Value. 800 evolution points. Description. Iron-winged birds appear in groups, are omnivorous, and like to hunt creatures everywhere, so they grow faster than other monsters. Wang Hao retreated to the corner with the meal. Question mark. Wang Tianqi was speechless when he saw this. The monsters have come to your doorstep, and you still can eat this? The rice smells so good. Wang Hao responded, No matter what, wait until I finish my meal. A heartless eater. Wang Tianqi laughed out of anger. Run. CNM, old cold leg, don't block my way. The survivors looked at the flock of birds circling above the lobby and ran away. Ah. Normal people and enhancers. The birds naturally thought that the latter would be more delicious and nutritious, and immediately chased after the enhancers in the crowd, breaking open their chests and backs with their sharp beaks. Blood splattered all over the ground along with a piercing scream. Get lost. The woman who looked down on Wang Hao slapped the iron-winged bird that was rushing towards her, but the first-level power could not shake the second-level defense at all. Not only did her hand hurt, but she was also knocked to the ground by the iron-winged bird. Old Zhang. The woman stretched out her hand to the middle-aged man who ran upstairs and said, Save me! Lao Zhang is her husband. When he heard her cry for help, his body, which had been hollowed out by age, smoking and drinking, suddenly burst into potential. Run faster. Ah. Several iron-winged birds tore open the woman's back and greedily devoured her flesh and blood amid her screams of pain. In an instant, most of the enhancers became food for the iron-winged birds. After they finished eating, they flew back into the air, circled twice, and then set their sights on Wang Hao and the other man in the corner and swooped down at them. I'm done. Wang Hao threw away the empty bowl slowly and exhaled. Tianqi, give me a piece of paper. Chapter 46 Evolution Points delivered to your door. There are a large number of iron-winged birds, and their attacks are fast and fierce, especially their sharp beaks are very penetrating, which may even shake the third-level defense. Their arrival was undoubtedly a devastating disaster. The opponents are not just one or two in number. Even if he can defeat them, he is too calm, isn't he? Wang Tianqi felt a great sense of oppression from the iron-winged bird. He was shocked and scared, and all the muscles in his body were tense. And what about Wang Hao? Just like he is an outsider. Wipe it quickly. Wang Tianqi took out a tissue from his pocket and urged, Please, wipe it quickly. I don't want to be killed by the bird, but scared to death. A group of second-level monsters are attacking. For her, who is at the first level, it is too difficult to remain calm. Small scene. What's there to panic about? Wang Hao wiped his mouth with tissue, raised his hand casually and snapped his fingers. Boom! In an instant, the flock of birds that swooped down nearby all spurted blood and fell in front of Wang Hao. Evolution points plus 800. Evolution points plus 800. Total evolution points, 62,585. Your evolution points have accumulated to 50,000, meeting the upgrade conditions. SSS-Level supernatural power. Lightning level has been promoted from level 4 to level 5. SSS-Level ability. Lightning, Level, Level 5. Effects, Thunderbladey Enhanced, Thunderbomb Enhanced, Thunder Towering Enhanced, Thundering Enhanced, Thunder Sanction E Enhanced, Thunderfield. Description: Thunder and lightning are violent and overbearing, good at penetrating any defense, occupying an absolutely dominant position among the same level, and even posing a considerable threat to the existence of a higher level. Note: 200,000 evolution points are required to advance to level 6. To other people, the second-level Iron-Winged Bird is like the god of death, killing anyone it meets, but to Wang Hao, who is at the 5th level, Iron-Winged Bird equals zombie. No matter how many Iron-Winged Birds there are, in Wang Hao's eyes they are evolution points delivered to his doorstep. They were actually quite miserable, hunting creatures everywhere and upgrading at a faster speed. They didn't expect to hit a rock bottom like Wang Hao tonight, and all died here. Does this sound like something from a fantasy novel? A great demon who had been practicing for 1,000 years came out of seclusion and was about to turn the tide and cover the world with one hand. But he was accidentally killed by the fledgling protagonist. Done. The protagonist rose up with its beast pill. I can get tens of thousands of evolution points delivered to my door just by having a meal. This is really lucky, Wang Hao said secretly. The survivors saw this scene. Almost bit my tongue. The bloodstains on the ground are the most direct proof of how powerful the flock of birds is. When Wang Hao and the other man were targeted by the Iron-Winged Bird, they all thought that they were dead and lamented that the goddess Wang Tianqi was going to die. Unexpectedly, not only did the two of them not die, Wang Hao seemed to be cheating and killed all the monsters in an instant. He's so amazing. We say he is lucky to have found a great backer like that beautiful lady, but in fact he is the backer himself. It is that beautiful lady who is lucky. I heard my wife say that they should use their numbers to bully the few. Haha, even if there are hundreds of them, let alone a dozen of them, they will all be killed. The survivors were all amazed. It felt like a great god was right beside me. And those enhancers who had previously disliked Wang Hao and the other man shut their mouths and shrank into the dark, feeling lucky that the woman did not put her words into action. Otherwise, they would have been eaten by the Iron-Winged Bird or killed by Wang Hao. Pretty. Wang Tianqi let out a long sigh and said, "Although I know you're here and there's nothing unexpected, this is too scary at this time of night." Wang Hao said, "I still have half a bottle of queer left. I give up. It's already this late, and you're still thinking about queers." Wang Tianqi rolled his eyes speechlessly and said, "Your strange disease is too advantageous in the end times. If people don't get scared, their combat power will increase by at least 20%. Why didn't you say anything when I was discriminated against?" Wang Hao said with a squint. "Well, you ignored me before, but today you can't afford me." Wang Tianqi thought, if Wang Hao's former friends and classmates knew that he was so powerful and had become Chuanchuan's big shot in the apocalypse, would they regret it so much? From now on I want to be Wang Hao's bootlicker. That would be great. This place is not suitable for rest. Let's go somewhere else. Good. The two of them found a place to stay for the night, and the next day they found a red BYD with an almost full tank of gas and drove on the highway. Just as Wang Hao expected, there were few cars and monsters on the highway, so the two had a smooth journey. At this rate, we should be able to reach Qingcheng in less than 2 days. Wang Tianqi said while wearing sunglasses, "I hope nothing happened to Godmother. Why did my mom insist on me finding you? Did my mom ask you to keep something important for her?" Wang Hao asked. "During this trip, I didn't feel that you were anything special except that you were a little flirty." Wang Tianqi kept telling himself in his heart not to be angry. Don't be angry. If he got serious with a man in the advanced stage of straight male cancer, he would lose. You can say whatever you want, but others are making personal attacks. Wang Tianqi said unhappily, "I used to have normal interactions with my godmother. How would I know there's anything special about me?" There was definitely no need for her to lie to Wang Hao. So, why did her mother come all the way to find her? While Wang Hao was thinking, the car suddenly braked, and then he heard Wang Tianqi exclaimed, "The road is blocked. I was scared to death." Broken circuit? Wang Hao opened the door and got out of the car, only to find that the car was just a few centimeters away from falling into a huge ditch that was more than 10 meters deep and 100 meters wide, with sand still falling down. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Old driver." Luckily, I reacted quickly, otherwise we would have fallen and been in a mess. Wang Tianqi got out of the car and looked out at the ditch. There are traces of shovels and excavators on the wall. Who has nothing better to do than dig such a long ditch? Wang Hao pushed Wang Tianqi's back. "Ah." Wang Tianqi lost his balance and leaned forward, looking at the ground below Lao Gao. His face turned pale and he said, "Ah." Wang Hao saw that she was about to fall, so he reached out and pulled her back. She turned around and hit Wang Hao's arm hard, saying angrily, "You want to die? You almost scared my heart out. Let's change our route quickly." Wang Hao looked at the sky. It was clear, but for some reason, he always felt that there were dark clouds beneath the clear surface. He couldn't help but say, if we encounter the zombie tide coming from Xiqing again, we will be in big trouble. He planned the route. If he remembered correctly, this was exactly the border between Yian City and Xiqing. If the information provided by the warrior in the hotel is true, then this place is most likely where the zombie tide must pass. If the shelter wants to intercept the zombie tide, they must put some effort here. So who built the ditch? Isn't the answer obvious? Oh, I see. After hearing what Wang Hao said, Wang Tianqi suddenly realized the ditch was built by the shelter to resist the tide of zombies. You have been a smart kid since you were young. Wang Hao nodded. Chapter 47. Shattering the Darkness with Thunder. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Wang Tianqi quickly ran back to the car and urged, Boss Wang, can you please go quickly? If we are unlucky enough to encounter a million-level zombie tide, we probably won't even have bones left. Why are you in such a hurry? It won't take a little longer. When Wang Hao opened the car door, the ground suddenly shook, and the shaking became more and more intense. Roar!
Roar, roar, roar.
Wang Tianqi lowered her head and looked towards her 2 o'clock direction. Catch the eye. Thick sand and dust dozens of meters high covered the sky and rolled in, along with the deafening roars of corpses and the sound of footsteps. It seems like an army of thousands is attacking. All living beings must retreat. No way. Are we really that unlucky? Wang Tianqi cried. People used to talk about a zombie tide, but I finally saw what a zombie tide is. The zombies rushed over like a tide, and the scene was as scary as a tsunami. Even though I was so far away from them, I felt really panicked. No way. Xiqing is only a few dozen kilometers away from Yian City. Wang Hao wanted to go to Qingsheng, and he couldn't avoid Xiqing no matter what. But the two of them were extremely unlucky as they encountered a tide of attacking zombies. You're driving me crazy. Wang Tianqi quickly reversed the car, turned his head, and saw Wang Hao still playing with his phone. He was so anxious that his throat was about to smoke. He wanted to rush down and knock his phone away. He hurriedly urged, the range of the zombie tide is only a few kilometers. We still have time to run now. I beg you. Stop playing with your phone, okay? It's too late. Wang Hao looked at the map several times and shook his head. With the speed of the zombies, if we abandon the car and take the original route, we will just run into them. But if we change the route, we will have to pass through Xiqing where the zombies are in a violent state. One plan is more miserable than the other? Wang Tianqi wanted to cry but had no tears. We are the only one who can run into the center of the battlefield. Pause. She gripped the steering wheel tightly and said, Wang Hao, we're going to die anyway. Let's fight it out. It's better than staying where we are and facing the tide of zombies. No. Wang Hao pondered, running is a fight for you, but staying where you are and fighting a positional battle is the best option for me. Are you crazy? Wang Tianqi lost his voice. She thought Wang Hao would change his route, move forward, and tear a hole in the corner of the zombie tide, but she never expected that he would choose to stay where he was. You know, what the two of them have to face this time is not 10,000, 100,000 zombies, but a million-level zombie tide that will force even the shelter to fight to the death. This time is 100 times more serious than the one in the city center. Even though Wang Hao has the ability to kill groups of zombies in 1 second, the zombie tide will not listen to you and will just pounce on you endlessly when they meet you. Does he have the ability to kill millions of zombies instantly? Yes. Wang Hao is at a high level, and it is difficult for zombies to break through his defense. But if not one zombie, then 100 zombies, then 1,000 zombies still have no ability to break through his defense? Once the defense is broken, then what awaits him will be a tragic end of being torn to pieces by zombies. There are so many ways, but you have to choose the most dangerous one. Wang Tianqi was about to cry, Brother, I can call you brother, okay? Good. It's already this late. Stop pretending. Wang Hao ignored him and walked to the huge ditch. He then sent Xiaolongnu to fight 2 kilometers away. The strange disease is your strength and also your weakness, because you don't know fear. Wang Tianqi got off the car helplessly. Forget it. I can't live without you. It's better for me to die alone than to die together. At least I have a companion this way. It happened in the blink of an eye. The tide of corpses, along with a vast amount of dust, rushed into the eyes of the two men. Wang Tianqi looked at the zombies at the front of the zombie tide, who were being pushed by the zombies behind them and would be crushed if they fell, and he couldn't help but tremble. Don't blame her for being scared. Millions of monsters are charging forward. Who wouldn't be afraid except Wang Hao? Are you shaking? Wang Hao looked at Wang Tianqi, whose face was pale. I'm going crazy with you. Is it too much to shake a little? Wang Tianqi glared. I'm just young and have a good heart. Otherwise, I would be driven to death by you. What are you afraid of? If you die, I will take the blame for you. Wang Hao knew his decision, which was difficult for Wang Tianqi, so he reached out and took her into his arms, saying lightly, but I feel like I can show off this time. Wang Tianqi was infected by Wang Hao's calmness, or perhaps out of his inner trust in him. His panicked heart suddenly calmed down a lot. Stinky brother. Wang Tianqi forced a smile and said, if you really show off, it will be a real show. Roar.
Roar, roar, roar.
At this time, the tide of zombies was only 100 meters away from Wang Hao. His ears were filled with the cries of zombies, his eyes were filled with zombies squeezing each other's flesh and blood, and even his senses were the shaking of the ground and the rolling of dust. The road to light is doomed to be full of thorns. Only the most shocking thunder can shatter the heaviest darkness. Wang Hao's hair was dancing, and tiny arcs of electricity surrounded his body. Then he opened his palms upwards, slowly raised his hands, and a huge ball of thunder was born spinning in it. Now, I am the monarch. Declare that this place is my territory. Wang Tianqi's eyelids trembled, as if at this moment, the man holding her became tall and majestic, and his words resounded throughout the sky and the earth. Oh my God! How could his aura be so domineering and unrivaled? Swish, swish, swish. The thunderball in Wang Hao's hand suddenly split into dozens of lightning bolts, rushing into the sky, instantly making the area covered with dark clouds. There was a roar of thunder. Thunder and lightning flashed violently through the clouds. And this is exactly the effect of Wang Hao's newly awakened supernatural power, Thunderfield. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying bolt of lightning fell from the clouds and struck into the group of corpses. The zombies instantly collapsed into blood beads. The ground was charred and broken. Boom! 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 Lightning struck the earth. The originally densely packed tide of corpses left behind patches of barren land. However, there were also many lucky zombies who missed the lightning bombardment and rushed to the front, but none of them fell into the ditch accidentally. Roar! The zombie tide's front is too wide. Wang Hao could only take care of one side and not the other places. Immediately, the tide of zombies filled the ditches on the left and right, trying to surround him. Pity. He thought of this. Xiao Longnu exhaled a breath mixed with flaming stars, raised her hand and slapped the ground, and 9 pillars of flaming fire immediately broke through the ground one by one in the tide of corpses. Flames shot up into the sky. The zombies near the fire column were instantly evaporated. Flame. Drive out the darkness. Wang Hao's pupils were filled with fire, and the surrounding air was affected, rippling with waves. Then he raised his hand and pressed it down suddenly, saying, How can I allow you evil spirits to trample on my territory? In an instant, big holes appeared in the clouds. Meteorites wrapped in terrifying flames fell with great momentum, and this was exactly the effect of Wang Hao borrowing Xiao Longnu's supernatural power. Fiery meteorite rain. Chapter 48. Sword. Boom. Boom. The meteorite smashed into the tide of zombies, and the instantaneous shock wave shattered a large number of zombies. Then the meteorite exploded, and the flying debris shattered the zombies dozens of meters away. The key is, there is more than one meteorite. Dozens of meteorites were unstoppable, washing over the zombies in turns. Whether it is the 5th level Wang Hao or the 4th level Xiaolong Nu, neither of them can be resisted by the levelless zombies or the 1st or 2nd level monsters mixed in the zombie tide. A set of flaming meteorites rained down. The right wing of the zombie tide is empty. A set of 9 palaces flame came down. The left wing of the zombie tide is empty. A set of thunderfield came down. The front of the zombie tide is empty. Wang Hao used the huge ditch to hold back the escaped zombies, and used thunder and fire to sweep away the zombies on the right, while Xiaolongnu was responsible for sweeping away the zombies on the left. So horrible. A tide of millions of zombies was actually stopped by one person. Wang Tianqi was stunned. Great show. Wang Hao really showed off. The horror of the zombie tide is visible to the naked eye, and the shock is clearly felt. Even the Yayan shelter equipped with weapons of mass destruction has to cast a wide net, looking for all effective forces to join the team to resist the zombie tide, and even spend manpower and material resources to dig trenches to stop the zombie tide. Everyone is very clear that this is a crucial battle that determines whether Yian City will fall. However, the tide of corpses was powerful and killed everyone they met, but it did not even set foot in Yian City. Wang Hao was left alone at the border forever. Wang Hao's overall perspective is too strong. He can't move forward or backward because without the trench dug by the shelter, the zombies leaking in will disrupt his rhythm. He's staying where he is, using the ditch as a barrier, which makes him feel more comfortable. Wang Tianqi immediately understood Wang Hao's thoughts inside: thunder, ice, and this time it's fire. What's his limit? And does he get stronger just by breathing? He was like a salted fish during the whole journey, and he didn't do much, but he is actually much more powerful than when he was in the city center. And at this time, Wang Hao's mind flashed through the system's prompts. Evolution point +1. Evolution points +100. Evolution points +800. Total evolution points, 1.214 million. Your evolution points have accumulated to 200,000, meeting the upgrade conditions. SSS-Level supernatural power. Lightning level has been promoted from level 5 to level 6. Your evolution points have accumulated to 500,000, meeting the upgrade conditions. SSS-Level supernatural power. Lightning level has been promoted from level 6 to level 7. SSS-Level ability. Lightning level, 7th level. Effects: Thunderbladey enhanced, Thunderbomby enhanced, Thunder Towery enhanced, Thundery enhanced, Thunder Sanctiony enhanced, Thunder Fieldy enhanced, Thunder Tigering enhanced, Lightning. Description: Thunder and lightning are violent and overbearing, good at penetrating any defense, occupying an absolutely dominant position among the same level, and even posing a considerable threat to the existence of a higher level. Note: 1 million evolution points are required to advance to the 8th level of supernatural power. Congratulations to the host for killing 500,000 monsters, unlocking the achievement Monster Killer, and getting the reward Ignore Mental Influence or Control. Congratulations to the host for killing 1 million monsters, unlocking the achievement Monster Buster, and receiving the reward Lightning Sublimation, Destruction, Purple Thunder. Congratulations to the host's battle pet. Little Dragon Girl has been promoted from level 4 to level 5. Congratulations to the host's battle pet. Xiao Long Nu for breaking 100,000 kills, unlocking the achievement Bloodless Battle, and receiving the reward Top Rations *5. Although the risk of facing the zombie tide is huge, and one may be doomed at any time, the reward is proportional to the risk. Not only did he get more than 1 million evolution points, his superpowers were upgraded by 2 levels. Xiaolongnu also got a level higher, and 3 additional achievements were unlocked. The rewards are more practical than one another. For example, the first achievement reward: Ignore Mental Influence or Control, which means that Wang Hao is not affected by hallucinations, charm, slavery, mental dizziness, and other operations. You know, psychic attacks kill people without being seen. No matter how high Wang Hao's own defense is, when faced with a mental attack, he is like a fish on a chopping board and can be slaughtered at will, because mental attacks act directly on the brain level, do not affect one's own defense, and the brain has no defense means. This is no different from standing there and letting someone beat you. This shows. Ignore how awesome mental attacks are. Lightning Sublimation? Wang Hao flicked his finger and flicked the Thunder Snake, and found that the Thunder Snake that was ejected changed from blue to purple, and its power, speed, and penetration were greatly improved. Obviously, Purple Lightning is more violent and has a more destructive effect. This second achievement reward brought about a qualitative change in Wang Hao's combat power and, to some extent, was more valuable than ignoring mental attacks. Why? Because he used to be invincible in the same level, and he couldn't beat the best players of a higher level. But now, even if the opponent is the ceiling of a level higher than him, he will do the same. Lightning is the king of destruction, and even a slight improvement in it can make a huge difference. Little Dragon Girl ate the top grade rations you gave her, and her level was promoted from level 5 to level 6. She said she was full and wanted to sleep. Wang Hao fed Xiaolongnu 5 bags of top quality rations as a reward for his achievement, and was promoted to the next level. In this way, it also rose 2 levels.
Fine.
Wang Hao looked at the thick smoke rising and spreading, and the charred battlefield covered with large and small pits. It was impossible to tell that this place was once a modern city. Instead, it looks like a magical battlefield from another world. He said calmly, "I didn't fail in pretending to be better. I think I understand now. The number doesn't make much difference to you. As long as there is an obstacle, you can kill even 100 million zombies." Wang Tianqi looked around the battlefield and felt that the special effects blockbusters he had seen before were far inferior to what is here. Zombies use physical attacks. You use superpowers. You are a dimensionality reduction attack to the zombies. The 5th level has no level. Wang Hao did bully the zombies a bit. Doesn't this look like a top-level master going to a novice village and killing pheasants? Wang Hao nodded and said, if I hadn't seen that you were still at level 1, I wouldn't have realized that I was actually leveling up quite fast. Wang Tianqi was angry. Why did you stab me for no reason? Sister. Wang Hao stabbed Wang Tianqi again and deliberately said, how long are you going to stay in your brother's arms? Only then did Wang Tianqi realize that he was still leaning on Wang Hao's strong chest, as if this was natural. Wang Hao didn't say anything. Wang Tianqi had no idea that this behavior was wrong. She quickly dodged to the side, her face flushed, and she still said stubbornly, what's wrong with being a bit stingy? You smell like a man, and you're treating me like a treasure. Pause. She looked evasive and said, let's go. I need to find a place to take a shower, it stinks. Let me clear out the zombies in the ditch first. Wang Hao rose from the ground, with terrifying purple lightning surrounding him. He then reached out and grabbed the lightning and threw it into the ditch, instantly evaporating the zombies stuck in it. After he leveled up twice, he still had 514,000 evolution points left. After clearing the ditch, his total evolution points are 626,000. I have to say, Wang Hao's harvest feels great to watch. Chapter 49. They were just passing by and wiped out the zombies. Behind us is a shelter with tens of thousands of people, and behind us is Ian City with tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of survivors. Once the massive zombie tide from Xiqing enters Ian City, both the shelter and Ian City will be devastated. Today, we have no way to retreat, and we cannot retreat. National satellite monitoring found that there was no possibility that the zombie tide would deviate from its course and would soon arrive in Yian City. So as the commander, Chen Xingwang had already set up a defense line in front of the shelter, deployed tens of thousands of soldiers, and equipped them with heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, and other weapons. There was silence at the scene. He stood on a high wall, holding a megaphone and giving pre-battle encouragement. A sword is sharpened by grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. Come on, brothers. War. 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 Everyone shouted in unison, their eyes filled with determination. A tide of zombies numbering millions. So horrible. Everyone present knew that today's battle was extremely difficult, and there was a high probability that they would not survive. Because the firepower of tens of thousands of people alone could not stop the onslaught of millions of monsters, not to mention that there were first and second-level monsters mixed in with the corpse tide. They are different from zombies and cannot be dealt with by ordinary weapons. The soldiers are loyal to the country and the people, and they have a mission on their shoulders. Even if they know they are going to die, they will not retreat. Rather than bear the stigma of being a deserter, it's better to die standing. Roar.
Roar, roar, roar.
Upon hearing the sound, Chen Xingwang reached for the telescope and saw rolling dust in the sky. He could faintly feel the ground shaking caused by the running of corpses. Everyone was startled. War. It's about to begin. Everyone get ready. The zombie tide will arrive nearby in 22 minutes. Everyone waited nervously, but soon, the sounds of thunder and explosions suddenly joined the roars of the corpses, and flashes of lightning and fire were also madly flying in the dust raised by the tide of corpses, making this already shocking scene even more violent and overwhelming. What's all this noise? Chen Xingwang asked worriedly. Could there be more advanced monsters in the zombie tide? First level is fine too. Second level too. He has plans to deal with them, but if there are higher level monsters mixed in with the tide of zombies, it will undoubtedly be a worse situation for them. 5 minutes passed. Chen Xingwang felt something was wrong. Why did the roar of the corpses become quieter? 10 minutes passed. Chen Xingwang noticed something unusual. Why did the roar of the corpses disappear? What exactly happened over there? Even if the zombie tide has deviated from its course, the noise will not disappear completely. When Chen Xingwang was puzzled, a warrior hurried over and shouted, "Report! There is an emergency call from the base." Then he handed over the satellite phone. "I am Chen Xingwang." Chen Xingwang picked up the phone. His eyes widened as he heard the information, and then he, as the brain of the shelter, became confused. How is that possible? Can anyone really do something like this? Commander? The warrior tried to call out, "Commander? Commander?" At the same time, he was shocked. As the commander of the shelter, Chen Xingwang may not have the strongest combat power, but he must have a clear mind, especially in this extraordinary period. Zhan Tu had followed him for several years, and this was the first time he saw him like this. How horrifying is the information coming from the base? Chen Xingwang was so scared that he lost his composure. Everyone listened to me. Chen Xingwang didn't come back to his senses until the warrior patted his arm. He then closed his mouth, which was dry from being open. After being in a trance for a few seconds, he picked up the megaphone and said, "The latest news from the superiors is that the zombie tide reaction has disappeared from the satellite map." Everyone was confused. Has the corpse tide changed its course? Didn't you hear the commander say disappeared? These two words indicate who annihilated the zombies. Ah, the warriors had the same idea as Chen Xingwang. The zombie tide was annihilated? How is that possible? Although they were extremely nervous, they couldn't have failed to hear the sound of missiles or even hydrogen bomb explosions, right? According to satellite images, 3 people, 1 man and 2 women, blocked the zombie tide at the border of Xiqing and Yayan City 10 minutes ago. There were millions of zombies, but in the end, there were less than 1,000 zombies left. Humanity wins. Yayan City is safe. Chen Xingwang said this, but in his heart he felt like a psycho. What on earth am I talking about? Is this a plot from a science fiction movie? How could 3 people accomplish such an amazing feat? Are you kidding me? However, he had to believe it because every outrageous word he said was a fact verified by his superiors. That's all I can say. Chen Xingwang took a deep breath and said, "From this moment on, the shelter will end its wartime state and return to normal status." Hiss, hiss, hiss. Everyone kept gasping for air, and their nasal cavities were sore. If the person who spoke was not Chen Xingwang, they would not even use a single punctuation mark, and would even arrest him and charge him with spreading rumors. 3 people. The other side has a zombie tide of millions. There are tens of thousands of us, equipped with a full set of equipment, and we are determined to die in the face of the zombie tide. But they managed to resolve the crisis with only 3 people. 3 people just passed by and killed the zombies. What kind of realistic magical realism is this? I suspect I'm dreaming. Everyone in the shelter, from Chen Xingwang to ordinary soldiers, was confused. Wang Hao's amazing operation completely overturned their cognition. Even after spending several months, they still couldn't understand how he accomplished this feat. A question can't help but arise in my mind. Is he really human? The country has a total of 4 bases, named Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. The 4 bases are ranked in no particular order and are similar in all aspects. Their main function is to coordinate the shelters of multiple cities. Of course, whether in terms of number of people, number of elites, top combat power level, weapon level, etc., the base can easily defeat the shelter. Xuanwu Base Conference Room. One of the country's bigwigs, Qian Heping, sat at the head of the long conference table, with senior executives from various departments sitting on both sides. They had just finished watching the satellite images of Wang Hao stopping the zombie tide, and their faces were furrowed with shock or disbelief. A hand of thunder and lightning. A hand of flames. You told me this is an enhancer? Even more puzzling is, that little girl actually has 2 horns on her head. Humans don't have horns. What does it mean? Does this mean the little girl is not human? Aren't monsters in everyone's understanding all irrational, bloodthirsty, and violent? Why would the little girl help humans? They have too many questions in their minds. Chen Xingwang had previously thought that if he could see the satellite images, he would not be so confused, but in fact, if he really saw the whole process, he would probably be even more confused, and he would probably have the same thought in his mind. Is this really a human? Su Lan. Chen Heping took the initiative to speak. You are recognized as the strongest enhancer in the base. What do you think of the young man in the video? Chapter 50. He sets a pioneering position. Mr. Chun, what else can I say? I have nothing but admiration for him. The short-haired woman with tan skin shook her head. Although I'm at level 3 now, I can only fight a few hundred zombies at most. If there are more, I'll lose my strength. And he can kill a whole group of zombies in 1 second. It was the first time I saw someone who could unleash the firepower of an entire division by himself, and the power was so strong that I could feel the trembling even through the screen. From now on, you better stop saying I'm the strongest. It's a joke. He and I are not qualified to compare. How can we call him the strongest enhancer? In my opinion, he is the strongest. There is absolutely no one who can match him. If she had said this before, others would have thought she was being modest, but now she says this? Good. Be self-aware. Mr. Chun, he should be a mutant enhancer. Su Lan and the others are still in the human framework after all, but he has mastered the power of nature and is already extraordinary. A senior executive speculated, can't we match his information? Don't think about it. Cheon Heping's old eyes flashed with a gleam as he said, I called you here this time not to discuss anything, but to let you expand your horizons. I am not even qualified to access his information. Don't the country's leaders have the authority? Could it be? The pupils of the senior executives constricted. Wang Hao was so young, but he was actually encrypted at the SSS level. Such an exaggerated thing has never happened before. He has created a precedent. It is a great blessing for the country that he is on our side. I should have thought of this. How could such a strong man be an unknown person? If people outside heard their comments about Wang Hao, they would probably be shocked. You know, this is the base. Any one of the people present is a well-known figure. If someone is praised well, that person will surely be successful. From the past to the present, almost no one can get their unanimous praise. Now, Wang Hao broke this rule. After Wang Hao and Wang Tianqi left Yian City, they spent most of the journey on the highway and no accidents occurred along the way, so they soon arrived near Qingqing. Puff! Two pointed tentacles burst out from behind Wang Tianqi, as fast as a gun and as swift as the wind, piercing the head of the rushing zombie, and the dirty blood spurted out flowed down the tentacles. Immediately, Wang Tianqi pulled out his spider limbs and took 2 steps back to avoid the blood splattered by the zombies. Then he said happily, I have been promoted from level 1 to level 2. My strength has improved a lot. It took me 3 or 4 seconds to kill a zombie before, but now I can kill a zombie cleanly and quickly, without even a second. Yes, she had worked very hard from Fengqing to here, and finally upgraded today. That's amazing. Wang Hao snapped his fingers. 7 zombies that climbed up the highway from the sloping wall below died instantly after spurting blood. Wang Tianqi's smile was stiff. There is no harm without comparison. She was indeed very powerful after the upgrade, able to kill a zombie in 1 second. But when compared with the 2 of them, she seemed weak because Wang Hao could kill a group of zombies in the blink of an eye. An Izo Kai. Wang Tianqi said angrily, I finally got promoted, and not only did you not encourage me, you also discouraged me. Didn't I praise you? Wang Hao replied. Wang Tianqi choked. Yes, the 3 words really awesome are indeed compliments, but combined with Wang Hao's instant death operation, it turns from complimenting to showing off. Mockery. Why should I compete with a monster that reached the 2nd level not long after the apocalypse began? Wang Tianqi was not angry, but he just thought it through. She retracted her tentacles and looked at the dark and cold Qingqing and said, Wang Hao, why is Qingcheng like a ghost town? It's really weird. Wang Hao took out his phone and said, the signal is gone, the network is gone, and even the offline map is messed up. There are a lot of base stations in a city. Unless the zombies target them and destroy all the base stations and power stations, the signal will basically not be interrupted. Is the signal blocked? Wang Tianqi was surprised and asked, monsters can do this? No way. The map is messed up, and we are unfamiliar with the place. How can we find our godmother? Find a local to lead the way. Wang Hao made up his mind and continued to move forward. After a while, there were sounds of fighting coming from the front. When the 2 approached, they saw a woman in a black sports vest leading a little girl with a school bag fighting 3 zombies. It was obvious that the woman was an old hand. She moved quickly and efficiently. Holding a sharp machete in her hand, she chopped off the zombie's head with precision. Just 2 seconds. All the zombies fell down. Who are you? The woman noticed Wang Hao and the other man at the first moment. She protected the little girl behind her with a vigilant look and kept a safe distance from the 2 men. You don't have to be afraid. If I want to kill you, you won't have a chance to talk. Wang Hao said straight to the point. We are from other places and want to go somewhere, but the map is messed up for some reason. I want to ask if you are locals. This man is so arrogant. The little girl thought secretly, does he think my sister is an ordinary person? I really want to punch him down. Where do you want to go? The woman nodded. Wang Hao said, the Biological Research Institute, number 231, Qingqing Xinyan Street. My parents' home is on Xinyan Street. I have lived there for more than 10 years since I was a child, and I have never heard of any biological research institute. The woman frowned and said, besides, the maximum number on the street is 230. Wang Hao and Wang Tianqi looked at each other. She shook her head and said, you are definitely not mistaken. Godmother wouldn't joke about such a thing. So where did number 231 go? There is no research institute and no number 231. Depend on. This is getting weirder and weirder. Wang Hao lost contact with his mother after he graduated from school. It is probably impossible for him to get an explanation now. He carefully considered what the woman said and thought, are you going to Mississippi Street? Together? You're dreaming. You want us to protect you, and lead the way for you." The little girl said inwardly, "Sister is so cautious. She doesn't even respond to people asking for help on the road. How could she be willing to take a man like you who can't even protect himself with her?" The woman hesitated. His eyes flickered. Out of caution, she instinctively wanted to refuse. But when she looked up, she met Wang Hao's calm eyes. In an instant, she suddenly felt like she was staring into the abyss, sinking deeper and deeper. She wanted to break free, but it was extremely difficult. "Don't want." The woman broke free suddenly, her breathing quickened, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. "Look at Wang Hao again." The woman's eyes showed some fear. "My name is Zhao Meihua, and this is my sister, Zhao Meiluo." The woman seemed to be trying to figure out the pros and cons. She was silent for a long time before nodding and saying, "Qingcheng makes me feel very uneasy. Since we happen to be going to the same destination, it would be good for us to take care of each other on the way." Question mark. Zhao Meiluo was stunned. My sister actually agreed? Was she attracted by Wang Hao Shui? "My name is Wang Hao." Wang Hao looked at Wang Tianqi and said, "She is." "Never mind. It's not important." "What's unimportant?" Wang Tianqi said quickly, "My name is Wang Tianqi, and I'm the sister he respects and admires." Chapter 51. The demonic tree that is good at mind control. Sister. Two sisters were walking in front. Zhao Meilu looked at Wang Hao and the other man walking behind and said, "Aren't you always very steady? Why did you agree to bring a man along? You know that men can't become enhancers. Even though I'm such a weakling, I can still pin Wang Hao down with just one finger." Zhao Meihua opened her vest and motioned for her sister to touch it. Zhao Meiluo reached out and touched her back and asked in surprise, "Are you sick? Why are you sweating so much?" "I just stared at Wang Hao for 3 seconds, and he scared me into a cold sweat." Zhao Meihua said with lingering fear, "At first, I was like you, thinking that Wang Hao is no good and arrogant, but after that stare just now, I realized that he is a sword in his sheath. Once he strikes, it will absolutely scare people to death. But he has no murderous intentions towards us, so even if I refuse, he won't make things difficult for us. But the last time we spoke to our parents, they said Qingqing is very dangerous and there are particularly scary monsters near our home, so they told us not to come. I came to Qingqing and saw this weird atmosphere. I have been paying attention to what my parents said. I feel that we are not sure about saving them. Let's go with him. At least we'll have a helper when we get into danger." Zhao Meiluo curled her lips. Zhao Meihua has become a second-level enhancer today when most people are first-level enhancers. Zhao Meiluo really doesn't believe that any look can intimidate her. What's more, Wang Hao is still a man. The truth is probably that Wang Hao used some crooked tricks to confuse me, or I was too tired from traveling all night these days and scared myself. What helper? We're lucky he doesn't drag us down. Along the way, Zhao Meiluo has seen how useless men can be. Critical moment. It is more reliable to rely on zombies to show mercy than to rely on men. Qingqing is indeed weird. There are no zombies on the road. Yes, not a single one. Wang Hao and others easily arrived at Xinyan Street, which is an area of old buildings. The greenery on the road has withered, and there is a bleak atmosphere everywhere. These creepers are growing too fast. It's like a building growing inside a tree. Wang Tianqi looked up at the building covered with algae and vines, then looked around and subconsciously moved closer to Wang Hao and asked, "Why am I suddenly getting goosebumps?" Zhao Meihua stepped forward and wiped off the green algae on the doorplate, nodded and said, "My house is right here. You can find number 230 by following the doorplate." Before, there was no land planning and buildings were built randomly. There were alleys and alleys here. It took a lot of time for outsiders to find a place. Wang Hao thought for a moment and said, "I'll go up with you. After we finish your business, will you take us to room 230? Coward. Zhao Meiluo muttered to herself, "We're already at the doorstep, and neither of us dares to go."
Can.
Zhao Meihua couldn't ask for more. Now, the four of them walked into the gate. But at this moment, Wang Hao's ears suddenly moved, and spider hairs stood up on the arms of Wang Tianqi beside him. "Careful." Wang Tianqi hurriedly said, "Danger is coming." As soon as the words fell, a number of gray-brown objects as thick as arms suddenly rushed out from the corridor at high speed, shocking Zhao Meihua so much that her pupils shrank. She quickly pulled her sister's school bag back, but those things that looked like tree roots were moving too fast and quickly filled their field of vision. Wang Hao was about to take action. The tree root that was coming at them with great force suddenly stretched straight in front of the two of them and stopped abruptly, with a fist-sized ball of white light emanating from the tip. Zhao Meihua, Zhao Meiluo, and Wang Tianqi looked at the ball of light. Their hands dropped, their eyes unfocused. and they stood there like zombies. Wang Hao was not affected by the strange ball of light at all, so it was not difficult to infer that the ball of light could control people. He did not move and pretended that he was also controlled by the other party, because he did not update the monster encyclopedia when the tree roots attacked. This shows that the root of the tree is not the main body. If he acted rashly, he might hurt Wang Tianqi, so it would be best to wait and see what the tree was up to. At this time, the three of them suddenly moved and walked to the elevator in a daze. Is there electricity? Wang Hao followed it and heard the elevator ding-dong. Then the door slowly opened. Can monsters operate elevators? Why are things getting more and more bizarre? What on earth had happened to Qingqing? The situation was much worse than the cities Wang Hao had been to before. Ding-dong. Wang Hao walked into the elevator with the three people with an expressionless face. He glanced at the floor number ticking in front of him. The elevator soon stopped at the 8th floor. The door opens. Attention. The corridor is filled with tangled tree roots, and green branches hang on the walls, and all of these roots and branches are connected to a big tree. The atmosphere here is heavy. Most people would tremble with fear if they came here. Monster Encyclopedia has been updated. Black Demon Tree. Level 4. Weakness, Tree Heart. Value, 5,000 evolution points. Description. The Black Demon Tree was originally a domesticated plant, but later became a mutant. Under the orders of its owner, it eroded the entire building into its own territory. Its attack power is not strong among its peers, but it is good at mentally controlling its prey, causing it to die unclearly and become its nutrients. 4th level? Wang Hao thought of the tree roots that could be seen everywhere in the building and believed that the Black Demon Tree could evolve so quickly. It must have eaten all the creatures in the building, including the zombies, and even recently went out of the boundary and devoured the nearby monsters as well. Its mental control is truly invincible. If Wang Hao hadn't ignored the mental attacks, he would have been in trouble today. He had said before that when faced with a mental attack, no matter how advanced you are, as long as you have no means of mental defense, you are like a fish waiting to be slaughtered. But what does the word owner in the description mean? Do humans still have the ability to taming beasts? I didn't expect that there would be living people coming into Qingqing, a city of the dead. When Wang Hao was puzzled, a long-faced woman came out from behind the Black Demon Tree, rubbed its bark affectionately, and said happily, "Little tree, you are in for a treat now." Rustle. The Black Demon Tree danced its branches quickly, as if to express its happiness. Wow. The long-faced girl's eyes suddenly lit up, and she ran to Wang Hao, looking at his handsome face, showing his big yellow teeth, and smiled foolishly. He is so handsome, and has a great body. He is much better than the previous stars. Follow. She lifted her skirt, turned her head and shouted, "Xiao Shu, quickly tell him to squat down and fuck me." Sieve. The Black Demon Tree responded. Wang Hao suddenly smelled the rotten smell emanating from the long-faced woman, which was a bit unbearable, so he simply stopped acting. Why would Xiao Shu listen to you? Because I grew it from a seed to this size. The long-faced girl answered smoothly. When it first mutated, it kept telling me it was very hungry, so I pushed my parents to it to eat. I'm so good to it, it must listen to me. I see. The Black Demon Tree's genes carry on its owner's kindness to it, so after mutation, it naturally will not attack its owner. After saying, the long-faced woman's expression suddenly changed. He, Wang Hao. Why can he speak? Chapter 52. Qingqing is full of powerful monsters. Encountering powerful monsters again. The Black Demon Tree's mental control has always been effective since the end of the world until now. No matter whether the target is an ordinary person or an enhanced person, it has never failed, and even some people were controlled to death instantly like Wang Tianqi and the other two, without any signs of struggle. The long-faced girl dared to jump around like that because she was invincible in this building. She never expected that someone could ignore mental attacks. What's even more terrifying is, Wang Hao reacted extremely quickly. He was able to figure out the situation in just a few tenths of a second, and chose to pretend to be controlled by the Black Demon Tree in order to get up. He was not like the others who would have immediately resisted or run away if they had known they were not controlled. Ah! The long-faced girl turned and ran, screaming, "Xiao Shu, help me!" Wang Hao bent his fingers and flicked the thunder. Bang! The little thunder snake burned the air and pierced through the long-faced woman's vest. Her upper body exploded instantly, blood and flesh splattered, and her head was also blown away. After hitting the wall, it rolled to the ground. Her lifeless face was facing the Black Demon Tree, and she spat out word by word. "Little tree, revenge. 4. Me. The long-faced woman's dusty and bloody appearance and what she said, combined with the gloomy environment, made it seem like she was in a horror movie, which was particularly creepy. Rustle, rustle. The black demon tree was furious, and its roots and branches danced wildly. Then they tangled into a brown spear as thick as 3 people could hold together and stabbed towards Wang Hao fiercely. Wherever I go. The remaining power left horrible marks on the tree roots on the wall. The power contained in the attack of the black demon tree is obviously beyond that of the 4th level. Even if a 5th level creature comes, it will be seriously injured if it takes it head-on. When your mental attack fails on me, you have already lost. Wang Hao put his 5 fingers together and formed an amazing purple electric rope hand knife. He raised his hand and slashed down at the oncoming spear. Bang! The 2 sides collided suddenly, and a wave of force as sharp as a knife broke out, smashing the walls on both sides, and the roots and branches of the trees were broken into pieces. Wang Hao is at level 7. The black demon tree is only at level 4, with combat power at level 5 at most. How can it fight against Wang Hao? In an instant, Wang Hao broke the spear, and with a whoosh, he turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind the black demon tree. Suddenly, charred scratches appeared at the center of the tree, and then it cracked, with the trunk fragments flying and the dancing branches and roots drooping. Evolution points plus 5,000. The effect of Wang Hao's newly awakened supernatural power. Lightning can be understood as an instantaneous explosion. Those with a lower level than him who see him use this move will think he is teleporting. Only opponents of the same level or higher can see his figure. The black demon tree is only at the 4th level. It couldn't even react. I easily earned 5,000 evolution points by killing a monster. This is much more satisfying than killing zombies in seconds. As Wang Hao muttered, Wang Tianqi and the other 2 woke up one after another, looking around blankly, as if they didn't understand how they got from the door to here. I remember now. Zhao Meihua exclaimed. We encountered a lot of tree roots as soon as we entered the door. They seem to want to attack us. Could it be that we have already? We are definitely not dead. Wang Tianqi looked at Wang Hao and said confidently, with him here, it will be difficult for us to die. Wang Hao pointed at the corpse of the black demon tree and said concisely, it can attack mentally. You were controlled by it as soon as you entered the door. Hiss. Zhao Meihua took a breath of cold air. How could she, a 2nd level enhancer, be controlled without knowing it? If Wang Hao wasn't there, wouldn't she have become nutrients for the black demon tree? He died in an unclear manner. Just thinking about it gives me chills. Psychic attacks are silent and invisible. We were all attacked for no apparent reason. Why are you fine? There's no way to defend against this, right? Wang Tianqi asked curiously. You should ask, why the black demon tree can control me. Wang Hao said lightly. Wang Tianqi choked. Hateful. My stinky little brother installed it again. Thank you. Zhao Meihua said gratefully, thank you for saving us sisters. Zhao Meiluo was in mixed feelings. It turns out that the clown is actually myself. My sister is right. Wang Hao is really very strong. Zhao Meiluo suddenly thought that if her sister had really done what she wanted and not helped Wang Hao, she and her sister would probably be dead here now. Sorry. Zhao Meilu sincerely apologized. I misunderstood you before. I always thought you were a pig with a green onion stuck in your nose, pretending to be so pretentious. In fact, you are better than any man I have ever met. Alas, I am victimized by prejudice. You are low-key, strong, handsome, and calm beyond your age. How can you be an ordinary person? Being praised like this by a woman. Any man would feel happy if he were in your place. Be prepared. Wang Hao said directly, there is a high probability that there will be no survivors in this building. My parents mentioned on the phone that there is a scary monster nearby. I think it must be this one. Zhao Meihua smiled bitterly. The environment in this building is terrible. It was difficult for her to deceive herself. Wang Hao waited in the corridor for a while, and soon saw the 2 sisters walk out of the room with red eyes. Zhao Meihua sniffed her nose and forced a smile, saying, sorry, I made you laugh. Wait for me to calm down, and I'll take you to room 230 right away. 10 minutes later, the 4 of them walked down the building. Again? Wang Tianqi's arms suddenly became covered with spider hairs, and he said speechlessly, have we destroyed a monster's nest? As soon as the words fell, a brave zombie, over 2 meters tall and made of steel, crashed through the wall, flew backwards, and created several holes on the ground. Monster Encyclopedia has been updated. Blue Fist Zombie. Level 5. Weakness, head. Value, 7,700 evolution points. Description: the Blue Fist zombie was originally a boxer. After mutation, his boxing skills were sublimated, so it is best not to fight with it in close combat easily. Roar! As the blue-fisted zombie flew backwards, a group of red-eyed tigers with 4 of its claws on their heads chased after it. Their huge bodies cast majestic shadows in the sun, and they raised their tiger paws to slap it. Monster Encyclopedia has been updated. Mutated tiger. Level 5. Weakness: abdomen. Value: 7,700 evolution points. Description: the mutant tiger continues to be the king of beasts, with strength far exceeding its peers and a destructive power that cannot be underestimated. The Blue Fist zombie was completely different from those slow-reacting zombies. Its reaction and skills were extremely agile, and it actually rolled away to avoid the tiger's attack. Bang! The tiger missed and hit the ground, creating a hole with a diameter of half a meter. Woo! The two sisters opened their eyes wide and covered their mouths, fearing that they would be frightened and make a sound. The ground was made of solid cement, so hard that even a large truck crashing head-on at full speed would only create a small dent at most. The tiger actually created such a huge hole with just one slap. If this hits a person on the head, even a 4th-level enhancer might not be able to withstand it, right? Zhao Meihua hurriedly tugged at the corner of Wang Hao's clothes, and when he turned around, he saw Zhao Meihua turning her head away, as if telling him to run quickly. Chapter 53, Thunder King. Even a fool can see that neither the blue-fisted zombies nor the mutant tigers are good people. Why don't you run away while they are fighting to the death? Are you standing there waiting to become their food? Zhao Meihua originally thought that Wang Hao would give up when faced with difficulties, or rather, anyone would think so, but he shook his head at this time. Zhao Meihua was shocked. Is Wang Hao crazy? Or does he still fail to see the capabilities of the two monsters? He actually chose not to leave? Yes. He is not an ordinary person. When everyone was mentally controlled by the Black Demon Tree, he was the only one who was not affected and even killed the Black Demon Tree. However, the fierce momentum and suffocating feeling of oppression displayed by the two monsters completely defeated the Black Demon Tree. They are like 2 huge mountains standing in front of the survivors. Humans are no match for them. At least not now. Wang Hao, don't be so stubborn. Zhao Meihua said in a low voice with an urgent expression, let's hide out for now. It won't be too late for us to leave after they leave. It won't take a while, right? Don't lose your life here. That would be a real loss. I know what's going on. Wang Hao was unmoved and said, we are just temporary partners. You don't have to be responsible for me. If you are afraid, just hide aside first. Level 5. A total of more than 10,000 evolution points. He encountered a situation where he could benefit from it, but he chose to run away? Is he stupid? Out of gratitude to Wang Hao for saving the two sisters, Zhao Meihua wanted to persuade him a little more, but after hearing what he said, she did not insist. She quickly took her sister away from the scene. Sister. Zhao Meilu hid behind the wall and asked, do you think Wang Hao can handle the monster if he stays? You are at the 1st level, so you have a vague idea of the difference between strength and power, so it's normal that you don't know how strong the opponent is. Zhao Meihua explained, when I punch with all my strength, I can only make a hole the size of my fist on the ground, but you see how much bigger the hole made by the tiger is than mine. Based on my level 2, the tiger is either level 4 or level 5. With the tiger's natural strength advantage, it is very likely that its strength will need to be increased by 1 level from its original basic level, that is, level 4, to be able to exert the combat power of level 5. Zhao Meiluo understood. Then, she also felt that Wang Hao was courting death. At this stage, most enhancers are at the 1st level, and the 2nd level is rare. Even if Wang Hao is in the 1st echelon, with a level as high as the 3rd level, or even the impossible 4th level, the mutant tiger can still smash him into pieces with one palm. Roar! Bang! 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 On the court, the blue fist zombie dodged swiftly and took the opportunity to counterattack, while the mutant tiger was powerful and kept bursting out, and neither side could gain the upper hand over the other. They were both injured and now separated and confronted each other. The tiger surrounded Blue Fist and waited for an opportunity to attack, while Blue Fist kept the momentum of attacking at any time. Obviously, neither side seemed to want to take the initiative. Roar! The tiger had a violent temper and eventually lost control of his temper and suddenly pounced on the Blue Fist zombie. It dodged by shaking its body and swung its right hook at the tiger's abdomen, but the tiger did not resist, and after landing, it used its front legs to jump to the side. Yes, the two sides were in a stalemate again. This is the result of being equally matched in strength. They can only fight tough. It is not like before, when both tigers and humans have physical limits. After they mutated, they had almost no physical strength. Ink traces. You all make me tired. Wang Hao seized the opportunity when the blue fist zombie dodged, raised his hands and made a circle, and a 6-foot-long thunder spear suddenly formed in his hand. Immediately following, he threw it out with all his might. Bang! Thunder sanctions too quickly. Even the agile blue fist zombie couldn't dodge it. The thunder spear pierced its head, and its entire body was knocked into the ground by the impact force. Evolution points plus 7,700. Zhao Meihua. Zhao Meiluo. Thunder? Thunder and lightning? Zhao Meihua had dealt with many enhancers along the way, but she had never heard of an enhancer with such terrifying abilities. Blue Fist Zombie. That's a 4th level or even 5th level existence. In the last second, it was fighting fiercely with the tiger, and in the next second it was killed instantly by Wang Hao. Wang Hao was able to defeat that zombie, which means he is at level 4. Zhao Meihua's eyes widened in confusion. According to the turtle-like leveling speed of the enhancers, I had to kill them all the way to level up to level 2. How did he level up so quickly? If Wang Hao had the support of the country or an armed group, and someone was feeding the zombies crazily, it would be fine, but the scary thing is, he is alone. It takes about 1,300 zombies for an enhancer to advance from level 1 to level 2. So how many zombies does he have to kill to reach level 4 so quickly? Think about it. Zhao Meihua felt her scalp tingling. Thunder. Zhao Meiluo suddenly thought of something, put her hand over her mouth, and said in surprise, could he be? Woo. At the same time, the tiger's prey was snatched away by Wang Hao, and it became more and more manic. It then turned around and stared at Wang Hao with its bloodthirsty red eyes, letting out a terrible growl. It just so happens that I also have a tiger. Come and compete with each other. Wang Hao raised his hand, and violent purple lightning burst out from his palm. Purple lightning shot into the air and connected to form a giant tiger several meters tall. This is exactly the effect of his newly awakened supernatural power. Thunder Tiger. Roar. Lei Hu raised his head and roared. Lightning flashed in all directions, and the lightning around his body became more and more violent, as if he couldn't wait to tear the opponent apart. The momentum of the 5th level tiger was instantly crushed by the 7th level Thunder Tiger. Woo. The tiger's roar weakened. It looked down at the giant Thunder Tiger and turned around and ran away. Question mark. Zhao Meihua was shocked when she saw this, thinking that she seemed to have underestimated Wang Hao's ability. A 4th level warrior couldn't scare the tiger away with just one move. This man. Zhao Meihua stared at Wang Hao's back and said in shock, he can handle 2 monsters with ease. He is much stronger than I thought. Roar. At this time, Thunder Tiger moved at a burst of speed and quickly caught up with the mutant tiger. He smashed it to pieces with one palm, and the dirty blood that was squeezed out sprayed on the cracked ground. It was so powerful that it had no ability to fight back the entire time. Evolution points plus 7,700. It's a long story, but from the moment Wang Hao attacked the blue fist zombie to the moment he killed the mutant tiger, the whole process took less than 10 seconds. Wang Hao took action. It was so simple, and it only cost 15,400 evolution points. It smells good. Thunder King. Zhao Meiluo ran over and said excitedly, it can't be wrong. You are the only one in Douyin who can control thunder and lightning. You must be the Thunder King. When did I have this title? Wang Hao replied, the first funny news about you was at school, when you went on a killing spree in the corridor. From then on, you were always high energy, and every time you appeared, you could shock a large number of netizens. Zhao Meiluo's eyes turned red as she spoke. Before I became an enhancer, I was trapped in a house with my sister. At that time, the days were like years, and every day was torture. My nerves were as tense as a string. Chapter 54. A New World? Shrouded in mystery. I was in so much pain that I didn't want to live anymore. It wasn't until I saw your voice by chance that I saw hope for survival. Zhao Meilu hugged Wang Hao's arm and said excitedly, I am your super fan. If you had shown me this earlier, I would have believed you without a second thought. You are my god. I feel so ashamed when I think about how I first met you and how I doubted you. Good job. This is a diehard fan. Wang Hao suddenly realized, I used to like watching Douyin, but later I found that most of the videos I watched were about me. At first, it was okay to watch myself show off, but gradually I found it boring and gave up. I didn't expect that I would gain a new name during this period. Wang Tianqi next to him rolled his eyes, thinking that Wang Hao was being Versailles again. So you are the king of thunder and lightning. Zhao Meihua also came over and said, I've often heard Meiluo mention you before. If it's you, then it's normal for you to be so strong. We've been delayed here long enough. You lead the way and we'll talk as we walk. Good. The zombies on the street had all become nutrients for the high-level monsters, so the four of them had no obstacles along the way and easily arrived at a clothing store. This store is number 230. Zhao Meihua pointed at the door of the store and said, Our relatives are gone. Qingqing is only dangerous for us. There is no place worth staying in. We have to leave quickly. Good luck to you. Wang Hao nodded and said, I wish you good luck too. See you again if we are lucky. Melody? Zhao Meihua took a few steps and suddenly realized that Zhao Meilu had not caught up with her. She turned around and saw that she was still reluctant to leave Wang Hao. She urged him helplessly, We have to leave Qingqing before dark, otherwise it will be too dangerous. Hurry up, we have to go. Sister, wait for me. I want to say a few words to my idol for the last time. Zhao Meiluo said shyly. If I can see my idol once in my lifetime, I will have no regrets even if I die. Keep climbing. Wang Hao said calmly, This way you will be able to see me standing on the top in the future. Yeah. I will definitely work harder and become stronger. Zhao Meilu quickly walked up to Wang Hao, stood on tiptoe, kissed his cheek, and then hurriedly followed Zhao Meihua like a frightened rabbit, turned around and said happily, Wang Hao, you are really handsome. A girl's kiss smells good, right? Wang Tianqi said sarcastically. It smells good. It has to smell good. Wang Hao squinted and said, Why? Are you jealous? You're my brother. Why should I be jealous? It's just that Zhao Meiluo is blind. She likes you, a straight man who doesn't understand romance, when there are so many people she can like. You're jealous. I don't. You're jealous. I don't. You're jealous. You're a tape recorder. If I say there's nothing, then there's nothing. You're so annoying. Seeing that Wang Tianqi was getting increasingly irritable, Wang Hao changed the subject appropriately and said, Let's go into the store and take a look at the situation first. I'm so pissed off. Wang Tianqi said angrily, Every time I'm about to go crazy, he stops. I'm almost hurt. Then she took a deep breath and followed Wang Hao into the clothing store. But before they could see the environment clearly, a transparent green light suddenly appeared on her legs. Immediately following, the wall behind the cashier counter suddenly split apart, revealing a metal door. The round hole device on the door emitted a red light, which connected with the green light on Wang Tianqi's leg. Crack! The red light turns green. The metal door actually opened. The two looked at each other. Wang Hao's mother is too thin. The communication between her and Wang Hao was clearly encrypted, and she even reported a fake address. The so-called number 231 was actually number 230. If someone cracks the text message, they will probably have to spend a lot of time analyzing what 231 means. Is it a secret code exclusive to mother and son? This place is so safe. My mother is probably not okay. Wang Hao was about to move forward when Wang Tianqi behind him suddenly triggered his spider sense. Small. Wang Tianqi just opened his mouth. 7 men and women suddenly flashed up to the 2 men and put daggers to their necks. They can lurk in the corner silently without being discovered by Wang Hao, and they can also restrain their murderous aura and hide from Wang Tianqi's spider sense. This is an amazing trick. The world's top killers might not even be worthy of carrying their shoes. I said that instead of trying to crack Shin Yaji's, Wang Hao's mother, codes, it would be more effective to just stay here and wait. Look. The prey has come to us on its own initiative. An Asian woman who spoke English sniffed Wang Hao from a close distance and grinned. He is Chen Yaji's son. Haha, we have been waiting since the end of the world, and it really has not been in vain. Chen Yaji was afraid. She didn't expect that these people were so perseverant. They didn't try to crack the code and just sat here for so long without thinking. Tianqi, Wang Hao said, don't say I didn't give you a chance to show your talents. Translate their bird language. Pack. If you don't know English, just say it. Wang Tianqi had Wang Hao as his pillar of support, so he was not too panicked and immediately acted as an interpreter. Who are you? Wang Hao said calmly. Haha, you're just like what the information says, a monster without emotions. Janice, the Asian woman, laughed. Tell me, other than you're wearing a human skin, how are you like a human? You must have been bullied by your classmates when you were a kid, right? If I were you, I would have committed suicide long ago. Another muscular black man named Julian said coldly, I am very annoyed by his stinky face. Is he still useful? If he is useless, I want to see if he can still show some expression when his face is beaten to pieces by me. We still have to use him to threaten Chinyaji and tell her the whereabouts of the key to the new world. Janice said with murderous eyes, Wang Hao, we are from the new world. With the blessing of Lord Yale, our strength is not comparable to those weak enhancers outside. You'd better cooperate with us. If everything goes well, I guarantee you will have a good result. Wang Hao judged from the aura they revealed. These guys are of a very high level, at least level 4. This level is undoubtedly unreasonable at this stage. What is the new world? Is it an evil force? Who is Yale? What method did they use to make them improve so quickly? What is the new world? Wang Hao asked directly. Zizi, Chinyaji, such an incompetent mother, actually hid this from you. Janice said jokingly, the world you see is only a corner of the entire planet. There is a more advanced world above, and that is the new world. At this point, she said excitedly, no matter how strong the people, monsters, and enhancers in this world are, they are just like dust in the new world. Maybe not. Wang Hao opened his mouth and stabbed Janice. You said you came from the new world, and you are so bad? Don't tell me, do you care about why? Chapter 55. You really don't know anything about power. I'm a wimp? You really don't know anything about being powerful? Janice sneered. You don't think you're powerful just because you can come to Qingcheng from your city? If you weren't valuable, Julian would have blown your head off with one punch. She felt that Wang Hao was quite bad. Anyone she had met before could all sense the terrifying aura from her, and then become wary or even terrified. If Wang Hao realized how powerful Janice was and still dared to speak out, it would be too stupid. Can Yale teach me the definition of powerful? Wang Hao continued to ask questions. You don't deserve to know Lord Yale. Janice said contemptuously, Go. Take us to the secret room. You'd better not play tricks in front of us, or I guarantee that my dagger will pierce your thigh the moment you move. You have cut off your own value. Wang Hao said calmly, Then there is no point for you to continue living. Laugh. Everyone else laughed. Unimaginable. This weak and boastful waste could be Chun Yaji's son. They are the ceiling of the enhancers at this stage. Even the strongest enhancer in the base is only at level 3. For them, crushing Wang Hao is no different from crushing an ant. Your words have made me change my mind. I'm going to break one of your legs first. Janice had a grim smile on her face, but just as she was about to retract the dagger, she saw Wang Hao turn his head and let the sharp dagger cut across his neck. Question mark. Everyone around was stunned. Wang Hao committed suicide. He has such a strong temper. The dagger was specially made and was so sharp that it could even cut through the defense of a third-level enhancer, not to mention that Wang Hao was not even an enhancer. However, what happened next shocked them greatly. Janice's dagger did not cut Wang Hao's neck, but instead created a series of sparks without leaving any trace. That's it. The two words Wang Hao spat out expressionlessly showed his disdain. He grabbed Janice's head with his backhand, crushed her skull with his bare hands as she stared in horror, and said, If the new world is full of people like you, I think I can destroy you in just one day. It would be great if he wasn't my brother. Wang Tianqi thought to himself, he is so handsome, and his natural domineering nature is simply poison to women. The store suddenly became quiet. The expressions on several people's faces froze. Although Janice was not the strongest in the team, she was not so weak that she was killed instantly by Wang Hao without even having a chance to speak. Stop talking big. The strongest Julian had a fierce, murderous look in his eyes. His right arm suddenly turned into rubber, and he punched Wang Hao with great force. The aura he emitted made others feel breathless, which was a sign of too much strength. Yo yo yo. Wang Hao said expressionlessly, level 5 is too strong. Then, he opened his palm and caught Julian's fist like a baseball. What? Julian was shocked. He transplanted the muscles of an elephant, and his strength was invincible among his peers. He could even fight with those at a higher level, but his punch was easily taken by Wang Hao. I have something to ask you later. Wait here for now. As he spoke, Wang Hao crippled Julian's limbs and threw them aside. Ah! Julian's screams made those around him shudder. Only then did they realize who was the hunter and who was the prey from the moment Wang Hao entered the store. He doesn't even know what the new world is. In today's harsh environment, why can he grow faster than them? Don't move. The Asian man holding Wang Tianqi hostage said tremblingly, She doesn't have your skills, right? If you dare to mess around, I will kill her first. The dead woman was right. You really don't know anything about being strong. Wang Tianqi chuckled. Although your knife was against my neck, if you moved it at all you could send me to see my parents, but you didn't have the chance to move. Are you kidding me? The Asian man was confident that he could kill Wang Tianqi at close range. After all, Wang Hao was so fast. Could he teleport? He shouted, "If he dares to move, I will kill you." Whoosh! A flash of lightning suddenly appeared on Wang Hao's body, and he disappeared on the spot. In a blink of an eye, he appeared behind the Asian man, grabbed his head with his hands, lifted it up in the air and said, "She's right. You don't have a chance to do anything." Puff! Puff! The heads of the rest of the Asian man's companions exploded one after another, and the headless bodies swayed, with blood spurting out like fountains. The scene was both shocking and terrifying. The Asian man was shocked. Not only did Wang Hao teleport behind the Asian man to destroy his thoughts, he also killed all his companions in the process. What kind of humanoid monster did I encounter? The 4th and 5th level enhancers were killed by Wang Hao. This kind of thing that is impossible to happen in reality would not even dare to think about it in the past. No, don't kill me. Wang Hao crushed the Asian man's head. His voice stopped abruptly. This is the heart-eating thunder. Once it enters your body, it will eat away at your various tissues bit by bit like a worm, and finally eat your heart. I'm not sure how painful it is, but you can try it. Wang Hao walked up to Julian, opened his hand and released the purple thunder, lowered his eyes and said, "2 questions, you have to answer them. If I'm satisfied, I'll give you a quick death." Julian hurriedly said, "Ask if you want." Who is Yale? Yale is a monster that can only speak human language and has self-awareness. It is not like us, the candidates for entering the New World. It is a powerful existence that truly came from the New World. The reason why we are so strong is that it fed us with monsters. Can men also become enhancers? We are just artificial enhancers. To put it bluntly, we transplant parts of monsters and use genetic technology to enhance our own genes. However, the failure rate of the experiment is as high as 30%. But if it succeeds, we will be stronger than enhancers in some aspects. For example, I transplanted muscles from a mutant elephant. As you know, elephants have a high base strength, so I will be stronger than the enhancer in terms of strength. According to what you said, the New World is more advanced than this world. So what is Yale doing here? Bullying? Didn't you say 2 questions? Do you have any ideas? No, Julian said timidly, but as his subordinates, we are not qualified to know what Lord Yale thinks. If you want to find out the truth, you might as well go to his subordinate in Qingqing, Adolf. He must know more than we do. You don't know what you are talking about, wasting my time. Wang Hao crushed Julian's head and rubbed his bloody soles on the ground. Your heart-eating thunder is okay. Wang Tianqi was surprised and said, "A powerful weapon for forcing a confession." Chapter 56. Mutation. Warcraft attacks. What heart-eating thunder? I made it up. Wang Hao said casually. Wang Tianqi froze. Made up? Made up? Wow, it sounds so real. If you have a chance in the future, you can apply to a drama academy. Wang Tianqi laughed. I just heard you describe the heart-eating thunder, and I got goosebumps. I thought that this move of yours is much more vicious than my spider poison. I have this expressionless face, and everything I say is full of ruthlessness. Wang Hao said calmly, "Let's go down to the secret room first and see what's going on with Mom." Good. The 2 of them immediately walked down the stairs in the secret room, and along the way, they used the thing on Wang Tianqi's leg to open several thick defense walls. Soon, the 2 entered a place similar to a laboratory. The place was filled with various instruments, neatly arranged documents, and unknown samples in the culture dishes, but there was no sign of Chen Yaji. Wang Hao, come quickly. The 2 were checking around to see if there were any other secret passages. Wang Tianqi suddenly found a sticky note on the photo frame on the desk and hurriedly shouted, "Godmother left a note for you." Wang Hao came over. "Xiaohao, when you see this note, Mom is gone." Tianqi, I'm sorry. I didn't want to involve you, but I gave lectures at various universities and volunteered at blood donation stations. During this time, I took the opportunity to check countless people, but only your genes would not reject the gene chain I put in. Don't worry, this gene chain is the result of my life's research. It will not harm you. Even in the worst case, you will only have a benign mutation. Got it. It turns out that Wang Tianqi's mutation was caused by Chen Yaji. Starscream is merely a catalyst. Wang Hao flipped over the sticky note and saw a few more lines of words on it. Tianqi is the key to open/close the new world. I wanted Xiaohao to bring you here and protect you, so that you wouldn't be missed by those who were eliminated by the new world. But I didn't expect that for some reason, the door to the new world was torn open briefly and a monster was released. Fortunately, Warcraft didn't know that Tianqi was the key, and thought the key was with me. Xiaohao, the plan has changed. You take Tianqi and hide. Mom loves you. Don't worry. Once the door to the new world is opened, there will be great suffering, otherwise Godmother wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to protect the key. Wang Tianqi said anxiously. Wang Hao, Godmother didn't say it explicitly, but she must have gone to attract the attention of that Yale. Her level is at most level 2 or 3. She went to face the ignorant Yale and asked you not to worry about her. Isn't it obvious that she wants to sacrifice herself? Wang Hao turned his head and asked, Idiot mom, does she think she's so great? Don't you care about your godmother anymore? Wang Tianqi asked, Didn't the black guy say that Yale's men were also in Qingqing? Since my mother went to look for Yale, then if I know Yale's whereabouts, doesn't that mean I know where my mother is? Wang Hao can kill all the people in the world and disregard the safety of the world, but he cannot give up Qinyaji because she is Wang Hao's only relative. Protect mother on behalf of father. This is Wang Hao's unchanging oath since he was a child. At the critical moment, you are still the one who can take responsibility. Wang Tianqi followed Wang Hao out of the store, but a feeling of oppression suddenly hit him. Hiss! Wang Tianqi took a breath of cold air. Attention! A horde of monsters surrounded the clothing store. Flying in the sky are 4th-level red parrot monsters and 5th-level two-headed swallows, while walking on the ground are 5th-level mutated brown bears, mutated gray wolves, and mutated lions. Among them, there was a humanoid monster holding a long-handled axe and wearing black armor, riding a 6th-level red flame tiger, looking like a general. Black Axe Knight. Level: 7th level. Weaknesses: none. Value: 22,300 evolution points. World of Warcraft. Description: The special axe in the hands of the Black Axe Knight can easily split the defense of the same level. It has self-awareness and fierce fighting power. Monsters are just like enhancers. If they want to evolve, they have to devour their own kind or humans. They won't upgrade for no reason. Now that so many high-level monsters have suddenly appeared, we don't need to think about it to know that they must have eaten a lot of Qingqing monsters and humans. Warcraft? Wang Hao raised his eyes and asked, Are you Adolf? Things are getting a bit tricky. Adolf's level is as high as level 7. If it was a monster, Wang Hao would not be afraid. After all, Wang Hao has the ability to fight across levels, but the basic combat power of Warcraft is higher than that of monsters. In other words, Warcraft also has the ability to fight against enemies above its level, and it has self-awareness, unlike monsters which only know how to rush and kill. For example, the Black Axe Knights used their high level to summon a group of mutant animals and let them devour and upgrade continuously. Perhaps this is the reason why Warcraft is more valuable than monsters of the same level. So, it would be too naive for Wang Hao to use the same method he used to deal with monsters to deal with Warcraft. You know me, Adolf. It seems that the blood I smelled was from Julian and his men. Adolf said in a rough and disdainful voice. The humans living in the low-level world are unreliable. They can't even handle the smallest things. I was just about to look for you, but I didn't expect you to come to my door yourself. It saves me a lot of effort. Wang Hao said quickly. Haha, you ignorant human being. You actually want to defeat me. Do you think I am a low-level monster like these? The Black Axe Knight taunted. Kneel down, human, or you will suffer unforgettable pain before I capture you. It was like a judge in charge of life and death of mankind. Every word it spoke was filled with unquestionable confidence, and it looked at Wang Hao with a condescending gaze. Wang Hao in its eyes. Low level. Rubbish. Like an ant. And it does have the capital to be arrogant. After all, at this stage, the 7th level is an existence that can sweep away everything. It can even break through any shelter with the power of a single beast, or cause serious damage to the country's foundation, the base. If you underestimate me, you will be in big trouble. Wang Hao raised his hand, rubbed his thumb with his middle finger, and snapped his fingers. Boom! Thunder roared. An invisible force swept towards the Black Axe Knights and the monsters. Level 7? Without Lord Yale's help, how could the humans in this world reach such a high level? And you have mastered the power of thunder and lightning. Black Axe Knight said in surprise. There is something wrong with you. If I capture you, I will definitely get a reward from Lord Yale. As soon as the words fell, it swung the long-handled axe, creating a brutal shock wave that collided with the invisible thunder in the air, and a powerful wave suddenly erupted from it. Bang bang! Bang bang bang! The ground exploded everywhere. Dust flew into the sky and spread everywhere. But you want to defeat me with such low-level lightning power? That's wishful thinking. Adolf laughed wildly, then stretched out his long-handled axe, pointed it at Wang Hao and said, Go! Tear him into pieces. Chapter 57. powerful Adolf. Wang Hao lost. Roar! Roar! The red parrot monster and the two-headed swallow swooped down towards Wang Hao, while the mutant brown bear, gray wolf, and lion took a step forward and showed him their claws and fangs. So many high-level monsters are rushing towards us. The scene was horrifying. If anyone else came here now, they would probably be scared to death. Wang Hao remained calm. He swung his purple lightning-threaded hand knife and chopped off the charging red parrot monster. The dirty blood immediately sprayed all over the two-headed swallow that followed behind. Immediately, he swiped horizontally across a two-headed swallow. His seventh-order combat power, coupled with the violence and penetrating power of lightning, easily cut their bodies open, and the remains fell to the ground, spurting blood. These are just attention getting decoys. Wang Hao took advantage of the situation and killed the monsters that kept rushing towards him, thinking that Adolf would definitely attack him from a certain angle and at a certain time. As expected, when he was killing the mutant lion, a bone-chilling chill came from behind him. He glanced at it from the side and saw a sharp black edge, and Adolf ran to the right. It was very smart. It ordered the monsters to attack Wang Hao in groups, and then it took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. If its sneak attack fails, or it thinks it cannot beat Wang Hao, it can have space to escape by moving in time after the sneak attack. It keeps itself away from dangerous walls. This is the difficulty of World of Warcraft. Fighting with your brain makes the battle much more complicated. If I have too many shiny things, it will definitely run away. Given the distance between me and it now, I can't catch up with it even with lightning. Wang Hao's mind raced, and he decided to walk into a trap, deliberately getting hit on the back by the incoming lightning. Grass. It hurts. Wang Hao vomited blood and was thrown away. Wang Tianqi was shocked. He never expected that the Black Axe Knights were so strong. Even the previously invincible Wang Hao was going to lose. Wang Hao tried hard to stand up, but fell down again in pain. This scene made Wang Tianqi feel heartbroken. Tears welled up in her eyes and she shouted nervously, "Wang Hao, stop fighting. Use your teleportation trick and run away." Will I let him get away? Adolf rode the red flame tiger and pursued Wang Hao, raising his long-handled axe and chopped him down. Low-level lightning power? Wang Hao wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "Who are you looking down on?" Suddenly, the storm is coming. Dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, with terrifying purple lightning flashing through them, and a terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings. It is true that Lei Ming is low-level. What if it is the Thunder Realm? Is it still low-level? What a terrifying power of thunder and lightning. Adolf thought the same as Wang Hao. After feeling the huge threat in the thunder field, he immediately turned around and ran away. Boom! Boom! The dark clouds struck with purple lightning. Adolf rode on the red flame tiger and dodged nimbly, making the purple thunders miss their target. Roar! At this time, a thunder tiger suddenly rushed into the battlefield from the side, raised its head and knocked the red flame tiger away, causing Adolf on it to be thrown high into the air. This kind of power that can only appear in the new world. How could it appear in a human being who was born in a lower world? Adolf no longer had the majesty he had before, and this time he was frightened by Wang Hao, who was firing at full power. It tried hard to stand up, but heard a chirp sound, and a 6-foot-long lightning spear shot out from the sky and nailed it to the ground. Bang! Bang! The ground beneath Adolf collapsed, and the cracks in the spider web quickly spread outward. This is called luring someone into a trap. I'll teach you for free. Wang Hao walked over, stepped on Adolf's head, and said with lowered eyes, "You got your start with brute force, and humans got their start with wisdom. Don't use your wisdom that you acquired halfway to challenge the wisdom that we rely on for survival." Cunning human, Adolf said angrily, "even if you defeat me, the door to the new world will open sooner or later, and then the flood of monsters will engulf this world. If I kill Yale, then there will be no one to open the gate to the new world. I remember it is in Fanyun City, right?" Wang Hao said lightly. "Master Yale is in Manhwa Port." After Adolf finished speaking, he angrily said, "You cheated me, idiot." Wang Hao turned and walked away, raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and the thunder spear that was inserted into Adolf's body exploded, and the shock wave instantly shattered Adolf. From beginning to end, Wang Hao had a clear grasp of it. Evolution points plus 22,300. Total evolution points, 723,673. Wang Hao did not take Adolf's attack in vain. It and the monster brought him more than 200,000 evolution points in total. This should be normal. It would take Wang Hao at least a week or two to earn so many evolution points. Wang Hao. Wang Tianqi ran over and punched Wang Hao in the chest, his eyes red as he said, "You're so annoying. You made me worry for nothing." Wang Hao said, "Are you afraid that I will die?" "Of course I'm scared. If you were to die, who would protect me? Is that really the reason?" Wang Tianqi was stared at by Wang Hao and suddenly moved his eyes away guiltily and said unnaturally, "What else? What do you think you are still useful for?" "Oh," Wang Hao just asked casually. "Yale is in Maha Port." Wang Hao took out his phone and checked, saying, "We went there from Qingqing, which is equivalent to crossing half of the country. The distance is too far, so we will find a place to rest nearby tonight and go to the nearest shelter tomorrow morning. My mother once asked someone from the country to take me to Fengqing. I think it shouldn't be difficult for us to fly a plane." Although he felt it would be safer to walk, there was nothing he could do as the journey was too long. If Wang Hao's plane really almost crashes like last time, he should fly as far as he can, otherwise he will say something unpleasant. By the time he walked over there, Qin Yaji might have been reincarnated. "As you say." Wang Tianqi nodded slightly. "It's dawn." A woman in a jacket was hiding on the slope beside the Qingqing Expressway with a remote control drone in her hand pointed at Qingqing. Her voice was transmitted to the live broadcast room through the microphone clipped to her collar. "At this time," she said, "I have been squatting here for a whole night. You can see that there is not even the roar of zombies in Qingqing. It has become a completely dead city." Her name is Wang Xiaolu. Her previous job was a full-time anchor. However, after running the live broadcast room for several years, there was no popularity at all. Playing on the edge. Play a prank. Playing to attract attention. Dedicated platform personnel. Unfortunately, none of these made her famous until she accidentally did a live broadcast during the apocalypse, which allowed her to quickly gain a large number of fans. She is afraid of death, but compared to becoming famous and no longer being the scumbag anchor with herself as the only guest in the VIP seat, she would rather risk her life by broadcasting live. It used to be said that entertainment is death. She truly interpreted these 4 words. The situation in the city center is serious, but at least there are still people alive. But there is not even a single living person in Qingqing. Wang Xiaolu deliberately exaggerated how horrible the environment was and said in a low voice, "You have also watched the previous video about Qingqing. The mutated animals there are taller than humans. A monster that looks like a chicken, with a mouth that can pierce through steel plates." Chapter 58, Are these 2 people here for tourism? In the live broadcast room, barrages of comments flashed by quickly. "I have a relative who lives in Qingqing. I video called him a while ago and saw with my own eyes that a tree growing in a building controlled more than a dozen people. Then those people were like they had lost their souls. It was so scary that they approached the tree and said nothing even when they were sucked dry." Qingqing has long been a dead city. Even the authorities have listed Qingqing as a restricted area for humans. I admire the anchor for daring to broadcast there. If the city center is hell, then Qingqing is a mountain of knives and a boiling pot of oil. Whoever enters will be reincarnated directly. There will be no survivors in there. Alas, Qingqing is scary and weird. It's not a place for humans to stay at all. Through various media and official warning maps, the survivors basically know the concept of dead cities, and they also know what dead cities mean to humans. Restricted area. Once humans step into the restricted area, they are in danger of death. So compared to the horrible monsters active in the dead city they saw in the video, they felt that the zombies wandering on the streets were simply cute. Today I plan to use this drone to fly into Qingqing and show you how terrifying Qingqing is from a first-person perspective. Wang Xiaolu controlled the drone remotely and flew it into the outskirts of Qingqing for a circle. At the same time, she showed the audience in the live broadcast room that there were no zombies active on the streets, but there were monsters that looked like they had been skinned and another monster with large pustules all over its body fighting on the streets. A half-meter-tall rat crossed the street, the iron-winged bird hovering in the air. Ants as big as fists besieged the rotten cat in an organized and disciplined manner. Various monsters and the scenes of monsters fighting each other constantly hit the survivors' eyes, and those with poor psychological quality simply vomited. The dead city is indeed a dead city. How can we tell from this that Qingqing was once a place where humans lived? This is clearly a monster park. The monsters are starting to roll inwards. Alas, there really is no way there are humans in the dead city. The survivors are in danger. No one knows whether their city will be the next dead city. Everyone remember to pay attention to my live broadcast room. As long as I am alive, I will take you to see every corner of the apocalypse. Wang Xiaolu was about to turn off the broadcast when a man and a woman suddenly appeared in the camera, walking out of Qingqing with milk in one hand and pineapple bun in the other. Question mark. Wang Xiaolu was confused. Oh? Oh? The audience in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. No. Isn't Qingqing a dead city? Isn't it said that there are no living people? So, who are these two people who seem to have entered Qingqing for tourism and then came out? Damn. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. No, that's not the point. They are so cool. They walked out of Qingqing with milk in one hand and bread in the other. They were on their way to work in the end times. Who said that entering Qingqing means reincarnation? There are no living people in Qingqing? Come out and get beaten. I'm stupid. They had just seen how horrible the dead city of Qingqing was and concluded that there could be no survivors inside. But Wang Hao came out and slapped them in the face. Wang Hao seemed to shout something at them. Do you think I'm dead? The key is that Wang Hao and Wang Tianqi should be like refugees so that everyone will not be too shocked, but they will be more relaxed than getting up in the morning to go to work. Who wouldn't be stupid in this situation? This is all hype. After being stunned, Wang Xiaolu quickly stepped forward with her phone and shouted, "Hey, wait a minute." Wang Hao was too lazy to pay attention. Wang Xiaolu lowered her head and ran in front of the two people, stopped them and said, "I'm broadcasting live. Are you locals from Qingqing? How did you escape? You'd better go." Wang Tianqi kindly reminded, he hates people bothering him. Say something, don't be so stingy. Wang Xiaolu said coquettishly, there are tens of thousands of viewers in my live broadcast room. We all thought that there would be no survivors in Qingqing. It's really a miracle that you can escape. So I and the audience want to hear your story. Roll. Wang Hao said softly. The country says we should help each other and tide over difficulties together. Can't you tell us the process so that we can learn from it? Why are you so bad at attitude? Wang Xiaolu was still dissatisfied, speechless. Wang Hao kicked directly. Certainly. Very small force. Wang Xiaolu was kicked in the abdomen and flew backwards with a scream of pain. She fell to her knees on the ground with a thud and could not help but lower her head and spit out acid. You're a psychopath. You're a monster. Wang Xiaolu cursed. Those who attack women are rubbish. Then, she spat out blood and cursed again. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Why are you being so arrogant? You think you are so awesome. No matter how awesome you are, go kill all the monsters. Wang Tianqi shook his head. Entertaining to death. Do you really think death is a joke? Wang Xiaolu even dared to offend Wang Hao, a demon god? Even the king of hell would not be able to plead for mercy in this way. Chiyu. Wang Hao bent his fingers and flicked the thunder. The small thunder snake hit Wang Xiaolu's chest. The instantaneous impact force blew her to pieces from head to toe, and dirty blood splattered all over the ground. The mobile phone she used for live broadcast also fell not far away. The camera was pointed right at her. True, precious images from before death. I knew this day would come for Lulu. She was too obsessed with the live broadcast and didn't even think about what time it was. She still dared to run around. I understand. Someone who has worked hard for several years but still hasn't become popular, but became famous overnight by live streaming the apocalypse. She is crazy, and live streaming is more important than living. That person acted too quickly. I didn't even see how Lulu died, but why do I feel like that person is the big shot who has become popular recently? The king of thunder and lightning? Yes, besides him, who else can enter and leave Qingqing? The audience in the live broadcast room have long been accustomed to this kind of thing. Watching several anchors to death in one day is just basic operation. After all, live streaming the apocalypse itself is an act of courting death. Use a shelter. Today, as usual, waves of survivors who had fled from nearby areas lined up at the door to be examined. Regardless of gender, they were all unkempt, dirty, with tired looks in their eyes, and they didn't even have the strength to straighten their backs, so the man and woman in the team stood out particularly. The two men's hair was not greasy, their clothes were clean, they were full of energy, and they even smelled of shower gel, which undoubtedly formed a sharp contrast with the survivors. Are you here to seek refuge? I think you are here to enjoy life. The enhancers were all very dirty along the way. How come they are spotless? Could they be the children of some high-ranking officials in the shelter? I think so. They may just be here to go through the queuing process. The survivors were jealous and envious. It would be fine if everyone was equally miserable, but Wang Hao had to stand out from the crowd. Wouldn't that make them look humble? It would be strange if they could feel balanced. Drop. The warrior pointed the scanning instrument at the survivor, and the person's information appeared on the screen. After Zhang Tu carefully checked the information, he looked up and asked, "Are you a civil engineer?" Chapter 59 Wang Hao's appearance. Right. The survivor hurriedly said, I have worked for companies both at home and abroad for a long time. I believe I can use my rich work experience to help the shelter. Our shelter is in need of technical talent like you. The warrior pointed to the open space on the other side and said politely, "Welcome to the shelter. Please wait here for a physical examination." Good. After Tumu Bota left, it was the turn of a bald woman with several scars on her face and body. I fought my way out of the Black Cloth City. The warrior took a breath. What a ruthless person. The Black Cloth City was in a state of being half dead. Even if the bald woman fought her way out from the periphery, her combat power was quite impressive. The shelter is more in need of combat talents than technical talents. The warrior quickly welcomed the bald woman in. She stood with Dr. Tsukumu, and opposite them stood a number of survivors, but they were all ordinary people without any special skills. Although the shelter had separate areas for talented people and ordinary people for easy distinction, this preferential treatment still produced subtle changes in everyone's psychology. Although I am often despised outside and called a loser and a nerd, I am more popular in the shelter than those who can kill zombies. Think of this. The civil engineering doctor raised his head with a look of pride in his eyes. I'm so strong. Do I still need to be checked? What are these people in the shelter thinking? They're so cryptic. The bald girl was a little impatient. Next. When the warrior saw the well-dressed and handsome Wang Hao walking towards him, he was stunned for a moment, as if he had not expected that in the apocalypse, there would be someone dressed cleaner than himself. Is this the chosen one who has brushed shoulders with all dangers? Zhang Tu picked up the instrument and pointed it at Wang Hao's face. The instrument flashed red quickly and issued a prompt. You do not have enough authority. Hiss. The warrior took a breath. Insufficient permissions? Except for big shots who are encrypted at S-level or above, this prompt will not appear in other situations. Pause for inspection. Zhang Tu hurriedly shouted. Someone come and receive him. I'll go report the situation to the commander. Then, he politely said to Wang Hao, I'm sorry, your situation is rather special. I need to ask the commander for instructions. Please wait here for a moment. Oh. Wang Hao responded. Why isn't the team moving? I heard from the people ahead that a big shot seemed to have come to the shelter, and the warriors were so scared that they ran to ask the commander for instructions. They are probably talking about the two people who look like tourists, right? If the two were children of high-ranking officials, there would definitely not be such a sensation. The shelter should still be considerate of our feelings to some extent. It's amazing that he has become a big shot at such a young age. The survivors were talking about it. The soldiers in charge of patrolling were also quite curious about how high Wang Hao's identity was. This was the first time since the zombie outbreak that Wang Hao had single-handedly stopped the operation of a shelter. What's your situation? Wang Tianqi was also stunned. How should I know? Wang Hao replied. Stop pretending. Did you secretly become a high-ranking official in the country without my knowledge, and then expose it today to surprise everyone? Wang Tianqi looked like he had seen through the whole situation and said, You are really amazing. I have been following you closely, and yet you have been able to accomplish such a great feat. We haven't even entered the shelter yet, and we've already alerted the commander. 666. Wang Hao really didn't know what was going on, but he could guess that this matter was related to his mother. After all, judging from the fact that she was able to mobilize a helicopter to pick up Wang Hao, her status in the country was not low. A son's status depends on his mother. Naturally, Wang Hao's status is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Hello. A middle-aged man with a bulging belly came over hurriedly, stretched out his hand to Wang Hao and said, I am the commander of the shelter, Ding Bo. The position of commander is not of low rank. He started by addressing Wang Hao with a respectful title, which really surprised Wang Tianqi. He couldn't help but wonder how high Wang Hao's status was. I'm Wang Hao. Wang Hao asked curiously, This should be my first time in the shelter. Why are you so nice to me? Anyone who is encrypted is a great man who has made outstanding contributions to the country and deserves our respect. Dingbo said with a smile, You must be tired after coming here. I will arrange accommodation for you first. Can we talk later? What he didn't say was, if Wang Hao's encryption level was S or SS, his reaction wouldn't be so big, but Wang Hao is encrypted at SSS level. In the country, the number of people who are protected by such a high level of encryption can be counted on one hand, and each of them is a powerful figure. How dare he slack off? Are you seeking death? Wang Hao and Wang Tianqi followed Ding Bai and walked through the open space where the survivors were waiting, attracting complicated glances from the civil engineering doctor and the bald woman. Technical genius? Fighting talent? So what? In the end, one still has to wait here for inspection. Unlike Wang Hao, He got green lights all the way and didn't need to be inspected. No one dared to check him. All the preferential treatments compared to his pomp. So weak. The accommodation that Ding Bo arranged for Wang Hao was not bad. It was similar to a hotel environment and was clean and tidy, with no unpleasant odors. Tomorrow afternoon, a plane carrying supplies will land at the shelter. I remember the plane will pass by Manhwa port on its way back. After hearing Wang Hao's request, Ding Bo thought for a while before saying, "You guys rest here for a night. I'll go talk to my superiors first." "Thanks," Wang Hao said politely. Ding Bo was flattered and said, "This is what we should do. I won't disturb your rest." Then he followed him and left. "Is that the problem solved?" Wang Tianqi was surprised and said, "You are so generous." Wang Hao didn't expect that solving this problem would be so easy. He nodded and said, "It's good for you to know this alone. Don't make it public." Wang Tianqi rolled his eyes. She said, "I was shown off." Night. A searchlight placed high up patrols the area around the shelter on a daily basis. The three blood-stained men and women who were helping each other were suddenly exposed to strong light and ran to the gate breathlessly. One of them hurriedly said, "Open the door. The monster is chasing us." "It's the outgoing team. Open the door." When the three men fled into the shelter, several reptiles with throbbing blood vessels all over their bodies quickly chased them, and their ferocious momentum made people feel nervous. Bang! Bang! The sniper on the commanding heights was equipped with armor-piercing bullets that had great penetrating power and could even defeat tanks. He shot at the neck of the crawling monster. Several monsters were hit. Shocking. The invincible armor-piercing bullets could not break the monster's defense and only splashed countless sparks. The shelter quickly dispatched missiles and tank guns, but they did not cause any actual damage to the monsters, but instead increased their ferocity. Hiss! What level of monster is this? So strong. Don't you think about the fact that the team that just escaped is one of the top teams in the shelter? If even they were defeated, wouldn't the monster be strong? Everyone was shocked. Chapter 60. What crisis? I forgot. Missiles and tank guns can blow up second and third level monsters, but demon hunters, which are crawling monsters, ignore these lethal weapons, which means they are at or above level 4. Roar! Roar! The demon hunter's roar was deafening in the dark night. He ran on the open ground at an incredible speed and arrived in front of the enemy in an instant under the gunfire. Superior. At this time, the shelter ceased fire. Several strong women in combat uniforms, wearing brass knuckles or boxing gloves, walked out of the shelter door and gathered their strength to fight against several demon hunters. The two sides collided violently. The collision of forces caused large areas of the ground to crack. Unfortunately, the level of the enhancer was too low. Although he exerted the combat power of the third level, he was still ruthlessly knocked away by the demon hunter. Puff! Puff! Many people fell to the ground and spurted blood. Hurry up and save them. The warrior once again output powerful firepower, suppressed the demon hunter, and took the opportunity to rescue the seriously injured enhancer. At the same time, his mood sank to the bottom. Demon hunter is so strong? Even the enhanced ones carefully trained in the shelter are no match for the demon hunter. The defense line can't hold up. Commander, let's burn our boats. Fortunately, the shelter's defense wall is a mixture of alloy and diamond, with extremely high defense, which can temporarily withstand the crazy attacks of multiple demon hunters. But this lasts for a maximum of 4 minutes. Once the demon hunters break through the defense, it will be a disaster for the shelter. The desperate tactic mentioned by the warrior is a trump card that every shelter must have. That is, people holding concentrated bombs will die together with the monsters. Why not throw it away? Because it is thrown at a slow speed. It is easy for monsters to dodge it, and the power of the bomb can be maximized only when it explodes at close range. Etc. Dingbo suddenly thought of someone and shouted, "Go and invite Wang Hao."
Yes.
The warrior hurried to Wang Hao's residence, knocked on the door, and briefly described the process of the demon hunters attacking the shelter and the crisis the shelter was facing. Finally, he hurriedly said, "Mr. Wang, can you hurry up? The defense wall won't hold for long." Wang Hao's voice came from inside the room. "There's no need for me to intervene in this kind of situation." Small? Small scene? The demon hunters can't even do anything to the thermal weapons and enhancers, and are about to break through the shelter. Wang Hao actually thinks they are not worth mentioning. Just as Zhan Tu was wondering whether Wang Hao was talking nonsense, the door was opened by a little girl with horns, and then she walked straight out. The encrypted person is not necessarily a combatant. Why would the commander pin his hopes on him? If we miss the opportunity to use the desperate strategy, the shelter will be finished. Warrior said doubtfully. The key is that he clearly knows the situation is serious, but he doesn't do it himself. He just sent a little girl to get rid of me. I feel he is unreliable anyway. He was not the only one who thought so. Other warriors who learned of Wang Hao's attitude shared the same idea. Even Ding Bai was a little shaken after hearing it. If the shelter is breached, then Ding Bo would become a national criminal. Roar! Xiao Longnu walked out of the shelter, and the demon hunter attacking the defense wall suddenly smelled the fragrance of food and pounced on it ferociously. Xiao Longnu's cheeks puffed up, her pink lips pouted into an oval shape, and suddenly she spewed out raging flames in all directions, burning all the demon hunters. And this is exactly Xiaolongnu's skill, breath of flame. In an instant, the demon hunter roared in pain. His entire body quickly charred, his muscles shrank and wrinkled, and then evaporated along with his bones and blood. Xiao Longnu suppressed the raging flames and burped, spewing out a puff of black smoke, turned around and left. Ding Bo and others' brains were buzzing. What's the meaning? It only took Xiaolong no less than a second and a breath of fire to kill all the demon hunters who almost destroyed the shelter? This enhancer is so strong. Zhan Tu was shocked and said, "It turns out that enhancers have superpowers." Ahem. On the stretcher next to him, the enhancer who was seriously injured by the demon hunter coughed a few times and said, "Don't believe in rumors or spread them. It is definitely not an enhancer." Another injured enhancer also quickly clarified, "Although I don't know what it is, the enhancer only has physical changes. It can't breathe fire. It can't breathe fire. It can't breathe fire." No wonder they were so excited. If Xiaolongnu is an enhancer, wouldn't that make them seem useless? Wow. Xiaolongnu's performance was amazing. After everyone recovered from their shock, they couldn't help but burst into an uproar. I apologized to Mr. Wang. I misunderstood him. This kind of scene was really a small one that was not worth mentioning to him. As expected of a big shot who is encrypted by the country, he is too strong. He just sent a little girl like his subordinates to solve the disaster. I give in. Ding Bo organized people to clean up the aftermath and only breathed a sigh of relief when daybreak came. He checked the time, quickly asked someone to prepare breakfast, and personally walked to Wang Hao's residence and asked, "Mr. Wang, are you awake?" Wang Hao opened the door and asked, "What's the matter?" "I came here to thank you for helping the shelter resolve the crisis last night." Ding Bo thanked him. "I also brought you breakfast." "What crisis?" Wang Hao was puzzled and asked, "Why didn't I know about this?" Ding Bo and the warriors who accompanied him didn't know what to say. They thought it was impressive enough that Wang Hao thought demon hunting was a small matter, but they didn't expect him to take the crisis seriously at all. The attack by multiple demon hunters is the biggest crisis the sanctuary has ever faced. But for Wang Hao, it doesn't even take up a bit of his brain capacity. A big shot is a big shot. Awesome pin. A crisis is... Ding Bo briefly recounted what had happened. Oh. Wang Hao remembered and scratched his head. "I did hear someone knocking on the door last night, but I fell asleep in a second and don't remember what happened." At the same time, he muttered to himself. No wonder when he woke up in the morning, the system prompted him that he had earned 7,700 by 6 evolution points. It turned out that Xiaolongnu worked in the middle of the night and earned overtime pay. Wang Hao earned 46,000 evolution points just by sleeping. Ding Bo was speechless. Wang Hao deserves to be encrypted at the SSS level. Ding Bo could not understand the ideological realm of a great man like him. Ding Bo said a few words of thanks and left to avoid embarrassing himself, while Wang Hao took breakfast and went to the house where Wang Tianqi lived. He opened the door and ran into Wang Tianqi, who had just finished taking a shower and was walking out of the bathroom wiping his wet hair with a towel. Wang Hao looked at Wang Tianqi. She looked down at her body. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Ah! Wang Tianqi woke up in shock and was about to scream subconsciously, but was interrupted by Wang Hao. "Shut up." Wang Tianqi seemed to be controlled by some mysterious magic. He closed his mouth obediently and stared at Wang Hao with his watery eyes. "Next time you want to take a shower, let me know in advance." Wang Hao put down his breakfast and said, "Do you know that this will cause great damage to my eyes?" Chapter 61. Wang Hao's name shocked the world. Wang Tianqi was like a little girl who had done something wrong. She wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Wang Hao. "Forget it. I know you didn't mean it. Let it go this time, so I don't have to argue with you and seem petty. But you have to be more careful in the future." "Did you know?" "Say." Wang Tianqi said weakly, I know. Wang Hao turned and left. "Why do I feel like something is wrong?" Wang Tianqi suddenly reacted and angrily wanted to rush out and kill Wang Hao, But then he remembered that he was not wearing any clothes, so he quickly took a shirt and put it on, pinching his waist with both hands and said, "You bastard! Play preemptive strike with me." She was so angry. I cursed myself for being slow to react. It was clearly his own fault. Wang Hao was in the wrong before coming in without knocking. As a result, Wang Hao had to be both the good guy and the bad guy. Not only did he use his aura to intimidate others, he also made personal attacks. What is an eyesore? What's wrong with my figure? You stinking fencer. Maple City. Although Lin Wanrong was pushed by the survivors to become the leader, since she nodded, she would naturally manage the shelter with all her heart. She has a pretty good talent for management. The survivors all know what they should do, and the shelter runs in an orderly manner every day. But no one can have smooth sailing in the last days. The shelter welcomed an uninvited guest today, who immediately suppressed all the survivors with powerful force and attempted to take over the shelter. It's a miracle that you can survive to this day with your mediocre abilities. Guo Xiangmei led dozens of people to look at the survivors who had vomited blood and fell to the ground, then turned to look at the literary-looking Lin Wanrong and said, "You look so gentle, like a teacher. Can you be the boss?" "I'm not anyone's boss. They maintain order and look for supplies, and I am responsible for coordination and clerical work. We each have our own division of labor." Lin Wanrong has seen many big scenes with Wang Hao, and she said calmly, "Everyone wants to save their lives, so why do you have to engage in involution? There are only so many supplies. If we divide them equally, wouldn't that be unfair to the stronger ones? You seem to have read more books than me, so you should understand the law of the jungle." Guo Xiangmei said coldly, "Go ahead and commit suicide. If I do it, it will only make you suffer more." Lin Wanrong is the boss of the shelter. In order to avoid future troubles, Guo Xiangmei decided that no matter who survived, it must not be Lin Wanrong. They are innocent and have not offended you. If they want to stay, they can stay. If they don't want to stay, please give them a chance to live. Lin Wanrong looked at the embarrassed survivor, took a deep breath, pulled out a dagger from her waist, and put it on her own neck. Sister Rong.
No.
Everyone couldn't bear it. Sister Rong's student is the Lightning King. Someone shouted angrily with bloodshot teeth, "If she dies, the Lightning King will make you bury her with him." The King of Thunder. Guo Xiangmei's pupils shrank. "We agreed to see you again, but the teacher broke the promise." A tear fell from Lin Wanrong's eyes, and she resolutely turned the dagger away. But at the critical moment, Guo Xiangmei took a quick step, stretched out her hand and knocked the dagger out of her hand, and said in panic, "Is the Thunder King really your student?" "Right." Lin Wanrong didn't know what Guo Xiangmei meant, so she asked in surprise, "You know him?" "Haha, misunderstanding. A misunderstanding." Guo Xiangmei pressed his hands, told his men to quickly put down their weapons, and said with an apologetic smile, "We are here because of a flood that has washed away the Dragon King Temple. We are family members, but we are not family members. If you had told me earlier that the Thunder King was your student, I would definitely not have been so rude." Among the survivors who have been online, who has not heard of the King of Thunder and Lightning? He fought his way from the school corridor to the center of another city thousands of kilometers away, shocking everyone with lightning in his hand. No one dared to criticize him. No one can deny his hardcore fighting power. Although distant water cannot quench immediate thirst, Guo Xiangmei does not have the ability to travel far, and her range of activities is limited to Fengcheng. So Wang Hao has to come back halfway to find his teacher. Oh, he found that the teacher was dead, so he had to dig 3 feet into the ground to dig Guo Xiangmei out, right? Whenever she thought of Wang Hao's famous scene on Douyin, her heart tightened, as if Wang Hao was nearby staring at her. "It's so scary." Question mark. Lin Wanrong had a face full of question marks. The situation changed too quickly. Can Wang Hao intimidate Guo Xiangmei from a distance? I have always admired the King of Thunder and Lightning. Anyway, I have nowhere to go, and you are not afraid of adding a few more pairs of chopsticks? Guo Xiangmei thought about it, and suddenly understood why these survivors all obeyed Lin Wanrong, whose fighting ability was extremely average. Isn't it because they can indirectly cling to Wang Hao's thigh? Like now. When Guo Xiangmei heard the title of the King of Thunder and Lightning, she was scared to death. She suddenly felt that Lin Wanrong was a big thigh to cling to, and couldn't help but say, "I will join you. You are smart. We will follow your command from now on." Lin Wanrong was completely confused. Guo Xiangmei and her team are much stronger than Lin Wanrong's team, and now they are willing to listen to her orders. This is too incredible. The King of Thunder and Lightning. He's so amazing. Even when he's not here, his deterrent power is still at its full potential. That person, Guo Xiangmei, was arrogant when he first came, But when he heard that the Thunder King was Sister Rong's student, his expression changed immediately. Why are people afraid of gods and ghosts? Isn't it because there are too many legends about ghosts and gods? When I think back to that day when the Thunder King instantly killed the zombies with his own strength, I feel panic. I feel that decades later, just hearing his name will make me feel nervous. Everyone around was stunned. But it's normal to think about it. Wang Hao is a recognized strong man on the entire network. Unless there is some grudge, who would be willing to offend him? Don't do this. Guo Xiangmei forcibly took Lin Wanrong's hand, shook it and said, "You are older than me, so I will call you Sister Rong from now on." Lin Wanrong was stunned for a few seconds before she came to her senses and thought to herself, "My student has saved my life again." Mr. Wang. On the plane, a warrior came up to Wang Hao and said, "We are about to reach Manhwa Port, but the fog over there is so thick that the plane can't get through. We can only send you to a temporary shelter near Manhwa Port. Is that okay with you? Is there no other landing place?" Wang Hao asked. "The other landing sites are either too far from Manhwa Harbor or don't have suitable open space. What do you think? Follow the plan you think is most appropriate." Clear. Wang Tianqi looked at the departing warriors, stretched his body and said, "It was so fast. It would have taken us several weeks to complete the journey, but we only completed it in less than a day by plane. It is indeed a safe route developed by the country. It has green lights all the way." Wang Hao nodded. Only he has this privilege. Transport planes, for example, all take fixed routes for fear of accidents. After all, the planes themselves are expensive, and the materials on them are even more expensive. No one dares to make trouble on the plane. What's more, the plane deliberately stopped at an unplanned place for Wang Hao. "Mr. Wang." Zhan Tu suddenly came back and said anxiously, "The situation has changed." Chapter 62. Don't wait. I beg you to show off quickly. What's wrong? Wang Hao raised his eyes and said, "The radar shows that the landing point we originally planned is being besieged by a group of beasts, and the runway is also fully occupied. Forcing a landing will damage the aircraft." Zhan Tu explained, "We can only fly to another place more than 200 kilometers away to land. Change landing point? Isn't this just a detour? I'm in a hurry and can't take a detour." Wang Hao pondered. "Can the plane lower its altitude as much as possible so we can jump directly?" "Of course you can, but are you sure?" Warrior said in a serious tone. "The number of monsters besieging the shelter this time is roughly estimated to be hundreds of thousands. If you force your way down, you will most likely fall into the herd, and the risk is too great." "I am sure." "Okay, follow me." Zhan Tu was only a soldier and could at most give some suggestions, but was not allowed to interfere too much. Wang Hao, who was like his superior, made the decision and immediately took Wang Hao and the other man to the hatch of the plane. "Want to dance again?" Wang Tianqi said helplessly. Last time it was a building with more than 10 floors. This time it was dozens of meters high in the air. Each time it is more fatal than the last time. Wang Hao picked up Wang Tianqi by the waist, walked towards the slowly opening tail of the plane and said, "A tough guy carries me like a princess. You're taking advantage of me and still complaining." "Thank you." Wang Tianqi clutched Wang Hao's clothes tightly with both hands, her black hair fluttering in the wind, and said anxiously, "I'd rather give up this benefit of yours. You forgot your parachute." The warrior hurriedly brought 2 backpacks, but when he saw Wang Hao leaping directly from the hatch, his pupils contracted and he took a breath. Are they seeking death on purpose? The plane is currently located at an altitude of dozens of meters. Even if it is a highly qualified enhancer, if it forces a landing without a parachute as a cushion, it will only end up falling to death. If its luck is worse, it may even be smashed into a meat paste. You know, if a person continues to descend rapidly without any buffer, the speed and the impact force will increase infinitely. The stronger the body, the more miserable the death. Haven't you seen that people who jumped off buildings in the past could crack the concrete floor by jumping directly, let alone Wang Hao, who is not an ordinary person and jumped from a high altitude? Is Mr. Wang also a member of the suicide army? He came to Manhwa Harbor specifically to commit suicide? The warrior seemed to think of the cruel scene of Wang Hao and Wang Tianqi falling to their deaths and then being torn apart by the corpses. He shuddered and said, "Alas, why did he have to choose such a tragic way to die?" The other side. Fires broke out all over the shelter. "Commander, Liao Jian is commanding the soldiers to open fire at full power to stop the horde of zombies. In the trenches in front of the defense wall, there are also some reinforcers who have escaped the fire coverage by punching and killing them. Report." A soldier quickly ran up to Liao Jian and shouted, "The radar shows that someone is descending towards the shelter." "People? Liao Jian reached for the telescope and looked in the direction that Zhan Tu had mentioned. He immediately saw Wang Hao and the other man clearly. He widened his eyes and asked, "They don't have a parachute?" The man is holding the woman, which is obviously not an airborne posture. Are they looking for death? Others who saw this scene had similar thoughts. This height? No parachute? As long as Wang Hao is alive, I will take your surname. Hey! Wang Hao faced the fierce wind, but he could still see clearly. He asked calmly, "Have you seen ice sculptures?" "Why are you asking this now?" Wang Tianqi could feel himself falling rapidly. His whole body tensed up, and he said in a trembling voice, "I beg you, please release your magical power. I have nothing to do anyway, so I might as well chat." Wang Hao's words almost made Wang Tianqi cry. What does it mean to be idle even if you have nothing to do? Please. We are now rappelling at high altitude. If it were someone else, their brain would be blank by now. How come you still have the time to chat? I haven't seen it. Wang Tianqi shouted, "Don't wait. I beg you to leave quickly." Almost. Walk. I'll take you to see the apocalyptic ice sculpture exhibition. Seeing that they had reached about the right height, Wang Hao's ice emperor ring on his hand suddenly emitted an ice crystal-like light, and the temperature of the surrounding air dropped rapidly. This is one of the effects of the ice ability. Thousands of miles of ice. A ball of hard ice suddenly condensed from under Wang Hao's feet, carrying terrifying low-temperature cold air, and spread rapidly outwards. Roar. Roar. Although the ice covers thousands of miles, it is not as exaggerated as the name suggests, but it is still no problem for the ice to cover a few hundred meters. The sky above the shelter and the surrounding area instantly turned into a world of ice, and the many monsters within were also frozen into ice sculptures. Wang Hao used the Thunder Tower, cushioned the impact several times, and finally landed steadily on the ice, just like the Lord of Ice, looking down on all living beings. After Wang Tianqi felt the feeling of falling disappear, he tried to open his eyes and immediately saw the biting cold surroundings. He was stunned and said, "Real ice sculpture exhibition. Why are you so handsome?" High-altitude descent. Thousands of miles of ice. This set of operations is extremely cool. Although she knew how powerful Wang Hao was, every time she saw Wang Hao's operation, she couldn't help but marvel. Is this something a human can do? The shelter ceased fire. The warriors who were still fighting bravely looked at the battlefield covered by ice in confusion, wondering if we are dead or something. Where does the ice come from? Is it an illusion? Hiss. Liao Jian and others who witnessed Wang Hao's operation gasped. I was shocked. The boiling battlefield suddenly became quiet. This operation was too suffocating. Hundreds of thousands of zombies just died like that? Is this magic? Normally, seeing the enhancers lifting trucks full of supplies for training is enough to refresh people's cognition and shock them, but has anyone ever seen anyone control ice? Can humans also use magic? How come they didn't even get a hint of this? Don't tell me that only Wang Hao knows magic. Evolution point +1. Evolution point +1. Total evolution points, 1.372 million. Your evolution points have accumulated to 1 million, meeting the upgrade conditions. SSS-Level supernatural power. Lightning level has been promoted from level 7 to level 8. SSS-Level ability. Lightning. Level 8th. Effects. Thunderbladey enhanced, Thunderbomby enhanced, Thunder Towery enhanced, Thundery enhanced, Thunder Sanctiony enhanced, Thunder Fieldy enhanced, Thunder Tigering enhanced, Lightning enhanced, Eternal Thunder. Description. Thunder and lightning are violent and overbearing, good at penetrating any defense, occupying an absolutely dominant position among the same level, and even posing a considerable threat to the existence of a higher level. Note: 3 million evolution points are required to advance to the 9th level of supernatural power. Wang Hao likes to encounter such scenes of monster attacks the most. He doesn't need to lure them or bear the pressure. He can just come up and reap the rewards directly. This wave consumed nearly 700,000 evolution points. Promoted to a higher level. Comfortable. Just admire me, don't fall in love with me. Wang Hao lowered his eyes and said, I am the man you can't have. You are good in every way, except for your mouth that deserves a beating. Wang Tianqi jumped off the ice and snorted, I'm your sister. Don't be disrespectful and call yourself your brother. Chapter 63. Breaking 10 Laws with One Force. Bravely entering Manhwa Harbor. Oh. Wang Hao and the other man jumped along the ice and onto the ground inside the shelter. Who are you? Liao Jian and his men rushed over. Wang Tianqi said, use your facial scanning device to retrieve corresponding information and scan him, then you will know who he is. Liao Jian winked. A warrior then took the instrument and scanned Wang Hao. You do not have sufficient permissions. Liao Jian's eyelids trembled. The warriors behind him exchanged glances and saw shock in each other's eyes. Insufficient permissions. What a great guy. Wang Hao looked like he was less than 20 years old, but he had been encrypted to a level above S. You know, even the top brass of the base don't have the privilege of having their files encrypted. But then again, Wang Hao is so strong, it doesn't seem too outrageous that his files be encrypted. Hello. Liao Jian stood in awe and said, I am the commander of the Manhwa Port Temporary Shelter. Liao Jian. Wang Tianqi sighed upon seeing this. Although Wang Hao did not hold any official position in Guojia, he was better than most of the senior officials. Once he was recognized, no matter who he was, he would salute. What does temporary shelter mean? Wang Hao asked curiously. We are only staying here temporarily and will be leaving soon. Liao Jian said solemnly. Manhwa Port has been listed as a restricted area by the country. You should have seen the fog covering Manhwa Harbor from above. The fog is very strange. It not only blocks various signals, but also disrupts the senses. We sent out a total of 6 teams before, but all of them lost contact. The last few messages sent back all said that there were very scary monsters inside. Wang Hao nodded and said, We are going to Manhwa Port. Send us a car. Question mark. Liao Jian was stunned. What he said was true. It was said that Manhwa Port was a restricted area, but Wang Hao still wanted to go there? Manhwa Harbor is too bizarre. No one knows what's going on inside. Although you are powerful, the fog can kill people without anyone noticing. Liao Jian advised, Our shelter has been forced to evacuate. You'd better think it over before deciding whether to go or not. Just do as you were told. Wang Hao was too lazy to say more. If he doesn't listen, there's nothing we can do. If Liao Jian hadn't thought about how sad it would be for Wang Hao to die in Manhwa Port, he wouldn't have said much. But now that Wang Hao was insisting on his own way, Liao Jian had no choice but to send someone to arrange a car. I looked at the fog and felt my heart beating so fast. The closer Wang Tianqi drove to Manhwa Port, the more uncomfortable he felt. I guess it's just like what they said. This is an ominous place. Even if it's a dangerous place, we have to go there. Wang Hao took out spider silk from his backpack, tied one end to his calf and the other end to Wang Tianqi's arm, and said, After you go in, no matter what happens, don't leave my sight. Good. Wang Tianqi said solemnly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Bang. As soon as the car entered the fog, the electronic equipment started jumping around until it exploded. The two were forced to abandon the car. After getting out, all they could see was thick fog with visibility less than 3 meters. There was no sound, and they could only hear each other's breathing. Hehe. As the two walked forward, they suddenly heard strange cries that could not be located and were somewhat mocking, which gave Wang Tianqi goosebumps. You can hear a pin drop around you. There's another strange cry. This undoubtedly puts enormous mental pressure on people. Call out. Call out. Dozens of dark green poisonous arrows suddenly broke through the fog and shot towards Wang Hao and the other man. He snapped his fingers, and invisible force suddenly rushed out in all directions, flattening all the poisonous arrows, and rushed into the fog with the remaining power. However, the poison arrow seemed to have been shot out of nowhere. The thunder was silent. Liao Jian is right. The fog will disrupt our senses. We would have thought the attack was coming from this side. Otherwise, no matter how fast they ran, I would have been able to see their tails. Wang Hao pondered. The mist is a bit like a moat. Could it be that Yale occupied Manhwa Port and built it into his own territory? This makes us passive. Wang Tianqi said it well. The two didn't know when they would be able to walk out of the fog. Perhaps they had actually been going around in circles all the time. They didn't know how big the place was, and they didn't know how many monsters were lurking in the dark. Continue to be passive. Just keep getting attacked. No matter how fast Wang Hao was, he couldn't catch the other person because his sensory perception was disrupted. The few teams sent by the shelter before basically died in this way, but how to take the initiative? Fog? Can't see through. Monster? Can't locate. I won't say 100%, but at least 99% of people who enter the fog will repeat the same mistakes, get lost in it, and be shot to death by monsters in the dark. One force breaks 10 methods. I told you to hide. Wang Hao summoned Xiaolong Nu, and flames with a few sparks came out of the noses of both of them. They raised their hands and slapped the ground on both sides. Flame power. 9 palaces flame. Boom. Boom. 18 pillars of fire broke through the ground and shot straight into the sky. The violent flames penetrated the thick fog, revealing a 4th-order monster hiding in it. The poison dart frog. 5th-level monster. Fog demon? Simple and crude. Wang Tianqi exclaimed. We took the initiative instantly. Hey! Yeah! The numerous poison dart frogs were cooked by the heat waves that washed over the earth before they even got close to the pillar of fire. They let out shrill, strange cries and fell to the ground with black smoke. Evolution points plus 5,000. Evolution points plus 5,000.
Roar, roar, roar.
The white fog demons wandering in the mist moved their limbs and rushed forward violently, but the closer they got to the pillar of fire, the faster they cooked. The skin was torn and the flesh was exposed. The bones are charred and the blood is evaporated. The 5th level demon hunter fell down before he could get close to Wang Hao. Evolution points plus 7,700. Evolution points plus 7,700. The firelight illuminated the fog. Wang Hao therefore saw the city, put his hands in his pockets and said, "Let's go." At the same time, Liao Jian and others who were paying attention to the situation in Manhwa Port also saw Wang Hao's amazing operation of breaking 10 methods with one force, and the expressions on their faces were wonderful. He has broken through the fog already? We have encountered the green monster and the white monster outside. We can only deal with the green monster, but we can't beat the white monster because it is fast and fierce. We just run away every time we encounter it. We didn't expect them to be so vulnerable in front of Wang Hao. It looks too weak. I thought he encountered a fake monster. How can a person be so strong? I feel like my horizons have been raised to new levels. Everyone has seen so many failed cases and never thought that Wang Hao could enter Manhwa Port. The best case scenario is to escape unscathed. Never thought. He broke the fog in the simplest way. It's nothing else. Pure crushing strength. Anyone with less strength would not be able to perform as gracefully as Wang Hao. He used ice when he came here, but this time he used fire. Liao Jin exclaimed, "It's such a surprise that someone who is encrypted at the SSS level is so amazing. If it's him, maybe he can really penetrate the dead city known as Purgatory." There was at least some relevant news coming out about other dead cities, like Qingsheng, but Guojia had no information about Manhwa Port. This is enough to illustrate the horror of Manhwa Port. It would be truly amazing if Wang Hao could enter Manhwa Port and come out safely. Chapter 64 Qin Yaji's whereabouts. Beyond Manhwa Harbor is the sea. Unlike the sunny outside, there was no wind or light in Manhwa Port, and the streets were littered with dried blood, skinned hair, and broken bones. The whole city was unusually quiet, but Yang Wen understood that beneath the quiet exterior lay a hidden danger, and that she would be attacked by monsters within 10 seconds of going out. Manhwa Port is not like outside. The monsters here are constantly attacking, fighting, and surrounding you. Low-level monsters like zombies simply cannot survive here. Those flames must be the country bombing the foggy area. Yang Wen hid in front of the window, only looking out at the foggy area with flames, thinking to herself, "The monsters are attracted by the noise there. This is my best chance to leave." She had been treading on thin ice in Manhwa Harbor, moving step by step towards the edge, trying to escape from this city that was like a monster paradise. She has been through a lot these days. The number of her companions has dropped from 13 to only herself. Although she has become very resilient, it is not easy for her to escape. The monsters outside are too invincible. If you touch it, you will die. And getting through the foggy area is another difficult problem. She had been living on the edge for several days and never saw any hope of escape. But today, the deadlock saw a turning point. The noise made by Wang Hao startled Yang Wen. The first feeling that came to her mind was that if she missed this great opportunity, she would never be able to escape in her life. Without hesitation, she moved out cautiously and quickly. Roar! Roar! Level 5 monsters, split-mouth beast, one-eyed fierce dog. Level 6 monster, wolf fang behemoth. Yang Wen moved carefully between the buildings, her heart almost jumping out of her chest as she glanced at the monsters on the street that seemed invincible outside. As expected, it is Manhwa Port with no information at all. Not to mention there is no signal. Even if there is a signal, anyone who can still use a mobile phone when surrounded by high-level monsters like this would be a god. Soon. 100 meters to go. As long as I enter the fog, it will be easy. I'll keep quiet. The fog is also a cover for me. Yang Wen looked around several times and made sure that there was no sound from the monster, then she moved quickly. But the moment she ran out of the building, a man and a woman suddenly appeared in her field of vision. They were so close that she didn't have time to brake and ran into the man head-on. Bang! She was knocked to the ground, and her heart sank to the bottom in an instant. Finished. Those monsters have extremely sensitive senses. If the survivor's breathing was a little louder, It would attract them from dozens of meters away, let alone the sound of someone falling to the ground. I never expected that there would be living people other than me in Maha Port. Yangwen could run, but there was no need to. The purgatory of Maha Harbor. It is an immutable law that whoever makes a sound will die. Roar. As expected, a lizard-like, split-mouthed beast crashed into the building and slid sideways, leaving horrific marks several centimeters deep on the ground with its claws. It opened its mouth to the back of its head, revealing a mouthful of fangs, and rushed towards Wang Hao madly. That ferocious aura. Even Yang Wan, who was at the back, felt her blood freeze. Sizzle. Wang Hao put his 5 fingers together, wrapped in dazzling purple lightning light, and slashed down at the split-mouthed beast. As soon as the two sides come into contact, Wang Hao directly broke the defense of the rift-mouthed beast. The extremely high temperature of the thunder blade quickly solidified the dirty blood that was about to spurt out of its wound, and a large amount of black smoke emerged. Wang Hao chopped it all the way to the bottom. The roar of the split-mouthed beast suddenly stopped, and it split into 2 and fell to the ground. Question mark. Yang Wen was greatly shocked. Varied? What? She gave up the moment she fell to the ground, without even trying hard. This shows how deep the shadow of the Maha Port monster has brought to her. For humans, the split-mouthed beast is invincible. However, that man actually killed the split-mouthed beast that was killing humans indiscriminately in seconds. Roar. Roar. The noise Wang Hao made in the fog had already attracted quite a few monsters, and now he was fighting with the split-mouthed beast, and was immediately located by the other monsters. 3 one-eyed ferocious dogs either jumped onto the low house and pounced on Wang Hao with their sharp claws raised, or rushed out from the small path next to the building and locked onto his thighs with their bloody mouths drooling. 3. Yang Wen took a breath of cold air. When 3 level 5 monsters attack from both sides, the explosive force is not as simple as 1 plus 1 is equal to 2, and the 3 don't come one by one. Their sense of smell in combat was still strong. At the same time, they directly blocked all of Wang Hao's movement space, forcing him to fight hard. 3 against 1. If it comes to a hard fight, Wang Hao's disadvantage is too obvious. Wang Hao just wanted to say it was useless. There was no difference between 3 and 1, and he immediately swung the hand knife with purple lightning rope, slashing the one-eyed vicious dog horizontally, and then slashed to the left and the right, so fast that the 3 actions seemed to be completed in an instant. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Almost at the same time, the 3 one-eyed ferocious dogs were split into 2 halves, spurting blood. Oh? Yang Wen's pupils shrank into the size of a needle. The fact that Wang Hao killed the split-mouthed beast showed that he was very strong, and the fact that he killed 3 one-eyed dogs in a row undoubtedly showed that his strength was strong enough to crush a 5th-level monster. This man is so strong, so fierce. No wonder he dared to walk sideways on the streets where monsters were rampant. It turned out that he had the confidence to kill any monster that came. Yale is raising goo here. There are only a few low-level monsters. The streets are full of high-level monsters. Wang Hao's ears moved, and he jumped away calmly. The next moment, the ground suddenly burst. A mace burst out fiercely. If he still stood there, he would most likely be knocked away by the mace. Wang Hao bent his finger and flicked the thunder. A small thunder snake suddenly shot into the ground with a chirp sound, and then a roar of extremely pain came from underground. Roar. The wolf-fanged beast rushed out of the ground bleeding, but after staggering for a distance, it fell heavily. There was a horrifying bloody hole on the side of its head. Oh? Yang Wen was numb. She had absolutely no idea what to say. She once witnessed a wolf-fanged behemoth attacking an armed force. The other side was equipped with tanks, but was still crushed by the wolf-fanged behemoth. The monster attacks from underground. It's hard to guard against. However, Wang Hao seemed to know the location of the wolf-fanged beast in his mind. He dodged it in advance and made a blind attack, accurately piercing the head of the wolf-fanged beast. Wang Hao is so strong that it is beyond comprehension. He turned around and walked up to Yang Wan and asked directly, "Have you ever seen a middle-aged woman with great temperament?" Is he looking for someone? Yang Wan was confused. Wang Hao is so awesome that he actually went to purgatory to find someone. Isn't he afraid of a car accident? How confident is he in his own ability? Wang Hao said, "Mute. My mind is a little confused now, wait a minute." Yang Wan suddenly woke up, and after a while, she said, "Yes, I saw a woman. It's unlikely that there are living people in Maha Port, so I remember it very clearly." Chapter 65. What you don't think will happen. A huge battle. Describe the woman you saw. Wang Hao didn't expect that he was so lucky. He met a survivor who might know the whereabouts of his mother as soon as he came in. Otherwise, Mahaport is so big. Looking for a needle in a haystack. Where can I find Shinyaji's whereabouts? His hair was slightly curled, his eyebrows were embroidered, and he was about 1.6 meters tall. The rest was not clear to me because the situation was chaotic. As soon as Yang Wen finished speaking, Wang Tianqi immediately shouted, "Yes, it's godmother." She went to get her hair permed, and I went with her. She really came to Mahaport. How could I have such an idiotic mother? Wang Hao asked, which direction did she go? Yang Wen hesitated for a while before saying, she was eaten by a monster. Which direction did the monster go? There. Wang Hao confirmed the direction with Yang Wen and nodded, saying, the fog is safe now, you can go out directly. If you want to go to the shelter, tell me my name, Wang Hao, and they will give you some preferential treatment, which is regarded as your reward for showing me the way. After saying, the two of them left quickly. His mother was eaten by a monster. Why isn't he nervous at all? Yang Wen didn't think much about it and quickly ran out of this purgatory that she dreamed of leaving. There is nothing for Wang Hao to be nervous about. How could Yale kill Shinyaji in order to get the key to open the door to a new world? Wang Hao. Wang Tianqi worriedly said, have you ever thought that if Yale's subordinates are so strong, it must be stronger? Even if we find our godmother, we still have to face Yale. If you can't beat it, we will be sending ourselves to die. The monsters in Qingsheng killed each other. Just like in Mahaport, there was not a single zombie on the streets, but the highest level of the monsters was only level 6. But the Black Axe Knight under Yale is at level 7 when he starts. Yale is definitely not just one level higher than the Black Axe Knight. Even if we think optimistically, as a 9th level monster, it is stronger than the 8th level Wang Hao. Not to mention, worst case scenario, Yale level is as high as 10th level. I'm the only one behind my mother. If I don't save her, she will surely die. Wang Hao said undeniably, I might die if I save her, but if I don't save her, I can't even protect the person I care about the most. What's the point of having all this power? I control thunder and lightning, and I take the most hardcore path. If I back down, my thunder and lightning will become strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Wang Tianqi chuckled and said, you are still you, the domineering boy I first knew. I hope Yale is level 9. This way I can still rely on the characteristics of lightning to fight. Otherwise, Wang Hao moved forward and encountered a monster blocking his way. He killed it instantly and rushed to the shore of Mahaport as quickly as possible. Woo! Wang Tianqi noticed the woman tied to the cross in the open space. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he reached out to cover his mouth, which was about to scream. Just see. The woman's scalp was chapped, her hair was messy, and her entire body was covered with whip marks so deep that the bones could be seen. She looked nothing like the gentle and elegant image that Wang Hao remembered. She no longer looked like a human being, and her breath was intermittent. Unimaginable. What pain she endured. Wang Hao had no expression, but the murderous aura emanating from him became increasingly stronger, reaching an unprecedented level. Even Wang Tianqi next to him felt the biting cold. Xiao Hao. Chun Yaji seemed to sense someone coming and tried to open her eyes. It took a lot of effort to open them a crack, but when she saw that the people coming were Wang Hao and Wang Tianqi, she thought she was hallucinating and asked tentatively, is it you? It's me. Wang Hao responded, Mom. Didn't I tell you not to come look for me? Chun Yaji was so happy that she could see her son again before she died. She said in fear, go quickly. Otherwise, all my efforts will be in vain. Hurry up, don't hesitate. The Wang family thrives on friendship and dies on loyalty. I know that Wang Shuifeng's son will never leave his mother to die without helping her. Suddenly, there was a loud laugh from the sea. A humanoid monster with a seaweed head, frog feet, and covered with sea blue fish scales rushed into Wang Hao's eyes riding on a several-meter-high wave. Monster Encyclopedia has been updated. Deep Sea Tyrant Fish, Yale. Level 10. Weaknesses, none. Value, 138,000 evolution points. World of Warcraft. Description. The Deep Sea Tyrant has the ability to control water, so it is best not to fight it in water, otherwise its fighting power will double. What you don't think will come true. If the 8th level Wang Hao fights against the 9th level Yale, he may still be able to win, but to be honest, the hope of Wang Hao winning against the 10th level Yale is very slim. After all, the Warcraft itself has the advantage of the same level, plus the difference of 2 levels and the home advantage. Even if Wang Hao had the ability to fight against opponents of higher levels, he was unable to make up for such a huge gap. He's like a level 10 player who accidentally enters a level 20 instance. Looking for trouble. Tianqi, if a fight breaks out, find a chance to run. Wang Hao untied the spider silk wrapped around his hands and said, I might get killed here. Wang Tianqi's eyes widened. Wang Hao is so discouraged before the fight even starts. How strong is Yale? Good. While Wang Tianqi agreed, he thought that if Wang Hao and his godmother died, he would work hard to upgrade and then come back to avenge them. What are you doing here? Chen Yaji cried. What are you doing here? I'll die if I die. What are you doing here? Do you know that my biggest wish is for you to live well? You're going to die. How am I going to explain this to your dead father? I'm useless. I'm such a useless mother. Not only do I not have time to accompany you, but I also dragged you into the abyss. I shouldn't have asked you to find Tianqi. I shouldn't have been so smart. Yale appears. It's all over. It was born in the new world, and it came to the low-level world. It was equivalent to a dimensionality reduction attack on the creatures in this world. So how could Wang Hao resist it? Except Wang Tianqi. Chen Yaji and Wang Hao were bound to die today. So Chen Yaji was so upset and blamed herself, thinking that she had killed her son. Dad is missing, isn't he? Wang Hao said, he's dead. It seems that you know nothing. Yale sneered. Wang Shuifeng was originally from the Wang family of the New World and was the strongest contender for the new clan leader. However, because he valued friendship, he was betrayed by his brothers, and his lineage was also abolished by the Wang family. Wang Shuifeng managed to escape to the lower world by chance and even gave birth to you with this woman. However, the lower world always ended up being invaded by the new world until it was destroyed. In order to protect you and your son, Wang Shuifeng resolutely exposed himself and closed the door to the new world. You said that if he was captured and taken back to the Wang family, would his brother let him live? Pause. Yale couldn't help laughing and said, I was just passing by and came into this world by coincidence. I didn't expect that I would encounter such a great thing. Ha ha ha. I will capture you and your son and bring them back. I will definitely be rewarded by the Wang family. Chapter 66. Team wiped out? Wang Hao is dead. Wang Tianqi feels sorry for Wang Hao. He had always thought that he had both parents, but he didn't expect that Chen Yaji had been hiding the fact that she came from a single-parent family from him. This was a huge blow. However, he couldn't feel pain. In fact, this is a kind of torture. You don't even have the right to vent. Chen Yaji, tell me where the key is. Yale said sternly, otherwise I will torture your son again and again, and keep him alive until you say so. Chen Yaji is not afraid of death, but her son is her only weakness. She hesitated. She wanted to give up saving the whole world and choose to save her son. Mom, don't tell it. Wang Hao said, even if you tell it, I will still die, and in the end, it will be a loss to both sides. Do you hate me? Chen Yaji said guiltily. Why should I hate you? I was born in a family with a vortex. Even if you don't look for me, I will be dragged into it for some reason. Wang Hao said proudly, this is my fate. I can either change my fate or become an ordinary person. How can a beast control me? Come on. Trash. Chen Yaji burst into tears. Handsome striker. Did you see it below? Your son is just like you. He would rather die than surrender. He who does not know has no fear. Yale waved. The surging seawater suddenly rushed out a water dragon column as thick as several people hugged and smashed down towards Wang Hao. It doesn't know my strength and may still view me as someone from a lower world. So if I want to win, I must catch it by surprise. Wang Hao thought to himself, this is my strongest attack. It can either be as powerful as a god or as powerful as a ghost. This is the thought. Wang Hao's eyes emitted lightning, and dense purple lightning appeared out of thin air, connecting with each other to form a terrifying thunder tiger with its head raised and roaring. He summoned Xiao Longnu. The two of them used their special powers together, Fiery Fire Dragon, and injected it into the thunder tiger. In an instant, the roar of the thunder tiger, which was composed of both lightning and fire, became more and more violent, and the earth was shaking. The terrifying aura it exuded reached an all-time high. However, this is far from enough. The Ice Emperor ring in Wang Hao's hand emits ice crystal-like light, using the ice power to achieve the third effect after the ice rain and thousands of miles of ice. Crystal shattering storm. A large amount of ice crystals suddenly fell from the sky, and the resulting ultra-low temperature made the nearby scorching hot environment even more extreme. Then the ice crystals exploded together, turning into pieces of broken crystals that wrapped around the thunder tiger surrounded by lightning and fire, and its momentum instantly became even stronger. Kill. Wang Hao shouted. Roar! The Thunder Tiger with the combined power of 3 superpowers suddenly rushed out. Wherever it passed, the ground froze, the air twisted, and thunder and lightning echoed in the sky. As soon as the two sides come into contact, Lei Hu tore the water dragon column into pieces and continued to pounce on Yale. What? Yale's face changed drastically. Just as Wang Hao thought, Yale never thought that there would be someone in the low-level world who would possess such combat power, and now he was caught off guard. Bang! The Thunder Tiger engulfed Yale and rushed into the sea, creating astonishing waves more than 10 meters high. Wang Hao's combined attack brought the domineering power of thunder and lightning, the violent power of flames, and the sharpness of ice to the extreme, and its power far exceeded that of the 9th level, close to the 10th level. If Yale were caught off guard by this blow, it would most likely capsize in the ditch. What happened to your son? Chun Yaji was stunned. She originally thought that Wang Hao followed her plan, flew directly to Fengqing by helicopter, and then came here with the help of Wang Tianqi. Never thought about it. Wang Hao is so powerful. Even people in the New World would be amazed by his performance. Is Yale dead? Chun Yaji couldn't help but feel hopeful. It's over. Wang Hao shook his head. The system did not give any prompts, which meant that Yale was not dead. Ha 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 ha. As expected, Yale laughed and controlled the water to return to Wang Hao's sight, but it did not escape unscathed from Wang Hao's attack just now. Not only was its hair burned off, but the scales on its body were also cracked and dirty blood was flowing. Its breath was also much weaker than before. However, it's not dead, which means it can take a breath. Then Wang Hao is gone. You have a good plan. If I hadn't happened to be in my home court, I would have been killed by you. Yale laughed proudly. You are level 8, right? You were able to injure me severely, which is already very good. Unfortunately, it's useless. I won't give you such an opportunity again. As soon as the words fell, Wang Hao seemed to sense something and turned into a dazzling flash of lightning and flashed to the side. The next moment, multiple powerful water columns broke through the place where he was originally standing, rushed up several meters into the air, and then the water columns suddenly turned. The speed is extremely fast. Wang Hao was unable to dodge and was hit by the water column through the shoulder bone. A dazzling stream of blood spurted into the air as he groaned in pain. Xiao Hao. Yale's blow felt like it hit Qin Yaji herself, and she cried out in pain. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Wang Hao raised his eyes and said, Kill me. He knew very well that he had only one chance to defeat Yale, and if he failed, it would be over. No way. The gap between the two sides is too big. Yale recovered and firmly grasped Wang Hao. You want to die? Haha, dream on. Yale sneered, Qin Yaji, you know that we monsters have our own way of controlling life. If I want him to die, he has to die. If I want him to live, he can't die even if he wants to. If you want him to suffer less, just tell him where the key to the new world is. Chun Yaji looked at Wang Hao, whose blood was gushing out. My heart aches. Don't say that. Wang Hao said expressionlessly, Don't force me to hate you. Xiao Hao. Chun Yaji burst into tears. Very good. I wonder how long you can keep being stubborn. Yale controlled the water column, piercing through Wang Hao's body again and again. He kept spurting blood, and the increasingly intense pain washed over all his nerves, but he just groaned at most throughout the whole process. Wang Hao knew. If I scream, Chun Yaji definitely can't hold it anymore. Xiao Hao. Chen Yaji suffocated several times due to the pain. You have a strong will. Even if I cut you, you probably won't give in. Yale looked at Wang Hao, who was covered in wounds and had blood pooling under his feet, and mocked him. Let me change my mind. How about I torture your mother and the female companion you brought with you? Wang Hao seemed to sense something and turned around to see a black axe knight grabbing Wang Tianqi, who should have run away, and throwing him next to Chen Yaji. Puff! Puff! Yale controlled the water column and pierced Chen Yaji and Wang Tianqi at the same time. Ah! The two screamed in pain. You will regret it if you dare to torture them. Wang Hao stared at Yale with bloodshot eyes and shouted, You will regret it. Ha ha ha, they are indeed your weak points. Yale said disdainfully, I will attack you every 3 seconds. You'd better think it over carefully. Do you want them to die quickly, or do you want to keep the secret of where the key is and let them be tortured to death by me? Chapter 67 Darkening. Superpowers run away. Godmother. Wang Tianqi said with a pale face, If I die, will the key disappear as well? Right. Chun Yaji said bitterly, The key is connected to your genes. If you die, your genes will also lose their vitality. But the water nearby and underground is watching us. Once we make any move, the water will rush out to stop us. We can't die. She knew what Wang Tianqi was thinking. He just wanted to commit suicide so as not to drag down Wang Hao. But she had already thought about what Wang Tianqi was thinking. This is Yale's home ground. Nothing the two of them did could be hidden from it. I have a way to free us both. Wang Tianqi hesitated. Do you want to? Quick. Chen Yaji's eyes were swollen from crying and she said quickly, let me be free. Rather than living and dragging Xiaohao down, I'd rather die. Pause. She said guiltily, Xiao Qi, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have involved you. Death can be as heavy as Mount Tai or as light as a feather. I can die to save this world, which is much better than a normal, mediocre death. And if it weren't for you, my godmother, I wouldn't have known Wang Hao, this lovely brother. Wang Tianqi looked at the dying Wang Hao with tears in her beautiful eyes and shouted, Wang Hao, I'm leaving first. I'll still be your sister in the next life. In the afterlife, Chen Yaji's mouth was full of bitterness. She was not worthy of being Wang Hao's mother anymore. She owed him so much. King. Wang Hao just opened his mouth. Wang Tianqi suddenly expanded rapidly like a balloon, and her whole body was severely deformed. But when she expanded to the limit and was about to explode, a gene chain in the gene cluster deep inside her body suddenly vibrated, causing the external space to vibrate as well. Bang! A crack suddenly appeared in space, and a terrifying shock wave rushed out from it, knocking Chen Yaji away. Wang Tianqi, who was about to explode, recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye and was unexpectedly sucked into the space crack. It all happened so fast. It happened in a flash. Just as Yale reacted, Chen Yaji had already fallen to the ground, her life or death unknown, and Wang Tianqi disappeared without a trace. Dead? Dead? Yale rushed to where the two had been standing and said angrily, how could they commit suicide right under my nose? Wang Hao had a blank expression on his face, blood still flowing from his body. He suddenly remembered what Wang Tianqi had said to him. Wang Hao, in addition to the ability of a spider leg, I also have the ability to self-destruct. Wang Hao replied at the time, self-destruction? You can forget about this ability. With me here, do you really need to die with others? Unexpectedly, this daily conversation became the biggest irony for Wang Hao. He is here. Then what? So what? In order not to drag down Wang Hao, Wang Tianqi and Chen Yaji finally chose to self-destruct. Although this was a relief for them as they no longer had to suffer the torture of Yale, Wang Hao could not accept it when it actually happened in front of his eyes. What's even more painful is, he didn't feel anything. His biological mother and god-sister died in front of him, but he had no reaction. Mom is dead. Sister is dead too. What meaning does this world have to me? Wang Hao's hair moved without wind. 2 lines of blood and tears slowly flowed from the corners of his eyes. The aura around him seemed to be oppressed. It twisted like a fluid, and thunder suddenly exploded. In an instant, the whole world went dark. The seawater was surging wildly. An extremely terrifying energy burst out from Wang Hao, instantly making Yale, who was still upset about losing the whereabouts of the key, feel a tremor in his soul. This? Yale turned around and saw the changes in Wang Hao. Confused. It had never felt threatened by Wang Hao, and at most it felt a slight sense of crisis from Wang Hao's strongest attack. Even so, it didn't take Wang Hao seriously either. The reason Wang Hao was able to injure Yale was because he took advantage of Yale's unpreparedness. If they really had to fight head-on, even 10 of him would not be a match for Yale. However, this moment, Yale felt absolute oppression from Wang Hao. I clearly said that I would protect Mom on behalf of Dad, but I never fulfilled my oath. When Mom needed me, I never showed up. Wang Hao's eyes turned black, and the violent purple lightning surrounding his body suddenly turned dark. His back trembled, and a pair of black wings with falling feathers suddenly spread out, and the aura emanating from his body reached a terrifying level. Boom! Yale broke out in a cold sweat, his face turned pale, and his whole body was shaking. Facing Wang Hao, he was directly overwhelmed by his momentum and knelt down in front of him. How is this possible? Yale is a 10th level monster. Who could have imagined that it, which was so arrogant and crushed Wang Hao in the previous moment, would be frightened and fall to its knees in the next moment before Wang Hao even made a move? Why? Why? Why can a human from a low-level world emit such a terrifying aura? Yale was driven crazy by the oppression brought by Wang Hao and roared in his heart. Now he is no less powerful than those well-known bigwigs in the New World. Yale is not very powerful in the New World, but in the low-level world, He is at the level of a god and can control anyone he wants. I was so happy when it first came. If Wang Hao and Qin Yaji could be captured alive and brought back to the Wang family, that would be an opportunity, and it didn't think it would be difficult to accomplish this task. Until Wang Hao exploded. Only at Yale did we understand what it meant to be a seriously underestimated man. At this time, Wang Hao moved. As he took the first step, blood spurted from Yale's body. Step 2. Yale is a bloody mess. Sir. No. Don't kill me. Yale seemed to see the god of death walking towards him step by step. Terror instantly filled his heart and he begged for mercy. I didn't kill Qin Yaji and that woman. I am willing to be your contract slave. Please spare my life. Wang Hao took the third step. Boom. Yale exploded. The debris and flesh flying in the air were shattered a second time and turned into nothingness. Kill the 10th level monster in 3 steps. Wang Hao after he turned evil is so scary. Call out. Wang Hao looked up at the sky, and the wings behind him suddenly flapped. He flew high into the sky, overlooking the entire Manhwa port, and the dark clouds covering the sky were blown away by his momentum, revealing a big hole. The big hole leaks light. It was as if he was the only bright spot in this dark world. Perish. Wang Hao opened his hands, and a terrifying invisible force spread outward at the speed of light until it spread over the entire sky above Manhwa port. Roar. Roar. The monsters that were fearless in the past were suddenly frightened and fled from every corner of Manhwa port like animals fleeing from an earthquake. What happened in Manhwa port? Shelter. Liao Jian and others noticed the fluctuations in Manhwa port, and the following scene refreshed all their knowledge so far.